In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop e6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 10 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament where things are heating up. Tata Steel, it takes place in the beautiful Dutch town of Wijk Aan Zee, known for its chess tournaments, also its pea soup, and is sure to be the scene for some dramatic chess over the coming few days. It's been a fantastic tournament so far, and inside the De Morian, the playing hall, here we see the gladiators warming up for battle. Not just the Super Grandmasters, of course, it is also the home to several other sections, some amateur tournaments, and is a popular chess destination for all. The Wimbledon of chess, as they say. And to bring you through all of the action today, for round 10, I will be your host, Grandmaster David Howell, but I'm also joined by the fantastic duo, 9-time British champion, international master Jovanka Hauska, and Artur Neiksans, the 4-time Latvian champion and a very strong grandmaster in his own right. It's fantastic to be here. I'm thrilled to be joined by you guys. Jovanka, what are you looking forward to most today?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, David, and thank you for that lovely introduction. I'm absolutely thrilled to be accompanied not by one grandmaster, but two. So I'm absolutely going to be enjoying the action that we're going to be seeing today. And as always, as you said it, it's the Wimbledon of chess, and we're reaching that closing stage where the horizon is in sight. So I can't wait to see whether the nerves start jangling.
Yeah, David, hi, and Yovi, of course, super excited to be here. It's a pleasure. I mean, the first super tournament of the year to be here, having essentially the best seats in the house following the action. The world champion coming back after his victory last year, defeating Ding Ren. So it's going to be a fun day to follow.
And Artus, on that note, the world champion does lead our standings. Let's go and check out how the scores look after 9 rounds of the 13 so far as we reach the final stretch now. And it is Gukesh at the top, 6.5 points out of 9. That is +4. He's won 4 games, lost 0. He's chased now by Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Vladimir Fedoseev, both on 6 points. Praggnanandhaa, part of the leading pack, yesterday lost, however. And Jovanka, still plenty of rounds ahead, plenty of action. What do you predict?
Yeah, so much action in front of us, David. I mean, still 4 games of chess remaining and Gukesh leading there with just half a point. That's not that much. So I'm especially excited about that chasing pack and especially those movers there on 5 points, whether they can notch up those wins just to close the gap a little bit.
And Artus, who are you looking at here to strike today and to try and storm up that leaderboard?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also very interested to see if the world champion can continue his successes, of course, by winning such a prestigious tournament for the very first time.
And that leads us on to today's pairings. Round 10, of course, does mark the final stretch. It's a final rest day tomorrow. Let's go check out those pairings, where we will start with Arjun Erigaisi against Vincent Keimer. Arjun, world number 4 heading into the tournament, but having a tough time. Nodirbek Abdusattorov in the chasing pack faces off against Alexei Sarana, a former European champion. Pentala Harikrishna against Fabiano Caruana. It's the battle of 2 experienced warriors.
And it's an important day for Praggnanandhaa as he needs to bounce back, but he faces Vladimir Fedoseev, who's in beast mode. And Anish Giri, he won yesterday. Can he continue that winning form? Well, he's blank against a motivated Mendonça, and then Gukesh, tournament leader. Again, he's got black pieces. And then finally, it is a battle between Tata Steel champions Wei Yi and Jordan van Foreest. Alters, so many juicy matchups. Which ones are you most looking forward to?
Definitely any game that the world champion plays, I think it's going to be one of the hot priorities, and everyone wants to see how the young Indian performs. But also I would like to follow very, very closely to the game of Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev. These two guys, they have never played against each other, and Fedoseev has shown in this tournament that he is currently on a hot streak, so the big fish is here to win.
Yeah, plenty of action ahead. Has every single game here counts. There's pride at stake, points at stake. We will be focusing on all 7 of these encounters in the Masters section here at the Tata Steel tournament. And yeah, it's been interesting, the twists and turns. Here we see Anish Giri and Leon Mendonça on our cameras. For Leon, it's been a tough start. This is probably the biggest event of his life. For Anish Giri, the home favourite, former winner in 2023, maybe not quite the levels we're expecting or that we've come to expect from him, Jovanka.
Yeah, but he did win yesterday. And sometimes all you need in life is a win in chess, and then you can get motoring. Because we do remember that all the way back in round 1, Anish's loss came at the hands of an inspired Gukesh, who somewhat rode his luck a little bit. And after that, it's just been like a realm of draws. Anish winning yesterday, I think that's going to make him extra motivated and extra prepared to take risks. David.
Yeah, I agree absolutely with Yovi here, because yesterday for Anish this was a major breakthrough, and very often the pace of the tournament depends on how do you start it. This very, very unfortunate loss in round 1 where he should have won against Gukesh, and he missed this amazing knight g4. Now he's fighting back, and I think that he is going to try to take his chances and solidify his deeper run in the tournament by trying to take on Mendonça.
Yeah, there on our camera.
Oh, sorry, go on, Jovanka.
I was just going to ask your opinion, David. Arjun Erigaisi not having the time of his life. And what do we think? Do you think he'll be able to turn it around? It's just pride at stake now.
Yeah, pride at stake. Rating points, though. Arjun started the tournament as a 2800 player, and he'll want to get back there, of course. And as you were saying with Anish, sometimes all it takes is one win. If Arjun goes on a winning streak now, wins the last 4, then he'll look back on the tournament, he'll be like, okay, it wasn't too bad in the end, so everything's still to play for. But how about Vincent? There? He's had a lot of fun in his games, but it always hasn't always gone his way, at least.
And
Yeah,
there we see on our camera Harikrishna and Fabiano Caruana, and 2 very experienced players. Harikrishna, I think yesterday it was mentioned that he's a very solid player. In 2024, he only lost 1 game, but yesterday he lost against Fedoseev. Do we think, Alters, that that will perhaps affect him?
Well, probably, Yogi, I think so. Every single loss changes our strategy in a way. But one thing I find it pretty interesting about this particular matchup, Hari against Caruana, is that all the games they have played against each other, they have finished into a draw. So for Fabiano, this is not really such a great news. He's playing with the black color against a player he's never defeated before. So he's trying to catch up with the leaders, but it's a very tough thing to do.
And talking of the leaders, Nodirbek Abdusattorov has been very impressive. Actually, in the past 2 years, he's come so close, both times, to winning the title here in Wijk Aan Zee. But after yesterday, Gukesh taking the lead, what do we think? Is Nodirbek going to go all out with the white pieces?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so Nodirbek has to. Yeah, he has to try to play with win with the white color. Yesterday, actually, I think that he was having some minor problems in his game against Caruana. where he had a very solid position, and then for some reason the pawn structure changed, and I feel that Fabiano might have missed a small opportunity there, even though after the post-game interview he said he had nothing special. He could have won a pawn, so it could have been a different game, and now for Nodirbek, this is a chance. Try to catch up with Gukesh.
Yeah, but for Serrana's been having a great tournament. He's been unbeaten so far, and he's playing against Nodirbek. Nodirbek is an ambitious player. Nodirbek said in that promo that he wants to win. This is the reason he's here. He's come in shared second and actually finished second, third last year. But yeah, it is an interesting tournament for him. But David, I gotta ask you, Gukesh now in the lead with half points advantage. What do we think here?
Well, we all know how ambitious Gukesh is. White, black, whatever the opening is, he'll always try and keep the game going. He seems to really love chess, which is really nice to see from a reigning world champion. He just wants to be there as long as possible to test his opponents, to push himself, test his own boundaries. And against Max Warmerdam, one of the local players, Dutch Grandmaster, it feels like Max is allowing his opponents to play, which is also nice to see. Often you see lower rated players, especially facing a world champion, just trying to lock things down, force a draw. But it doesn't look like Max has been attempting to do that directly. So I expect a real fight, and Gukesh will get his chances. Whether he takes them, that is yet to be seen. And Artis, a clash between two former champions. In 21, it was Jordan van Foreest, and in 24, just last year, Wei Yi.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a very interesting game to follow, because we don't have really so many champions of the previous editions here. So looking back at the history, Magnus Carlsen has won it record 8 times. And then we have from the past winners here, Fabi 2020, Van Foreest 21, Wei Yi 24 last year, Anish Giri of 23. So of course for Wei Yi, this is an excellent opportunity. Try to win another game and get to the so-called +2 score. And yesterday, David, he had such an amazing game, even though against Arjun Erigaisi it finished into a draw. At least I thought that was one of the most exciting games.
Yeah, and ultimately not all draws are equal. That was a thrilling encounter. And Ivanka, how about Pragg against Fedoseev? Fedoseev really impressing us. Pragg yesterday facing an inspired Anish Giri. What do you expect going through both of their minds?
Yeah, this is a tricky one. Pragg yesterday losing. I mean, Anish really playing fantastic chess there. And Fedoseev, he's coming to the games with a style that I really associate with. He says, okay, I don't want any concrete lines, no deep opening preparation. He wants to launch that first surprise from a quite solid, quite stable position. So I thoroughly approve of that approach. But for Praggnanandhaa, he's got the white pieces. He is in the chasing pack. He does need to press, I feel. And Artis, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this Jovi definitely could be the game of the round, because we have a very promising young player with the white collar and big fish. That's his internet handle, Vladimir Fedoseev, who has been on fire. And I really like this quote by Magnus Carlsen, that from all the players that he had to mention, he specifically mentioned Fedoseev, that his playing style contains something that makes it, even for the greatest player of all time, to play it's very difficult to play against Vladimir. David, what do you think about it? Does the playing style, what do you think about the playing styles in general?
Yeah, playing style is all important, and Fedoseev has shown how difficult he is to face, even for the best players in the world. I faced him myself, very tricky, always the unexpected moves. In the meantime, though, the games have begun, the gong has been sounded in Wijk Aan Zee, and we start here with Max Warmerdam against Gukesh, and okay, it looks like a early surprise. Ivanka, d6 on move 1. Very flexible from Gukesh, but not fighting for the center.
Not fighting for the center, but it does indicate that Gukesh wants to take risks. He doesn't want to take things into a mainstream e4, e5, where there's a lot of theory. I often see d6 being employed when people just want a surprise. They want that fighting game, because if white wants to take the advantage in these type of positions, you do have to extend yourself pretty quite quite far up the board, especially in the middle game. So I'm very excited at this. I must confess that when I saw the camera, I got even more excited because I thought it was a Caro-Kann, but it's not a Caro-Kann. So had to rein it in just a little bit. So I got to ask you, David and Artis, are you approving of Gukesh's opening choice?
Well, I'll let you take it in a second, Artis. I'm really surprised Max didn't take up the challenge, didn't push his pawn to d4, occupy the center, go into maybe a mainline pits, or at least ask Gukesh what his intentions are. Instead, Max is saying, okay, I'm not going to be provoked, g3. What are your thoughts there?
There's two very surprising moments, to be honest, David, because the first thing I'm trying to recall, when was the last time the Pit's defense was played at the Super Tournament? Maybe it was, right? I mean, definitely in the last years, we had the resurgence of the French defense, and some of the best players in the world have tried to play it, which is the first move e6, of course. But d6 very often comes with the idea to play knight f6, so g6, bishop g7. So essentially, black says, okay, I can play king's Indian defense against anything you're throwing against me, including the first move e4. But the second surprising thing here is the move g3 and the speed, how the Dashman played it. So basically, he made a move only with something like 1 minute of thought. Yobi, what do you make of this?
I like the surprises that both players are unleashing on the other, because I'm sure Gukesh spent all morning, preparing for a main line pits, and now he's got to face what's going to happen after g3. Maybe this is actually an invitation by Max to say, hey, why don't you take it into a Sicilian type position? And Gukesh might well do that by just advancing the c-pawn 2 squares forward. It's interesting. This is one of my favorite parts of the game. You get to see the mindsets of the players. You also get to understand their preparation and their opening surprises. And David, are you excited as well?
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this unfolds. As the featured chat says there from Yavir Mayatri, 2 surprising moments in a game that's only 3 moves underway. Rare to see that this early in the game. Surprised by Gukesh, met by a counter surprise by Max Varmadam. But in the meantime, this is our bird's eye view. We do have 7 games every day here in the Masters section. And it looks like some games more developed than others. Artis, which catches your eye? Which color board this early in the round?
Yeah, maybe I can very quickly give my impressions about what I'm seeing, starting with the top left corner. So we have some Slav classical position, Mendonça against Giri. So this is a well-known position. Then Wei Yi against one Foreest is some sort of a Italian game. Could have been also the bishop's opening. I can't immediately tell from the first moves. Oh, then we have Abdusattorov playing his game against Caruana, and I'm quite surprised to see a version of the Keres attack, because I would have thought that the Keres attack at the highest level is a pretty rare combination. But with the knight on b3, Yovi, I'm wondering, did White play this rare move, knight b3, on move, whichever move it is? I think it's move 5, which made quite waves. I believe it was around 2016 when this move was quite popular, and basically never heard from ever since.
Yeah, it's very intriguing, a very aggressive continuation there from Abdusattorov, just to go g4 and then just mark your intentions very early on in the opening. Well, Nodirbek answered the question for us. He is in for a fight. And just again, to kind of continue the roundup, because it does look like the spice is happening on the top right. But I can see moves being played aplenty in the game between Praggnanandhaa Fedoseev there on the bottom, and also Harikrishna Caruana is also a Sicilian. So a lot of fighting chess, and the moves have been played fast and furiously by Arjun Erigaisi. That looks to me like, is that a marshal I see, or some kind of form of marshal?
Yeah, it looks like a anti-marshal, but black insisted and sacrificed the pawn anyway. And I think that's still a theoretical position, so we will break that one down. But we started by talking a lot about Abdusattorov against a against Alexei Sarana. So maybe we can jump in there. And Artis, you mentioned the Keres attack. Maybe you can explain some of the usual plans, why this knight b3 move. I believe it was introduced by Matuz Bartel at the top level, and why it's such a rare guest at the top, at the elite level.
Right. So I believe it was indeed invented by Bartel around 2060 or so, because I happened to play this myself in the Baku World Chess Olympiad. And I very clearly remember a pretty funny story, because after the game, we were playing against Team Netherlands, and my opponent was Robin van Kampen. I played this move, knight b3. Let me just show you the first move. So this is a well-known opening theory, and I played knight b3. And after the game, our team leader, Alexei Shirov, was very, very unhappy about the move, and he said, you can't play like that, because essentially we started the match 3 games with the black color. And I said, no, this is how you play today. And our team captain basically confirmed, yeah, this is a move. And Alexa said, okay, I got it. But anyway, the point of this knight b3 is that white voluntarily removes the knight from b3 from the center, so that for black, even though e5 is a legal move, you kind of want to continue to play e6 and not weaken the squares around the center. And this is when white gets to play this idea of g4, which at least I believe in a classical sense, if I would show, for example, this position starting with not h6 but e6, the so-called Scheveningen system, at least from how I understand it, at the g4, g5, if black allows the knight from f6 to retreat to d7, then white develops a very serious initiative, or at least space advantage. Yovi, what do you think about this setup? Have you ever had a chance to play it yourself from the white's perspective?
No, I abandoned playing e4 a long time ago, Artis. And when I did play e4, it was always chicken systems. keep the position closed. I was never in for a big fight so early on. I like to take that in the middle game. And it's an interesting concept, right? It's just to get g4 in without any particular hit on the knight. And I really like this kind of approach, but it is very, very risky, because you could be stranded there with your king not having a safe place to go. So maybe we can kind of like deep dive into the ideas that white has, and maybe the counter-attacking ideas that black has.
Yeah, and let's do just that, because as Ivanka mentions, it's very committal. It shows Abdusattorov's mindset here. But Sarana, he's inviting the fight. He's already tried to expand on the queen side, saying maybe the white king is going over there. And I mean, I'm a bit like Ivanka. I have played e4 my whole life, Artis, but this is too brave for me. Throwing pawns forward, the old cliche that they don't move back, you leave yourself with weaknesses. And both sides here have a lot of questions to answer in the near future already, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely with you here, David, because here Sarana basically already stated his intentions. He played b5 very quickly to send a message. I mean, if you want to castle the long side, there's definitely going to be consequences. So Nodirbek had to play e3, otherwise the pawn on e4 loses support. So I could imagine here Sarana continue with easy moves like bishop b7 and bishop e7, and probably castle short. I don't think he really has any other options, but most likely he is not going to play something like h6, because in a chess term language, so to speak, we could call this pawn on h6 as a hook. So if black plays h6, bishop e7 and short castle, it will just make white's chances to open up the king side a bit easier. So speaking about white's next moves, I would expect something like bishop e3, move the queen. I have no idea, Yowie, where do you place the queen? Is it on f3? Is it on d2? Probably the pawn on g4 needs protecting, long castle. But again, this pawn on a3 also might serve as a potential hook for black to make a breakthrough at the queen side with eventual b4.
Yeah, I completely I understand. You know, you have to go into this opening knowing exactly what you're going to be doing. You can't wing this one, so to speak. And yeah, I suspect that we might be seeing moves, you know, black attacking the center pretty quickly with developing the bishop to b7, and white solidifying the center, and then just getting on with queenside castling is what I would be saying. But I suspect that we're going to see a big race. Black is going to head with the king to the king side. white will eventually go to the queen side, and it is full-on attack mode from both sides. What I like about this approach is that both sides have to play aggressively, like right from the get-go. You can't like back down and then just rest on your laurels. You absolutely have to play with purpose. Otherwise, one side will just get a raging initiative. And I find this absolutely fascinating. And Artis, I have to quickly ask you, you never told us the result of your game.
Oh, yeah, that game against Robin, I finished in a draw. So the opening was not really a success. I remember it definitely caught some attention from some very big experts, but yeah, it was not really a very impressive game. I mean, my opponent played a very precise defense, and I was supposed to hold on for the entire game, but I did make a draw, and I think we won Team Netherlands, actually. So it was pretty pleasant memories for me overall.
Nice. And yeah, you mentioned Artis earlier, Alexei Shirov. I think he might like these types of positions if given the opportunity, especially from the white side. So we do await a move from Alexei Sarana this time. He's gone into the tank. He's been spending 7.5 minutes, probably just deciding where he wants to put his pieces. Will Black castle? Will Black just leave the king in the center? Lots of dilemmas ahead. So maybe we allow him some time to think and go back to our bird's eye view, where the other games are developing a pace. Probably the biggest surprise so far was that Max Varmadam against Gukesh game. They're still 3 moves in after around 10 minutes of play. But the other games, that seems like where the action is really happening. Jovanka, where should we jump to next?
Well, looking at these positions, the one that intrigues me the most is between Praggnanandhaa and Fedoseev. You know, Praggnanandhaa losing yesterday. It is there in the bottom left in brown. And the reason why I'm kind of highlighting that game is because I recognize the structure. Even though it's a structure that I've actually faced a lot of times with the black pieces as opposed to the white pieces. And I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that black has already committed to advancing the c pawn all the way to c4 and determining the center. And I'd like to get your thoughts on this opening, but maybe we can do an action replay, Artis, and I'd just like to hear whether you guys are also as enthusiastic about this position as I am.
Yeah, so this is the Tarrasch defense with c5. I'm mainly myself an e4 player, but definitely, Yovi, I have played my fair share of d4 move, and I'm not really sure how to categorize the Tarrasch defense itself. What kind of reputation does it have? Because I very clearly remember this quote by one of the German grandmasters, Alexander Donchikov, who said, if your opponent plays the Tarrasch defense, so you get to Fianchet or your Lasco bishop on g2, you don't really need to study any theory because any position gives you an advantage. But the question is, David, is this really so simple? Can white easily get the bishop on g to apply some pressure? Because from what I can tell here, Praggnanandhaa definitely is a very big opening expert, and he decided to play the straightforward bishop g5 and develop the Lasco bishop on the f1 a6 diagonal.
Yeah, and I actually think his preparation is going to go on for quite a lot longer, Praggnanandhaa. This is actually a rare branch of the Tarrasch defense. You mentioned, Artis, that usually white just wants to play very positionally. Usually there might have been an exchange of white's d pawn for black c pawn, for example, g3, bishop g2 is kind of the standard main line, can be reached from the Reti, the English opening. It's by various different transpositions. So that's the trendy stuff, but bishop to g5, followed by what's happened in the game, c4, this kind of Caro-Kann-esque pawn structure that Jovanka is referring to. c4 is very ambitious, avoiding any isolated queen's pawn. But now after queen takes bishop, which I'm assuming is the most natural move, very strange to see Fedoseev spend nearly 9 minutes, because I think 99% of the world's population of all levels would just take back this bishop with the queen. But if I remember correctly, it's been a while, I think white will play queen to a4 check in that position, and black does have a dilemma. There's some forcing lines, and just to show this, if knight to c6, the most natural block, then white does have this option, bishop takes c4. followed, or knight e5, yeah, as you're pointing out there. But bishop takes c4, followed by d5. And it does get crazy, if I remember correctly. I think I looked at this for a grand total of 20 minutes about 3 years ago. But so the conclusions I'm not 100% sure about. But this might be one thing that's scaring Fedoseev at least. And likewise, if black had blocked with a knight on d7, a couple of moves back, then white could play, for example, queen to b5, and this would be a win of a pawn. Of course, it doesn't end there. It gets complicated. But yeah, you have to be 100% sure what you're doing. If you're Vladimir Fedoseev, it's clear that Pragg is more prepared here, Artus.
Yeah, but I'm definitely with you, David, there. I'm not really sure if g takes and f6 makes of a serious alternative, and I'm wondering if he already has decided that he's going to play queen takes on f6, and he's just trying to recall what was the follow-up, because I'm pretty sure that if he played the move c4 very quickly, a bishop takes on f6 definitely is a move he has analyzed, and I believe usually it goes like this. Yeah, what was in the file? So you can visually remember you have this chess.base file and you have these folders with all the analysis and what was written there. You had this training camp 2 years ago with all your mates and you were analyzing this position. What was written there? Yoey, how do you do it yourself? How do you recall some deeper analysis? I suppose you also have some very serious files on chess.base, and this process to remembering the analysis at the highest level, I suppose it's very tricky.
It is one of the eternal questions these days in chess. You how to memorize your own preparation. I try to kind of branch lines together and try to group things by patterns so that I'm ever in a situation like this, I can always remember, for instance, yes, you take, and then you always block a check, and I will just like give a name to the bishop. But in terms of training camps, I've actually never really had one. I've done some weekend training camps with the English women's team, but on a personal level, not so much. So everything that I've done is more or less by myself with the computer, and that's the problem, because sometimes I'm hitting space and the engine is doing the thinking for me. But David, I'd love to know how you memorize the lines.
Yeah, I struggle these days. That's the simple equation. And I mean, for someone like Fedoseev, he's been doing a lot of freestyle chess lately. He won the freestyle qualifier. He'll be playing in Weissenhaus next week, freestyle chess. So I wonder how much openings he has been looking at. Of course, we should have those files nicely organized. And of course, we should be revising them day in, day out. But the practical reality these days is that the top players, they're so active, they play all the time. And it can be easy to forget or neglect revising your openings. And I think this is the perfect moment while Fedoseev pauses and thinks and tries to recall his opening notes to go on our first break of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the continuation of round 10 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament.
Do you want to add to your resume and earn up to $1,000 too? Chessable Research Awards are for you. Head to chessable.com/research_awards and apply today. The application is 10 questions long, and some questions are easy, like what is your name and what is your email address? Application questions also ask you to tell Chessable about a chess-themed research project that you want to begin, or about chess-themed research you're already doing. Past winners' topics include detecting chess cheaters and scuba diving in chess. Applications are due by May 15th, and winners will be announced on June 15th. If you win, you will work with a faculty member on your research, then submit a blog post about what you accomplished. So what are you waiting for? Start your application today.
C4 knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan van Foreest with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest. We have the winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Foreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically, it comes down to a lot of luck, so I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end, and full credit to him. He played a really good tournament, and he really deserved to win it. I mean, could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, still in a bit come hit me, And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to be back to Tata Steel again.
Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of chess.
Such a prestigious event that all the great players from the past have played in this event.
I hope that my play will send a message.
My ultimate goal is to survive till the end.
I think I'm ready to play again, yes.
I'm very happy to be in Wijk Aan Zee. I'm extremely excited for the tournament.
I'm very excited to be a master this year, and I want to do my best and prove to myself that I'm capable of playing at this level. For everyone, it's a really important step in their career.
I hope I'm very well prepared and looking forward to win this tournament. I feel ready to fight for the win.
The game is on.
And it is game on here during round 10 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival. We see all of the tournaments here, amateurs and professionals alike, coexisting peacefully alongside each other. These are the early stages, of course, but the crowds are gathering. The world champion is in action here, and all eyes on the Masters section, where the race for first place is hotting up in the closing stretch, the last 4 rounds now. And it's been an exciting start to the day, Ivanka. It looks like opening surprises galore. What are you feeling at these early stages? Are we shaping up for real battles on the board?
Surprisingly, yes. And the reason why I say surprisingly is because actually, as the tournament draws closer to the finish, I would have expected everyone to be a little bit more nervous, right? And not take as many risks and try to consolidate their point advantages. But instead, we are seeing all kinds of chess. There on the top right, Abdusattorov, he's really going forward with his king side pawns. And there we're also seeing gambits. I know that we mentioned in the bottom right that Arjun and Kaimer, we'd seen stuff like that that before. But I'm excited to what that brings. And the board adjacent to it, Harikrishna Caruana, that is a Sicilian defense. And whenever we see the Sicilian defense in modern day chess these days at the top level, we tend to get very excited because it is an indication of combative play. And Arturs, I did hear you give an expression of surprise because there were some developments, right, from the Fedoseev game.
Absolutely, Yavi. I mean, G takes on f6, what was played by Fedoseev, you can see in the lower middle board against Praggnanandhaa. I was very surprised because I can immediately see everything that is wrong with this move because Black voluntarily shatters his pawn structure and there's no easy way to fix it. And I think that Queen takes on f6 had to be played. Probably the big fish has here a deeper idea and he's just trying to unbalance the game, and there's definitely some bonus of keeping the queen on d8 because the pawn on d5 is now a bit better protected, or maybe he's just looking for a different kind of fight. But you know, David, at least when I'm looking at all the games we have had so far in this round, I have I'm very excited because it feels like a good mix of classical games. We have some quite nice maneuvering games. I saw one of the games has the bishop pair, the other looks like a quite Italian game. And then we have total craziness happening in Prague's game against Fedoseev, and also the Keres attack g4, g5. So everything for the fans we could wish for.
Yeah, everything we could hope for. The classical kind of do-it-at-home type approaches, and then the don't-do-it-at-home approaches that Fedoseev's going for. And just before we move away from this game, Arturs, you mentioned you could see everything wrong with this capture. I'm going to say that it's just ugly. Black's got doubled pawns. It's as simple as that. There's an isolated pawn on h7 as well, long-term. But maybe you can break it down just why it's so shocking, just this one move alone.
Right, so let's maybe go back to this move, bishop takes on f6, and after queen takes on f6, I think you were on spot right there, David. You mentioned that there might be moves like queen a4 check here, and if Fedoseev doesn't really clearly remember the analysis, then this move is quite difficult to handle. After knight c6, there's the bishop takes on c4 move, but also there's this line that you mentioned a bit in between the break, that here White can play a3 followed by g3, bishop g2, and this knight on f3 maybe sometimes is rerouted from knight g1, knight e2, and still get to the pawn on d5. So the problem for Black is that the pawn on d5 constantly will be in trouble. The only thing here what I don't quite understand is what essentially changes after g takes on f6 and who stops playing White from executing the same plan. Again, I want to play a3, g3, bishop g2, and put the knight on f4. Yavi, what do you make of this?
It's an interesting decision, right? I really like White's position, and I say interesting in the very British way of just saying, I don't approve. But I do remember when I first wrote my Caro-Kann book all the way back many, many years ago, that I think I got to a line very similar like this. And I said, yeah, well, no one's going to go g takes f3 in that particular case. And I left at that. And then the readers were not happy with me. They were like, no, explain. But yeah, this is it's ugly, as David says. And it's also, I'm going to point to king safety is going to be a problem for Black as well. Because where is Black going to put the king? They've overextended on the queen side. And okay, yeah, you could live with the king on the king side, but you know, you're going to need some pieces to do some defensive work. So Arturs, I completely agree with you. And gentlemen, do you think we should move on?
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. So yeah, maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view and David can select the next game we should follow. There's plenty of action. We have the couple of quiet positional games. I mentioned the Mendonca has the two bishops against Anish Giri. That's one of my favorite topics, but there's more action.
There is, and actually that top left board you mentioned there, Arturs, it looked very quiet, very kind of thematic, until Mendonca's just put his king on f2. Not castling, a very flexible square. Maybe this is one we'll check back in on very shortly to see whether Anish can kind of punish that white king coming out, not castling, although it does look difficult to do so for now. The Abdusattorov board against Sarana, the red board there, already heating up. We'll check back in. We were there a bit earlier, but I'm going to take us to, I think, Arjun against Keimer, firstly because it's been maybe one of the biggest surprises of the event so far that Arjun has struggled this much. Players can be in bad form, but to lose several games, to not get going, just to not really feel like, he hasn't had any chances really, Arjun, to score points, to score those wins. But also the fact that it is a very forcing line, and I believe the only game out of the 7 with a material imbalance. Maybe this is one we can do a rewind, an action replay, see how we got here.
All right, I'm going to take it from here. So it was the Ruy Lopez after bishop b5, bishop a4, a very popular opening. So both players are essentially neglecting the pawn on e4 and the pawn on e5 for the moment. This is modern theory. Black, of course, can take the pawn on e4. White can take the pawn on e5. But the reputation is that the other side is usually doing pretty well. And here after rook e1, White is already threatening to win the pawn, followed by b5 here and short castle. And now I don't really know. I mean, I have played my fair share of games in the Ruy Lopez and Italian game, but I have to confess that whenever I see the Marshall attack incoming with the move d5, somehow I feel inclined to play the anti-Marshall with a4. But of course, playing something like h3 and c3. No, sorry, it was d3. I thought it was c3 is a very principled way to play, and yet Black played d5 anyway. I have a question to both of you then, David or Yovi. What's your experience in the Marshall? Would you agree to play the most principled continuation against the Marshall, accept the pawn, or just take it positionally?
Yeah, and maybe I'll jump in first because you mentioned that you've got some experience in the Ruy Lopez, Artus. I think the first time we played, you beat me in the Ruy Lopez, the Spanish. So yeah, I wish I'd played the Marshall more my career. Actually, that's one of the biggest regrets, that I didn't learn something a bit more solid. I was always playing these weird sidelines, these knight g7s, g6s. Later the Berlin, which sends most people to sleep. But this is always the question, right? Thanks for showing my blitz repertoire, the sidelines. But what we have in the current position, this pawn sacrifice, or actually maybe we show that d5 in slow motion to show that it is the e5 pawn that's sacrificed. I'm always inclined to take it when I have the white side, be it in an anti-Marshall or these types of positions, and just ask the other side to kind of prove the equality, because here it is Vincent Keimer who has to prove the compensation. White can just develop the queenside knight, just the game goes on, of course. But you got to eat the cake in order to kind of feel the consequences here. And okay, he actually develops with his knight first and only later takes on e5. But it's the bishop pair, something that Artus touched upon earlier. That is the compensation. Black's beautiful bishop on b7. Ivanka, what are your instincts? Is this enough? Arjun has half an hour more on the clock, but can Vincent work his way to a decent position here?
Yes, these kind of positions always kind of twist. They always turn on the fact that, do you like defending or do you not? And since I don't particularly like defending, I'm not going to be taking this position with the white pieces. So I would perhaps have steered the game into something a little bit quieter earlier on. But here, yeah, the one of the justifications that I've always heard about the Marshall is that if Black has a light square bishop on b7, you will always have compensation and you always get joy from that. So I do feel that Vincent as well is doing okay, but I'm just going to add the twist. I just noticed the clock times. Arjun has got more time on his clock than he started with, whereas Vincent is burning the time, and that is actually going to influence my opinion. So I think Arjun definitely has a plan of defense up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm also sharing the same sentiment as Yovi. I don't like to give up the initiative so easily, but from the Black's perspective, I really like his position. At least I'm also completely agreeing with Yovi here that with the bishop on b7, Black always will have the compensation, and then maybe try to push back White's pieces with moves like f6, queen d7, bishop f8, or bishop d6, and White has to prove what he has for the pawn. But then again, I also can perfectly understand David, because from the White's perspective, like David said, Black has to prove. So it puts back maybe sometimes in a bit uneasy situation where in other situations you would have been more cautious, but now you're the one who has to prove, essentially charge forward, and perhaps this could backfire.
Yeah, essentially it's a stylistic thing, as you both alluded to there. I think there's no right or wrong. Computer probably says totally level, but ultimately I'm a pawn grabber. I can't remember how to attack, how to checkmate opponents. And I think for Arjun, that's quite, well, the point isn't the same, but it's more that Arjun, it's been a while now since he won a game. He's been trying to create. He's been the one trying to get action going. It keeps backfiring. So I think he's just saying, I'm going to grab a pawn. You come to me. The game will at some point spice up. And at least I'll start from a position with a little bit more material. And yeah, I think he might just be tired of trying to trying to force himself into form. At some point, you just have to allow the opponent to come to you in chess. And yeah, for Vincent, I'm not sure how it suits his style, but being a pawn down, fighting for compensation, that's what he finds himself having to do. Maybe this is one to keep an eye on a bit later. And yeah, in the meantime, let's go to the bird's eye view. And okay, all the games mostly in the middle game now. Lots of pawns advancing on the board between Abdusattorov and Caruana. Max Varmadam against Gukesh. That is, yeah, at least out of the opening stage. No big surprises now. Just looks like a very typical kind of position. White has occupied the center. Jovanka, I'm going to give you the power this time. Where should we jump to?
It's a tough one, because actually my eyes were drawn to, of course, the Abdusattorov game there on the right. But I just like to put that one on the back burner just for now, because I'm sure we're going to spend a lot of time on it. But I'm fascinated by one of the battles that you described earlier, David. Leon Mendonça against Anish Giri, because it seemed to me all part and parcel of a normal Slav there in the top left. But then suddenly White went and put their king on f2, which is a very modern way of handling kingside safety these days. So maybe we can just for my indulgence, kind of pop in there and then not avert our eyes, go in other directions.
All right, let's go. And let's start from the very beginning, how the game started. So this was the Slav with a slightly different move order. I'm always very interested about the stories of how players come up with this particular sequence of the moves, because very often it's not random. There's a very good reason. And at least from my limited understanding of why White plays d4, then plays knight f3, because in some lines, for example, if Black plays d5, c4, d takes on c4, plays the Queen's Gambit accepted, then he has an early e5 break in the center. And maybe this somehow contributes to the move started with knight f3. But all right, so we got to the Slav position, and this is one of the most played lines. And I really have to confess, David, this is my absolute favorite line with the white color. As soon as I see the position where I get two bishops, you are a pawn grabber, I'm the bishop pair grabber.
Exactly. I mean, I don't mind a bishop pair. Give me a bishop pair any day. And yeah, I tried for a few years in my career, I tried to fashion my opening repertoire all about getting the bishop pair. I would allow my opponents to play like Nimzo Indians and things just so I could take the bishops. But yeah, I mean, if we continue a few moves ahead, artists, the big question mark for me, and this is always why I've struggled in positions and openings like this. Usually, if you have the knights, here it's Anish Giri with the black pieces rather than the bishops, then you normally want to keep things closed. But we soon see that Anish is pretty happy to allow the center to open up. In fact, he even captures on the c4 square in a couple of moves. And yeah, it feels like he's trying to maybe accelerate the play before White is fully ready, before White decides to commit the king. And yeah, this type of position, there's not so many signposts. It's very kind of concrete. Otherwise, White's just better long term. And yeah, that always gives me pause for thought. And Jovanka, you mentioned this king move. Let's try and understand why. I mean, he could have castled queenside, he could have castled kingside. Instead, he's gone for neither.
Yeah, that's surprising to me, David. And he just lived there in the center with the king. I mean, it is a common idea in these type of positions, but usually you do it, once black has committed their king to one direction. I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on your point, David, because I do play these positions with the black pieces, and I remember in some post-game analysis I did with another international master that he told me, said the reason why black is slightly worse in these games is because there are 3 sets of minor pieces on the board. And if black were to trade off knights, for instance, then the position becomes easier for them because they're able to therefore maneuver their pieces that little bit earlier. And you can kind of see it here, like the knight on b8 doesn't have too many squares available to it. So that's probably why we're seeing a6, which is an unusual move in itself because it does feel like the position is kind of heating up. And then suddenly black is taking the time out to cover the b5 square. Feels a bit awkward, but that was just something I just wanted to add. If black is able to, say, for instance, get in a knight takes knight at the right time, then I think the bishop and the knight will be able to handle the bishop pair in an easier fashion. As it stands, yeah, king f2 and a6, presumably with the idea of going c5 and oh la la, let's open the center.
Indeed, this could be some all-a-la chess here, perhaps with the idea of h6, as Yoyovi said, black protects the b5 square so that after c5 he can put the knight on c6. But I'm a bit confused about this king f2, really, and I try to understand what could have been the idea. And in the end, I decided that, again, I don't really know how far Mendonca's preparation goes, but if he would cast the long side, then black's idea of a6, b5, c5 probably would come anyway, and black is thinking about organizing this counterplay at the queen side. And white is not really interested to cast the short side because perhaps Mendonca is thinking a bit further that black has to cast a short anyway. Now that I'm trying to remember how many times in these slot positions black actually casts the long side, maybe, Yovi, you're gonna know it a bit better, but I think most of the time black casts a short, and maybe that's why with the rook on h1, after black casts a short, white might get an inspired h4, h5 break.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You definitely want to be, you normally want to be castling kingside in these type of positions, but usually you don't get the choice though, Nike Sans, to go queenside castling, because usually you've already committed your king to the king side and you've already completed your development, and then white steps forward with king f2 at the right time, and then you'll often see black react in the center with some timed e5 break. But yeah, to go king f2 so voluntarily without black having gone queen c7 and committed their pieces to certain squares, it's unusual to me. And yeah, it's an interesting game. And now with a6 c5 looming on the horizon, and with some b5 ideas, I think, well, Anish, he's signaling that he wants to fight very hard, and this is a perfect opportunity for him to make that bid towards the lead. David, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a very rich middle game. Both sides will have plenty of plans, pawn breaks at their disposal. Anish hinting he might want to play the move c5, hence Mendonca's move here. Rook to d1, he's gearing up for the center to open. I really like that one. He's pretty much committed most of his pieces now, Leon, and at some point he'll want to play the moves g3, king g2, just to be super safe, to kind of cover all the squares in his camp or his half of the board. To be honest, I do slightly prefer white, just because we were talking about the bishop pair, and also extra pawn in the center, gives extra chances later on to expand with e4. You don't want to rush it, but yeah, it feels like maybe white's play is easier. Black still with the onus to equalize, but if anyone can equalize, it's going to be Anish Giri. Of course, he'll have studied these types of positions before. So maybe we check in on some of the other games that we haven't had a chance to cover. I'll just do a quick quick survey here. Who prefers white? Jovanka, Artis?
All right, let's do it.
Leon or Anish?
Okay, I prefer black. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I believe in the light square strategy that Anish has employed.
All day, I'm going to pick white. Absolutely. I love this position for white. I'm not sure I approve of king f2, but give me this position with white any day.
Okay, and here we see the rest of the boards. We haven't checked in on Wei Yi against Van Forest. I reckon in the near future, at least, in the next few moves, this is one we should pay some attention to. Abdusattorov, again, that feels like it might be the game of the round, just the way it's shaping up. And Max Varmadam against Gukesh, maybe we check in on how they decided to navigate those opening surprises. Okay, where to begin? I'm going to elect this game, the world champion. He is our leader after all. And what do we make of his opening? Ivanka, all I see is the white pawns in the center.
Yeah, I was going to agree with you. That's the first thing that I see is center. And I love the center. And the reason why I'm a big fan of that is actually because it gives white extra space, which sounds like it's stating the obvious, but it does mean that you have the fluidity of working on the king side, queen side, whereas black has to, at some point, start chipping away. And that's not easy. That's not easy to actually achieve. You know, you can't be going d5. e5 is... It feels wrong. And so I'm expecting perhaps Gukesh to work the magic down the C line. But even then, everything is covered for white. The only issue I see in this particular position for white is actually where to put the bishop on c1. But I'm thinking in very much big picture terms. I'm not thinking in moves as I speak. So there I can see it's Gukesh to play. So if I were Gukesh, I would be playing Rook c8. Artis, do I have your approval?
Well, I'm also a big fan of the center. Yeah, I like it, and especially if it's backed properly with some pieces. So white still has the bishop pair. And I think that from the opening, at least openings-wise, Gukesh's strategy, I'm not sure if it really has worked, because did he really expect that Varmerdam is going to play something quiet as g3? So if I may, I would like to go back a couple of moves to the very first part of the game, where here Gukesh actually proposed a switch to the close Sicilian. So if white will play knight c3, bishop g2, d3, and maybe a4, maybe not a4, but knight f3, Gukesh probably thought, okay, this is a position I know, and black is not really having any issues. But here Varmerdam instead played c3, which of course makes perfect sense to grab the center. And now black already has defined his pawn setup. I mean, he has made the first three moves with the pawns. He is not willing to play e5. And that's why, at least looking at how the first moves of this game were played, I think that Varmerdam, at least in my eyes, has won the opening battle. His position looks very solid. Here, Gukesh just played Rook b8, but visually, I think if somebody can get in trouble, David, it's only black.
Yeah, I think Gukesh needs to play very energetically just to hold the balance here, just to find some play, to find a plan. He plays the move Rook to b8, clearly hinting that he wants to push his b pawn forward, b5, b4, and at least kick away one of white's pieces, fight for space on that flank. But yeah, I really love what Max Varmerdam has done. I'm not going to say it's a disaster for Gukesh. It's still plenty of play ahead, of course, but Max has a nice stable position, easy moves. He'll put his bishop on e3, his queen on d2, rook on c1 if given time. And yeah, white is the one with the pawn breaks, it feels like, rather than black. So yeah, it feels like the surpriser here, Gukesh, playing d6 on move 1, has been surprised himself. It's backfired a bit. I'm not sure exactly what white should be playing here. I would just play bishop e3 if I wasn't given any time to think and only deal with the consequences of b5 later. But yeah, Ivanka, Max is an opening expert after all. He's had good results, I believe, against Gukesh in the past. It looks like perfect start to this game, at least for him.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. He's got everything he wants. And I actually wanted to ask your opinion on rook to b8, okay, it's indicating b5, b4. But is this actually the type of plan that black should be going for? Because I actually honestly thought that we would see rook c8, knight a5, knight c4, that kind of imbalance to the position. But we see something else. And just like David mentioned, bishop e3 is my instinct as well. Just develop your pieces. What can be wrong with that?
Yeah, I also agree with you over here. Bishop e3 is a very easy move because at least when it comes to the openings, I try to follow the principles, position the pieces in good squares, keep your eyes open and see what happens. So white hasn't yet developed the bishop on c1. On g5 doesn't really make any sense because black could play h6, and I don't think that white is interested to take on f6, unless, now that I'm thinking, maybe there's an opportunity for white to play bishop g5, kind of hint at some future ideas to push e5, and if black plays h6, retreat with the bishop on e3 so that you can play queen e2 and hit the pawn on h6 with a tempi, and then maybe with a followed kingside pawn march, f4, g4, f5, g5. Look, you can let basically your imagination fly here. Black's position is not really impressing me.
Yeah, I love that move actually, bishop g5. It's like a much more sophisticated version of bishop e3. I think b5, black's plan, maybe we can just put a couple of moves on the board. For example, bishop to g5, say black just gets on with it, b5, I don't know, queen d2, just for argument's sake, b4. White can always just plonk a knight on d5, just throw it in there, and even this kind of change of structure, I think this is just going to favor Max Varmadam. If anything, the black knight is forced to sit on the side of the board where it just gets locked out of the game. The white d pawns can't be targeted. They control a lot of squares. There's a big backward pawn on e7. I mean, this is, again, just a sample variation, but this is the type of thing that will be going through Max Varmadam's mind as he asks himself how threatening actually is Gukesh's last move. And I think active play bishop g5, I love it there. And Ivanka, maybe we'll see Gukesh on the back foot, at least in the early middle game.
I completely agree with you there, David. Actually, I think Gukesh will really have to play some excellent defensive moves in order to neutralize white's play. But it's not going to be easy at all. I think Max has definitely got everything that he wants. And I just want to say I love what both of you guys said. I feel like that is the way forward. And maybe we put this game on hold for a little bit and then go back to our beautiful bird's eye view and have a peek at some of the other games.
Yeah, what we are seeing here, there's definitely more action. Also, the game we haven't really followed, that's another, what is it? I try to understand because this part is not really clear. Where starts and ends the open Sicilian, where starts the offbeat Sicilian, and then we have some kind of a hybrid. So why play knight c3, then play d4, the game in question again, Harikrishna against Caruana. Maybe we can, just a second, let me try to select the game. Yeah, there you go. Because this gives me the vibes of a very famous game that was played. Maybe David is going to correct me here. I don't really remember. Maybe it was about 2016 or so. Magnus Carlsen against Radoslav Wojtaszek. This very, very famous game where he opted with the move knight c3 against Wojtaszek's d6, and Magnus famously played d4, queen d4, queen e2, b3, bishop b2, and this really became a hit. But what we are seeing, at least in the opening phase, is that Harikrishna played knight f3, then played knight c3, and played the same d4 anyway.
Yeah, the kind of sister variation, right? The Carlsen variation, as they call it now, this d4, queen d2, b3. Here the difference is that white's queen chose a different square, I guess, after it got kicked back. It chose to retreat to the e3 square. So I'm pretty sure there's some nuances. Maybe after the queen dropped back to d2 there, instead bishop g4 might have been annoying, as opposed to the variation you just showed there, Artis, where the white knight was still on g1 and wouldn't have been hit. And maybe this is something that here Pantala Harikrishna wanted to avoid. Instead, the queen was the one that was targeted. An interesting dance here between the black dark square bishop and the white queen. And it jumped out to h6, the bishop, in a moment. And only then, after kicking the white queen to a different square this time. Again, don't try it at home. Queens shouldn't move 3 times in the first 7 moves like this. But yeah, it seems to have normalized somewhat the position. And Jovanka, I don't know where open Sicilians or close Sicilians or anti-Sicilians, I don't know where they all begin. But this Sicilian, at least, has led to a position that both sides have reasons to be happy about.
Yeah, it was an interesting dance that the queen did there. I wasn't expecting it to be actually booted away from e3. I thought she looked quite awkward there. But yeah, this one seems to be quite a bit more standard. But the question here for white is where to put the bishop. Do you just drop the bishop back along the same diagonal? Do you go bishop to h4? But I don't know what it's doing on h4. So I'm definitely kind of pounding the table for putting the bishop on e3. And then one of the things that I whenever I played the open Sicilian was I was just constantly just playing for the center, just trying to occupy the center with the pieces, trying to get a knight onto d5 at the right time and try to grab as much space as possible, making use of the half open line. But these positions, again, can get super sharp because as black, you have to answer the first question. How are you going to complete your development? And then secondly, what would be your counterplay in terms of measuring up to white's extra space there? So intriguing battle. It's a very subtle position here, Arta.
Yeah, you have indeed. And I think the reason why they're playing it because it's a relatively unexplored position, fresh position. And at least when I was growing up, moves like the knight c3 systems, pretty much white would never play d4, and everybody was playing either knight f3, d4, and knight e4, and then only knight c3 or playing the anti-Sicilians. And what we're seeing, this entire setup of d4, queen d4, and queen e3, this is something fresh and unexplored, and they're just curious to find it out. I'm also a bit surprised about this particular move, queen e3, because I thought, at least from my point of view, is that usually white is trying to get some sort of a Marazzi bind with a pawn on c4. And again, that's a topic where I could talk about on hours, that white plays c4, e4, try to restrict black's piece activity. But here the pawn stands on c3. I'm not really sure what the queen on e3 does. So supposedly white loses a tempi here, and then black helps him to improve the queen. Really original stuff. But this last move, h6, David, I suppose here what black wants to do, black wants to play knight f6 and complete a castle, but for some reason Fabi didn't like the knight f6 immediately. I suppose because of knight e5, which gives me the vibes of Warmerdam against Gukesh, because again, it's the same idea. Also the move you proposed, bishop g5, knight e5, and apply some pressure against the pawn on e7.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure potentially. That makes me wonder why Harikrishna is kind of refraining from bishop h4. This whole idea, queen takes d4, queen e3, it's been played by Carlsen, Rapport, and others, Wesley So, I believe. But yeah, it becomes very positional if black is able to fend off this first wave and get castled. I do wonder whether the reason Harikrishna is hesitating is because he thinks Caruana might even throw some kingside pawns at him, like g5 if white retreats to the h4 square to the edge of the board. Maybe we'll see g5 taking on f3, h5, and pawn storm. But just as an example. But this is very committal stuff, of course. And Harry, he's had an up and down tournament. I've been very entertained by his games, very impressed by his games. But it does feel like he's willing to take a bit more risk in these last few rounds, rather than the kind of stable, solid Harry that I've known and loved for so many years. And maybe he's just debating now how much to provoke Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, that's the battle, right? So do you play positionally? That's very much Harry's style, but we have seen him take very aggressive decisions. Yesterday, he lost, so I'm inclined to think that Harikrishna might just simply go to a less committal square with a bishop and not provoke Fabiano to go forward with his kingside pawns. That's just a feeling that I have, It's often one of those things that artists, when you're playing the higher rated opponents, you tend to kind of play a little bit more solid. You try to simplify the position, and then absolutely you try to defend or try to get that draw.
Yeah, indeed. So now the question is how here Harry is going to continue. The line that David mentioned, this bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, h5, I would probably see some ghosts, and I'm not sure I would love to go there. Maybe also I would like to continue the thought that after bishop h4 here, there might be an extra idea for black to continue development, to play knight f6, to continue development and also hint at knight h5. And I'm not really sure if I'm very happy, Yovi, to give up the darks with bishop on g3. And again, I know we're going back to the discussion about the bishop pair, but this bishop on g3, once it will be gone, for white will be much harder to organize any activity, because once the position opens up, in theory at least, the bishop pair power increases. And maybe that's why here white is thinking about where to put the bishop. And at least visually looking, Yovi, I'm thinking about something like bishop e3, remove the knight, and perhaps play f4, f5, and ignite some fire on the board.
Yes, I agree with you there, artists. Well, one thing for sure, we are going to be guaranteed a fight. Maybe we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at another game. And this time I'm going to cough and go top right. Because that game, Abdusattorov, it's just looking crazy.
Oh, wow. I just saw what you were talking about indeed. So we have an H file open and white has willingly to castle short. So I would have thought that if black is opening up the H file, then white is not castling short. But no, here Nodirbek says that a king is feeling just fine on G1 because the black queen will have some difficulties to be rerouted to the H file. And even more, Abdusattorov feels he is having enough time to open up the position with a4. I mean, that being said, Yovi, I do definitely see the dangers of the white king on g1, but I have a very big question, and probably you're also wondering where exactly the black king is planning to go, because I don't think he wants to castle short, because then maybe white can take over the game with something like rook h3 and queen h5.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, can we rewind to see how this craziness just occurred? Because at one point in my life, I was a big fan of these retrograde puzzles. Did you ever solve them? I was obsessed with this book on Sherlock Holmes. I can't remember who it was by, but
Which puzzles? I'm sorry, I quite didn't
get
the
retrograde puzzles. Where you try to figure out exactly what happened beforehand.
I have to admit, I don't think I ever done them.
Okay. Well, they're a lot of fun. Often they actually employ this kind of concept that streamers use, en passant. But they're very good. So we left the artists when the position was pretty wild, right? With g4, a3 being played, and then bishop b7 attacking the center. Well, as we predicted, the center was reinforced, and yeah, you guys called it. g5, and hey ho, let's go, says white.
Yeah, indeed. So white is building up something. So at the same time, Caruana also was busy trying to organize some counterplay at the queen side, queen e2, f4. These moves really make sense. And after h6, guess what, Yovi? Arjun doesn't like Abdusattorov's courage and says, you can't play like that. I mean, should castle is weakening the king, and yet black has to show something for it. I mean, I suppose Arjun likes some more traditional moves like bishop d2 or bishop e3 and castle the long side, because I cannot really imagine white keeping the king in the center for too long. And Abdusattorov thought, okay, whatever, the king is going to feel here just fine. And after knight b6, a4, this is the current position on the board.
Yeah, and I'm just going to jump in. Sorry, everyone. I needed to take a short break, but a4, I came back and I saw this position. I was like, wait, why is the h-file open? Why is the white king here about to get checkmated? But I mean, this is modern chess, right? And I think the most likely explanation is that Abdusattorov probably studied something very similar at home, where the computer said, yeah, the king's totally fine on the king's side. You do this. The black king is a bit stranded as well. If you don't get attacked, it's just a proper fight. And yeah, I'm expecting b4 just because that's the automatic reply in any system. And Jovanka, the question is, well, I don't think he's going to jump in with his knight. I would love to play the move knight to d5. I don't think it's going to happen. But the question is, if white retreats the knight, how in control is Abdusattorov here? He's taking risk in his quest to win, but is it a bit too much?
It's scary times, I mean, for both players. And I do think that the price of an error in these type of positions is going to be extremely high. And yeah, I agree with you, David. I don't think white has enough firepower to suddenly give up a knight in the center. You've got to be lined up with rooks and other pieces. So what I expect after b4 is that the knight might humbly retreat to d1, and then from there go to evaluation bar sinks a little bit, and knight f2, and I wanted to go knight to g4, but I do feel like I'm not respecting the nature of the position. I'm trying to positionally play it something where you do need to just light that paper and just watch the fireworks explode.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm wondering why would the silicon piece not really like this position. Maybe the fact that indeed the white king is feeling a bit more in peril. So perhaps there could be a time to make a break in the center. No, the engine says, no, sir, this is not how you play. Looks perfectly reasonable to me, but I also agree with you that knight e5 just... even though it's a very thematic move in these positions, I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, maybe I could throw in the mix some crazier combinations like a5 here. If the knight retreats, go knight a4. And if a black takes on c3, take on b6 and make a big face, I have a very big compensation here. But actually, I'm not really sure if this is the commentator's curse, because probably I would never play this myself.
Yeah, it does look scary for white. Tactics very rarely work when your king is more exposed than the opponent's king, right? And the king on g1. I mean, central play, just maybe we can put those moves on the board again. b4, knight d1. Maybe it's e5 just to undermine the g5 pawn. I'm wondering. Eval bar rises, so maybe not. But just if Alexei Sarana can open things at some point, then it feels like the tactics might work for him. Yeah, it's going to be complicated though, and this is Abdusattorov's style after all, I would say, Jovanka. Just fiery chess, very confident, very quick, uses his time advantage, and pounces on any opportunity.
It's also really difficult. I mean, can we just backtrack a little bit to some of those pawn breaks? Because I too, I'm just trying to think, what is the correct response for black? And I have two fantastic chess minds alongside me. So, okay, so here, b4. Okay, knight to d1. I do feel that's what I would play. And now I was just thinking, so you guys suggested d5 and the computer was like, no, even though it looks very natural. e5 also was not met with a computer stamp of approval. But in this type of position, you have to be super concrete, and there's really nothing.
Maybe you have something like f5 and bishop a6. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted you. I was thinking how to continue your thought process, but a5, bishop a6. Maybe the engine here wants to play a bit positionally and not rush with things. But I'm also with David here. Actually, I like his idea a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Artis. I was just trying to channel my inner Sicilian player, which only comes out once in a while when I'm feeling brave. But yeah, e5, it does follow conventional wisdom, if you can open lines towards the opponent's king, if you can kind of fix them in the center, get your pieces out, the black dark square bishop, the black queen, and maybe the only two pieces that aren't doing too much. So e5 would try and make use of those. But he's gone a different direction. He's played his knight into c4, Alexei Sarana, far more direct. He's going to put his queen on b6 next move against most white responses. For example, a capture on the queen side now, black will give a check and probably then recapture, assuming white blocks with the rook. Oh, maybe black should take with the pawn first. Maybe here white blocks with the queen, but yeah, just to point out that okay, it has been a capture and a recapture. Here black would lose the b5 pawn, so instead he took back first. Small trick, and knight takes b5 doesn't work because of queen to b6 check with a double attack, the fork. So yeah, the queen will land on b6. It does look very tempting here for black. Evalbad doesn't like it, Jovanka, but okay, that's not the most relevant thing here. In practical terms, looks like a good attempt by Caruana.
It certainly does, because it's not actually very natural to think of a white plan of attack. You know, f5 is impossible because the pawn is hanging on g5. Although one always has to go deeper and actually thoroughly check. Is g6 ever an idea in these type of positions?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, g6, it's a great move. It's a very typical Sicilian move. And actually, if white doesn't play g6, then black will play g6 himself and even think about bringing the king to the relative safety on g7. So if I'm white, I would definitely consider this. Also, the point is here that if black takes, f takes on g6, white can play queen g4, apply some pressure here. I thank you, Engine, for not confirming my silly analysis here. But, I mean, it looks completely logical here, and black cannot really most likely play king f7 because there's a 5. But I suppose the hard reality here is that chess is very concrete, and concretely here, there's something that Engine doesn't approve with this plan.
Yeah, maybe just at the very end there, we can show that the white king is actually trapped as well. So, yeah, queen to g4. Maybe the idea is queen to b6 check. And after white blocks, the only way to block is with the rook, then bishop to h4, and black survives with his king in the center, but white's defense is collapsing. Wow, I mean, it looks scary, but the knight is the king's best friend, and black holds everything. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of thing that could go either way, right? This position. This is just one, again, instructive variation, but there'll be plenty of these ahead that could turn on just a small detail.
The position is just so razor sharp, and yeah, it's a very instructive point to note that the king on g1 is not particularly safe. But then the question is, you know, Artis mentioned that this position is very concrete. We have to find a very specific move that white can play. I mean, what pieces are the attackers? Is the bishop going to come out to e3? The knight on b3 is looking really stupid, if you don't mind me saying. Does one go bishop to e3? Yeah, I know. Does one go bishop to e3 in these types of positions? And then you can kind of get on with at least connecting the rooks. I'm a big fan of that, as David knows.
Yeah, I mean, bishop e3, it's the bishop pair. I know that inside I would be cringing if I made a move. Artis probably doesn't want to play that one either, but it would at least block the diagonal. Maybe queen f2, similar, just stop any queen b6 checks. It's that type of position. Artis, yeah, I mean, what's going through Abdusattorov's mind? Is it just pure calculation at this point? Is it just moves, or is there some tinge of regret that he castled into it?
Yeah, I think what I would be trying to do, I would be trying to somehow consolidate my position. I'm also thinking about queen f2 because bishop e3, you know, this is a move maybe some years ago I would reject immediately just because, there you go, by the way, queen f2 was just played by Abdusattorov. But the move bishop e3, I've keen to learn and understand chess over the years a bit better than before. That, like we already mentioned this a couple of times, that chess is a very concrete game. You cannot have some clear ideas that this is a move you will never do. You should have very open mind about it. So the reason why I don't like giving up the darks of bishop is that there's so many the actual weaknesses. For example, I'm just going to put it on the board. Bishop e3, black would take with e3, and then essentially black controls all the dark squares. But again, chess is a very concrete game, and maybe specifically here, because of the pawn on b5, white maybe even can do this. But yeah, I mean, queen f2 definitely seems to be the safer move. And look at this, you have a b4 played immediately, also followed by knight e1. So I suppose this means that Abdusattorov definitely was expecting b4.
Yeah, and in the meantime, b4 was played. The knight retreats. The knight's about to come back out to kick away the black intruder, the black knight on c4. And it looks like Caruana with some thought to do about how to continue next. We're going to leave him to ponder how to proceed in this middle game. And we're going to go on another very short break. We'll be back in just a few minutes to see how round 10 pans out as the games start to heat up. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
What are your favorite countries to play chess in?
For chess, for me, any country is fine.
You don't mind that much?
Yeah, I don't mind. But as a person, I like Luxembourg very much.
Spain.
Spain.
Because I have the best memories there. So. No, not that, but
What
general,
is that?
They throw him into the swimming pool.
After general, like, I have
Punishment
good
for winning.
results.
Okay. You have any favorite countries to play with?
Greece is one of my
You like Greece?
Yeah,
Okay.
I won my World Youth, made my second GM now. Like I've got good result and also love the place.
Good. And Prag, what's your favorite country to play?
Like I said, room, like, country doesn't matter, just the playing venues matters.
Yeah,
With
the hotel and the venue.
Yeah, with the
Nice
correct
one.
room temperature.
What is your best game and the most memorable one and the weakest one?
Best game is not easy because I'm always torn between the Iranian game in Wijk Aan Zee and my game with Lothier. Weakest, it's hard to beat losing in 6 moves, right? So my game with Zapata in Biel, my game with Caruana in Wijk Aan Zee 2020 is definitely one of the most awful ones.
How exactly
and then
did it
some
go?
other.
How exactly did it go?
I'm not going to relive it with you now.
Oh, sorry.
You can look it up.
It's a painful.
Otherwise, I can act out your draw with Prag. You get up, you go. All on video, boy.
No, this will be
That
like...
was a classic. He gets a very confident jacket and all he's putting and he goes and then he turns around and comes back. Because this guy is not moving.
Yeah, no, okay, before making the move, I was checking the score sheet. I just missed that there was this move that... okay, let's not talk about that.
You know, in this video, they will be doing this
What was that game,
comparison,
Gukesh? What was the position? Huh? Okay, so we'll do a team thing. Each one of you will impersonate someone, some chess player that you can think of.
Who starts?
You start.
We are the same team. What is it?
Yeah.
You start.
It's okay.
Actually, I can start if you want.
No, wait, I'll start.
I just
2 minutes ago they were fighting. They made me draw locks and all and now they're saying.
I can start.
Guess under.
Okay, very
I
good.
could have done like this, but okay, so this is easier.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. And at number 1 is a huge game from the candidates. This is round 8. Vidit Gujarati with the white pieces against Gukesh Domaraju. Now, Gukesh has just lost round 7, the only loss that he had in the candidates against Ali Reza. And this is how the 17-year-old bounced back right after. Playing with black, it has been a model game against the Italian. A brilliant one. In case you missed it, I highly recommend you take a check on it, because the whole strategy was around Gukesh infiltrating from the queen side, one side of the board, and then eventually ending the game with a checkmate on the other side of the board. He's kept the pressure on Vidit for pretty much the entire game. And here, Vidit made the move, G-pawn, moving 2 steps forward, clearing the way for the white rook to attack the queen and hitting the black knight at the same time. 2 pieces hanging. And this is the moment I want you to pause. I want you to channel your inner Gukesh. I want you to channel your Puzzle Rush God mode. Black to play. One of the wackiest positions from the candidates and one of the most beautiful moves of the candidates. Here, Gukesh played the stunning rook takes knight. Black has got 3 pieces hanging. White has got 4 different captures, where all roads lead to Rome, and Rome is checkmate on Vidit's king on h4. Let's take a look at all the different captures. If white picks up the knight at the edge of the board, rook takes pawn is game over. Instead, if you capture the rook with the g-pawn, queen to g3 is checkmate. And after rook takes knight, my favorite, the most beautiful, if you capture the black queen, who needs a queen when you can get to the king? G5, a small pawn move with big effects. That's checkmate on the board. Take a look at this. Let this position just sink in. Absolutely crazy stuff. G5 would have been game over. Nothing can be picked up. Instead, after rook takes knight, Vidit captured the rook with the e-pawn. This only delays the inevitable. A check on the board, the king forced to move forward. And now, after the knight retreats to h7, giving another check, Vidit resigns, as the only move is picking up the knight, and queen takes pawn would have been checkmate.
And welcome back to windy Wijk Aan Zee, where it is round 10 of the 2025 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. This is De Morian, the famed playing hall where some of the world's best players have congregated to fight against each other. Of course, there are other tournaments going on, though. Alongside the Masters section, we see several amateurs in full flow there, but also the challenges. The qualifier for the Masters section, all important, is top spot in this one. These are the standings after round 9. Whoever wins this tournament will play in next year's Masters section alongside the world's very best. And currently, it is the Czech Grandmaster Van Wen who is in first place, followed by 2 Dutch home favourites, Owen Lamy and Benjamin Bock. Still 4 rounds to go in this one as well. Jovanka, some really promising players here in the challenges.
Yeah, it's a beautiful mix of players. You mentioned there the leader Van Wyn. Also, they're just half a point behind the 2 other chasers. And the reason why it's such a beautiful mix as well, because you have like prodigies as well. We have an 11-year-old playing in such an elite event. We also have a 14-year-old Liu Miao Yi. She was doing really well, but it looks like her chances to win the event have slipped. But like you said, David, it's all about taking that first place and getting that spot into the Masters next year. So, Artis, I see that there is a bird's eye view of the Challengers games. Well, I'm going to have to ask your opinion. Which one of these games would you like to be playing?
Yeah, Yavi, it's usually a tough thing to choose. So the position that immediately caught my attention was Yakuboyev's game against Benjamin Bock. That's the lowest middle board we have here, as Black apparently has made very significant advances at the king side. The Black king is still on e8, so it feels like this was some sort of a topical Italian game where White just played, I believe, d4 to sacrifice the pawn in order to open up the position. So that looks very exciting. And from the other games, everything looks surprisingly normal, if I may say so.
Yeah, normal is always a state of mind, right? It's always one way of putting things. It does feel like this is just before things heat up. On the camera there, we do see the 14-year-old, I believe that you mentioned, Jovanka. She is destined for the very top, Lu Miao Yi, and she faces Ediz Gurel today. Maybe we check in on one of the games briefly. It's up to you. Artis, you mentioned Yakubov against Bok. The leader, Van Nguyen, his position may be slightly more tame. Maybe we just jump in and break things down as Benjamin Bok, of course, commentator, streamer, a Dutch favorite, very strong grandmaster. Can he join the leading pack?
Yeah, let's go. So here we go. This is the game. And maybe we just very, very quickly check what was the opening phase from the very beginning. How did they get to this very exciting position? I mean, who said that e4, e5 really has to be boring? Everything depends on the two players here. So the Italian game. Now, this is something that has become quite popular in the past years because when I was growing up, David, at least, I think that the Italian game was not really that well looked upon, and everybody was playing the Ryan Lopez, but I suppose we have to thank for Vladimir Kramnik and his unleashed Berlin variation in the Ryan Lopez that probably changed the mind of many that maybe this Italian game, which is a bit quiet, it's not so bad after all.
That's right. And I actually went through a phase when I was in my teens of playing the Italian game. I started with the Roy Lopez and the Scotch game. I graduated to the Italian, and between 2006 2009 it was kind of my main opening with White. And then as you mentioned, it wasn't looked upon very fondly. There were some journalists in the UK saying he needs to learn some adult openings, some more mature openings, like the Spanish. The Italian, it's just for children. And suddenly, about 5-6 years later, all of the world's top players started playing it as their main weapon, and especially this move, Bishop to g5, this pin, which is pretty much kind of one of the first things we all learn in chess. You pin, you win, or at least you annoy the opponent in the process. But it does invite black to come forward with pawns. So it wasn't actually very well thought of when I was young, but these days it's all the rage. It's just provocative chess. It's a way to keep things really complex with all 32 pieces on the board. And if we proceed a few moves down the line, it looks like g5 was played a bit later by Bok, showing no fear. And what a mess we find ourselves in now, Jovanka. I mean, I have no idea who's better, whose position is easier to play. It's just very irrational with this type of pawn structure.
It's completely irrational. Black is going full throttle on the king side. White is banking all of the play on the center. And before I kind of dive in, I just wanted to test my theory with you. So a long time ago, I hatched on this whole idea that every country has a certain type of stereotypical player. And for the Dutch, they were all attackers. Whenever I played a Dutch amateur, Dutch grandmaster, they would come at me like there was no tomorrow. It would be gambits, it would be sacrifices, it would be a lot of heavy theory. Is this your experience as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking. I wasn't lucky enough to play some of the very top Dutch players at their peak. I played Timon a few times in his, maybe after he was at his best. I played John van der Wiel. He was a very attacking player. I mean, attacking is definitely one thing a lot of Dutch players have in common. I would say maybe the younger players, Benjamin Bok is quite theory-oriented. He can play dynamic players, very good strategically. I don't know. Owen Lamy is very strategic. Jordan and his brother, Jordan van Foreest and Lucas van Foreest, very attacking players. I would say it's a mix. How about yourself, Artis?
Right. I don't think I have played that many Dutch players, and I'm myself a bit odd player when it comes to the Latvian school of chess because everybody from Latvia is usually a big attacker and I'm the positional player. So I'm not really sure that this always applies, and I think that everything depends on the early coaching, who was the first coach, what kind of lessons we got. And I think this essentially shapes the player. But ultimately, I think all of us, we tend to explore everything in chess there is to explore. Like very often, I like to bring up the example of Magnus Carlsen, right? I mean, he used to be purely a positional player like Capablanca, Reboard, and then in the last years he started playing more risks because of feeling that he can afford it, and now he is all-around player, and that's why I think this is also a journey that every player is interested to take. I mean, at some point you're, let's say, a strictly attacking player, but you're curious being, and you want to figure out how does it feel to be the other type of player.
Yeah, and I remember playing in Wijk Aan Zee a couple of times, and it was always Luc van Welly playing in the top group, trying to play these complicated battles. But ultimately, I think his instincts may be more positional. So, yeah, and Jerome Piquet, of course, who beat Garry Kasparov. Yeah, I'm trying to think of all these Dutch players now, Ivanka. But ultimately, the point is that, yeah, it's always a journey, and sometimes it just depends how the players wake up, how they feel when they wake up that day. Clearly, Yakubov wants a real fight, and it feels like Benjamin Bock woke up and said, "Okay, let's do this. Let's tango." He wants to win and join the lead. I think for this game, maybe the stakes are higher for him.
Yeah, definitely. He's trailing the lead by half a point. Tomorrow will be a rest day. So, yeah, you want to go into the rest day with a good frame of mind. And, well, what could be more exciting than a full-blooded fight on the chessboard where you really have to bring your tactical, your positional A game on the board. And again, this is really such a razor-sharp position. And there we see the blue arrow actually indicating to us that pawn takes pawn is the move. Now, computer engines are like notoriously greedy. They don't care about anything. Do you think a human would get greedy and grab?
Well, when it comes to me, I'm not really sure that this is the only move. And since also Benjamin, he is taking his time here, also it's not very obvious to him because, I mean, it's not only about the pawn, it's more about where the game is going to proceed. So let's just make a couple of moves on the board and try to understand what potentially could be in Benjamin's mind. So if he accepts the pawn, e takes on d4, c takes on d4, and for example, play knight takes on d4. So White most likely will be improving his position by some natural moves like knight e3. And I'm just trying to understand where Black is planning to position the king. Like, do you cast the long side? White might be very fast by opening up the queen side with b4 and a5 or rook c1, and the king side already is pretty shattered. King f8, king g7 doesn't really feel that safe. So that's why here Benjamin is also taking into account his significant lagging behind on the clock. As you can see, he has 30 minutes less on the clock. So for him, this choice is by no means obvious. But David, I do think, and I know that you're going to definitely say that accept the pawn is the way to go, since you already confessed you like the pawns. But I do believe it's a principal answer, don't you think?
Yeah, and it looks like he's just a few seconds ago played that move, pawn takes pawn. I think it's got some positional foundations as well. If he can't figure out how to improve the black pieces, the knight's struggling for squares. e5 is going to become a very nice kind of post for one of those knights, at least in the short term. So he's trying to kind of break the traffic jam, unclog his pieces, and I mean, going a pawn up in the process, that's always a nice bonus. But yeah, of course, it's kind of easier said than done. The black king is going to be a huge factor in this position for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it looks really very wild position. And there actually we saw a quick move from Yakubov and simply developing the knight, aiming to put a knight on f4 and d5 and play the position on from there. Very tense, but at least black is a pawn to the good. Shall we bid goodbye to this one and head back to our masters and catch up on what's happening there?
Let's do it, and let's go back now to the bird's eye view and see what we have missed. There's definitely more action going on. From the first look I had, Yovi, I had a feeling that the games are a bit more positional. So we are back to the master section. Do we see some other crazy action except of Abdusattorov, this very, very sharp anti-Sicilian, pro-Sicilian, I have no idea, maybe it doesn't really matter what it is. And also there's the quiet positional game of Wei Yi, the reigning champion, playing against another champion, Jordan van Foreest. Maybe that's the game we want to check a bit closer.
Yeah, that's the one game we haven't visited at all so far, so I approve. I second that. Let's jump to Wei Yi against Jordan van Foreest. We were at a Dutch players game last time. We were talking about the Dutch players' styles. I know Jordan's style, and he loves to play with the initiative, loves to sacrifice a pawn or two here or there, and really test his opponents. But this one, more of a positional battle. Two bishops against the center this time, Jovanka. Who are you favoring, first instinct?
Oh, these positions. I was actually testing them out yesterday morning at breakfast, and I thought I had a great position, and then suddenly it all collapsed. And okay, it's okay. I'm going to say the bishop pair, but I'm a big fan of the center, so you're kind of tugging at my heartstrings a little bit. So okay, it's difficult. Wei Yi is thinking about what to do. My first question, though, is let's put it up on the board why you can't grab that pawn.
Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out, and also Wei Yi is wondering what is wrong by taking the pawn. I mean, it's there. It's right there. I mean, you can just take it. And I think it also resonates with what David said. This is essentially how Jordan treats his way to play chess. And I just noticed there might be some couple of tactical tricks. One tactical trick, by the way, is pretty well known to the Italian game that after rook takes on e5, you might have bishop takes on f2. Oh, sorry, I see I blundered. The point is, after queen s6, very often in the Italian game, white loses the rook here on e5, but we have a surprising rook f5. Now, this is something I missed. But the other move might be bishop d4, hitting the rook on e5, collect the pawn on b2, and also on top of that, the pawn on a3 might be gone. So at least, David, I'm looking at this position and I have a feeling it definitely has a chance to explode very quickly. And I feel that this e takes on d5 is a move that Wei Yi absolutely wants to consider.
Yeah, e takes d5. Not only does it try to win a pawn, it also opens up lines for the bishop pair, which ultimately you want to do sooner or later. Black does have moves like queen b6 in some of those variations as well, so white does have some weak spots. Queen b6 may be a threat now. Yeah, hitting the b2 pawn, hitting the f2 pawn. The kind of dilemma for Wei Yi here is if he doesn't see a concrete way to win a pawn, then ultimately he might just be giving the black the pawn center some active spots for his pieces. You only want to accelerate the play when you have the bishop pair if you're 100% sure that those bishops will come to life. Otherwise, actually, bishops come to life often much later in the game. You kind of wait for the board to clear up. He keeps the tension here, Wei Yi, instead. Queen to f3, and oh, this is a big moment. He's actually down by 50 minutes on the clock. 5-0. And is this a silent draw offer? The black knight can now come into d4, hitting the white queen, kicking it back. Jovanka, what are we about to see?
I was just going to ask you the same question as well, because that's definitely on the cards. Knight to d4 would be the first move that I play. You have to, and then look at that. It's coming in, and the queen steps back to d1. And
no, don't do this. No, they're repeating position, but I'm hoping really, Yovi, that these are going to be some mind games that here what perhaps Wei Yi was trying to do is he just inserted two more moves to reach the next threshold, which is move 40 to get extra 50 minutes on the clock, because as David already said, he's down the clock like a huge margin, almost an hour actually. And I was wondering what is going on. Is this position really so complicated to spend so much time? And it's only move 21.
But when you're nearly an hour down on the clock, and if you have no clear-cut plan of what to do next, isn't it quite practical to take the draw, conserve the energy? You have 3 more games remaining. Focus on that.
Ooh, that being said, Wei Yi, I mean, he does have the white pieces against someone lower rated. Jordan hasn't had the best tournament so far. On paper, this is one that Wei Yi probably needs to win if he wants to kind of guarantee that he's going to be in the fight for first place. Of course, he's kind of at that tricky spot, right? 5 points after 9 games. It's like, do you push? Do you try and accelerate? Do you take risk? Or do you just kind of bank it and hope you get your chances in the last 3 rounds? Well, it's the kind of chess player's dilemma where there's never any right or wrong. We only learn with hindsight. Artis, you must have been there as well in these tournaments where you want to push, you want to fight for first, but it does involve maybe bluffing a bit, maybe taking some risk.
Yeah, David, I think, at least I think I would be very, very surprised if Wei Yi would agree to a draw here. As you already said, he has the white color, he has more points, he is currently on +1, and essentially if he agrees to a draw right here, then how does he plan to defend his title? So it's going to be very difficult. Gukesh already is 1 point ahead of him, and maybe there's going to be more decisive games. So this is one of the very few games with the white color that the Chinese Grandmaster has left. So I am more inclined that this was just a trick to gain more time, because who was this? Maybe Yovi is going to correct me. Maybe you know it a bit better than me. Maybe it was Tigran Petrosian or some of the other world champions who said that the art of repeating the moves is not explored enough, because very often you get a lot of benefits, meaning you get information from your opponent. What are your intentions? Do you agree to a draw or you want to fight? Sometimes by repeating the moves, you might invite the opponent deliberately choose a worse move and the game continues giving you better odds, or the modern touch, it just gets you closer to the finish line of move 40 where you get extra more time.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point, right? But it does sound like something Paul Vinnick would say, right?
Vinnick, right?
Position twice, yeah. But I'm sure Petrosian was in there, but yeah, but Vinnick's School of Chess is very well known for repeating the position twice and then understand what kind of mindset your opponent has, and then maybe either snatch it away from them or do something different. Anyway, so decision time.
Decision time. It is a big moment. Wei Yi's body language has been a bit mixed. He's been looking up as if kind of trying to track Jordan Van Foreest in the playing hall a couple of times. Now he's looking down, trying to calculate. But every minute that goes by, he might get more tempted to go for the draw. And he does bring his queen out. That means if Jordan brings his knight in, the white queen forced to retreat now. That is the 3rd time. It's a handshake. It is our first result of round 10. Wei Yi draws with the white pieces, repeats the position against Jordan Van Foreest. And ultimately a fair result, a very balanced position. But Wei Yi would have wanted to win this game with white. Tomorrow he faces Gukesh. He will face the leader. So he will have some chance to impact the standings. But yeah, ultimately slight disappointment, I would say, for the Chinese player.
That is a disappointing result indeed. But tomorrow it is a rest day. He's going to be able to reset, recalibrate, and just make sure that he can put 100% energy in those 3 remaining games. And Jordan can also relax into the rest day. It's one of the world's worst feelings, right? When you go into a rest day having lost, especially if you had the opportunity to draw early on.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. I was hoping that the game is going to proceed, but you never know how the player feels, because there's also some other factors that are sometimes influencing our decisions. Maybe you just have a bad night's sleep, didn't have proper time to rest. I definitely have had it a couple of times in my career where everything seems to be perfectly all right visually, but you don't feel really well. Either way, probably Wei Yi was just not feeling the position that he has anything real to decide to call it a draw. So, David, do you see our next target of discussions that we might turn to? I mean, I definitely would love to go back to the Warmerdam's game against Gukesh, but also the game of the big fish, his crazy g takes on f6. This is something we haven't addressed for quite some time.
Yeah, I think we will go to the bottom half of our screen there, those bottom boards. Just to do a quick recap, Leon Mendonca against Anish Giri. That hasn't changed too much, just some maneuvering going on. Abdusattorov against Caruana. Yeah, crazy middle game, crazy opening. Yeah, proof starting there. Also, big decision from Fabiano Caruana, I must say. Exchanging off his beautiful Fianchetto dark square bishop for just a knight from Harikrishna. And meanwhile, we will go to Arjun Erigaisi against Vincent Keimer, but looking very calm over there. Now it's level material in that one. Vincent Keimer regaining the pawn. Okay, I vote we start with the world champion, Max Varmadam against Gukesh. Just a quick update, just a few moves here, but just to do a quick recap, as both players now under the 1 hour mark. Ivanka, a knight on the rim is dim, but white does have the pawn center. A few developments.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts. You can't have everything. So yeah, the game did continue with bishop going to the square that we liked, and b4 indeed came, and now e6. So Gukesh just simply saying he's not going to commit anything in the center. He's going to give square space to his queen and then connect the rooks. I like the strategy from the world champion. But on the other hand, Max has a very clear-cut plan. He's also going to slide up with the queen to d2, set up that battery on the dark squares, maybe post up a bishop on h6. The white rooks can double on c2, and the knight on a4. Yeah, I know it's not the best piece, but it's not anything that one needs to panic about.
I mean, they do say that the knights on the rim are dim, right? I'm not personally a fan of the knight on a4. I suppose Max has a deeper idea. At some point, he might actually make a good use of this knight and anchor it on b5. No, he steps back. He goes knight b2. But to be honest, the first feeling I had when I saw this position, I was wondering what happened. Because the last time we checked it, I had a feeling that Varmadam had everything under his control. And a couple of moves later, even though he made pretty normal-looking moves, now it just looks has to do with this move. We were discussing, David, a while ago, that this bishop g5 might have been the more principal continuation. You mentioned this idea to play knight e5 here, trying to apply some pressure, and then black would have faced more difficulties because h6, bishop e3 allows white to play queen e2 and target the pawn. And maybe this one tempi made all the difference in the world. And even though, again, knight a4 perhaps is not really bad, but now I start to appreciate Gukesh's strategy.
Yeah, white knight, it's unclear whether it's ever going to find a good stable outpost. And black now does have options to block the center. At some point, d5 might come. The c3 square is a bit of an outpost if black ever gets a knight towards that square. Still, I probably would take the space, but yeah, it does feel kind of trend-wise momentum, as if Max Varmadam, he's been playing it a bit safe. Like bishop e3, knight a4, they're the type of moves I would probably play during a blitz game just because minimal calculation required, but he could have maybe been more ambitious. This is just the effect, right, Ivanka? When you play maybe a player in top form like Gukesh is, the world champion, you start to, second guess yourself, start to doubt your kind of your instincts, your decisions. And it's not a bad position he finds himself in, Max Varmadam, but potentially could have had an advantage even.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the vibe. I didn't like, I'm not going to hide my feelings, I didn't like this knight b2 move. I thought that there were other moves that white could play, predominantly like take control over the c line. And as Artis was pointing out, the knight could potentially jump to c5. There would have been some consequences there. But Max ultimately has a very solid position, and still the onus is on Gukesh, right? If he wants to push for more, how is he going to do that? And in terms of that, white is rock solid.
Yeah, indeed. There's no weaknesses in white's position, and also the next moves are incoming pretty easily. Most like queen e2. I don't really know. Is it rook fc1 or rook ac1? And at the same time, black probably is going to organize something active in the center. We might even get some French defense vibes with the move d5 right now. I mean, I was looking at this move for quite a while and try to understand if this is the move to play. And at least when it comes to me, by the way, Gukesh already played a5. At least one of my favorite strategies is try to choose a move that basically underlines that this move is possible because of you. I have this very funny way to play, meaning with the knight at a4, d5 is something you don't really want to play because white plays e5, the knight gets to c5, you control the c3 square, and whenever possible, this move d5 feels to be like a very nice way to troll the opponent that this is a cooperation and you just made it possible. But Gukesh had other ideas and he just played a5, keeping the tension in the center, David.
Yeah, I think his idea is just to stay flexible. d5 probably will come at some point. I don't think black can sit there forever, but maybe the idea is like, I don't know, knight back to e7, bishop to b5, improve all the pieces, and only then later kind of decide what to do in the center with the pawn structure. Yeah, for Max, some indecision so far. He'll need to decide upon a plan of action in the next few minutes, next few moves. I think this one, at least for Gukesh, he might have at least been pretty happy with how the last few moves have gone. We thought he might be in a bit of trouble after the opening, but he's stabilized somewhat. So this feels like a good moment to zoom out, because those other boards on the bird's eye view, that sweep we're going to do of the bottom few boards there, I think we might need to continue on. It is the big fish. It is Vladimir Fedoseev, who might be in the biggest trouble out of everyone so far today. Still early days, of course, but his position does look very suspect. I don't know. I'm very biased towards bad pawn structures, especially when the opponent has knights to jump into outposts and to target those weak pawns. But this one, Jovanka, doesn't look great for black at all.
It doesn't look good for black, and you just see white doing all the right moves, right? Knight to h4. The knight now is eyeballing the f5 square. The white queen can come into h5. It just doesn't have to do that just yet. And the knight is coming to f4 as well, as Artis is pointing out. There's still pressure against the weak d5 point, and so many plans that white can utilize. The big question now is where to step back with the bishop, because ideally the bishop on b4 wants to kind of keep some connection to the black king. But if you do that, then white could again play with balls in both hands. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. But anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know. I didn't sleep very well last night, and sometimes one says stupid things. Okay, but what I wanted to say was that, you can play on both sides of the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with Yobi completely here. So I'm still puzzled. I mean, we discussed this before. I'm still puzzled about this move, g takes and f6. This was maybe Vladimir just forgot to prep. So I'll just show those moves on the board the last time we left it, so that also the viewers are on the same page what happened. So this was the moment when Fedoseev played g takes and f6. We're baffled by the move. I mean, why would you voluntarily weaken your pawn structure? The kings are just like that. And Prague played a very human move, g3, bishop g2, short castle, knight e2. I see, of course, our dearest engine doesn't approve of the move, but it just looks perfectly reasonable to me, David. I mean, trying to improve the knight, move it closer to the black king, and I'm seeing so many ideas here, like knight f4, queen h5. Also, I was thinking on top of my head, there was an idea after queen h5, I might have an access of e4 and bishop e4, and the black king doesn't really feel safe, does it now?
Yeah, the black king is going to come under some heavy pressure as long as the queens remain. There's just so many knight posts, kind of outposts for the white knights. Knight posts, I was going to say. And yeah, I mean, knights on the room are dim. We were joking about that in the previous game, but this white knight on h4 has great potential. It can never really be kicked away. Knight in f4, likewise. Yeah, I don't really see what black is hoping for. Maybe long term, if the queens ever come off, he has a pawn majority on the queen side. But I mean, yeah, God placed the middle game before the end game, so he just needs to survive somehow. Fedoseev, but it does look very much one-sided here. I think bishop d6, he's wondering about the consequences of e4 immediately. He's choosing a square for his bishop. But yeah, it just feels like it's all gone wrong. And this is where, in a tournament, Fedoseev's had such a great event, beating some of the world's best players. you sometimes, at least from my experience, you sometimes get ahead of yourself. You're thinking, okay, I'm in the race for first place. I'm going to fight now. This is my moment, big breakthrough event. And then you take big risks like G takes f6. And yeah, white doesn't need to rush with e4, of course, but just something to calculate. And Jovanka, you're the Caro-Kann expert. This pawn structure, I mean, if Black could just put his pawn back on g7, he'd be fine, but it's not there, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not there, and I would desperately like to undo it. Now, one of the things that I'm actually wondering about was, is it forced to go bishop to a5? And I'm really reluctant to do something like that. But if you drop the bishop back to e7, just so, for instance, so that you're not vulnerable to any e4s, isn't knight c3 just and then followed by queen h5 on the agenda? Or no? Okay, I can see the evaluation bar saying no. Be consistent. Just hit the king side.
No, but I think Gilly, you might be actually right. And I was looking at Prague's last move. I mean, a couple of moves ago, actually. No, the last move. When he played knight e2, so he removed the knight from e2, clearly eyeing for the f4 square, but maybe he had the deeper idea. He wanted to play knight e2, play a3, and then put back the knight on c3 again. Because if you play like a3 right away, probably Fedoseev would have taken on c3, and essentially Prague has wasted the tempi. So I'm not really that confident that this knight belongs on c3 or f4, because if you put the knight on f4, maybe Black can find ways to trade it with some bishop d6. But of course, the big question is what happens with a pawn on d5. I mean, visually speaking, I like knight f4 a bit better because it applies some extra pressure against e6 and g6 squares.
Yeah, I think Black's, well, I'm not going to say threat, but his plan at least is to play f5 next move to try and at least capture the knight on h4 or kick it backwards, control some squares. Yes, the Black light square bishop, the e6 bishop is going to look like a big pawn, but okay, that's the least of Black's worries. So I just wonder whether White should be stopping that somehow. Into c2. Knight to f4, I wonder what kind of consequences there are if Black does play the move f5 anyway. I don't know if this is something that Prague might want to avoid strategically. At least now the Black dart squared bishop just getting out, capturing the knight on h4. Yeah, this is what could happen. Maybe Black's okay here suddenly.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with David completely.
Okay. I like that queen to c2 move, actually stop f5. But, oh.
No, I mean, that's the move I just made. I mean, it's not on the board. Yeah, I mean, I'm just letting fly my imagination. What happens if we follow David's idea? Queen c2 is not played.
Yeah, it's always a sigh of relief, right, when the bar drops, or when the bar doesn't drop, when you make a suggestion. I'm just so used to it dropping, like, I'll suggest e4 and it will collapse the bar, and suddenly Black is better, or Queen c2. Just maintaining the status quo, I think, is enough for Prague right now. Maybe it's not as... Okay, the bar does drop slightly. Maybe there's something even better, but... okay, White still has the advantage, of course, as long as Black is in this bind. Maybe it's not though as bad as we were fearing, Jovanka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f5. But I do wonder whether you can go e4. Like, is it... Could you just go for broke immediately? Okay, this doesn't drop.
I would say that's a very big decision. I'm definitely all for e4, and I see the benefits because you stop f5, and after d takes on e4, bishop e4, you apply some pressure, like you stop f5, you want to play d5. It's a very concrete move, but that's also something that Prague maybe was originally not willing to do, and probably he will be looking for some cleaner continuations, because I think that both of the players here, both Prague and Fedoseev, they know that definitely White has a large advantage. And I'm pretty sure that the big fish is not very happy how the game was proceeding. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, the big fish needs to muddy the waters somehow, struggling according to the eval bar, but of course Prague still needs to find the right plan to proceed and get the advantage. Maybe we zoom out of this one, give Prague here some time maybe bragging about his position as well, but Pragg to decide on e4 or not to e4. Better late than never. And okay, these are the other positions. I would suggest that while things are heating up everywhere, maybe we continue our tour of the bottom half of our view there, the orange board. Harikrishna against Caruana, just a few updates there. Pragg, meanwhile, does play e4. Just an update for everyone at home. Very aggressive move, very concrete from Praggnanandhaa. But yeah, Harikrishna against Caruana is one we haven't seen in a while. And Ivanka, maybe you can explain who you think is better and why, because I'm struggling, I've got to admit. Bishop pair makes me think white, but is it that simple?
Thank you, David. That's an easy question to answer.
Sorry.
No, I'm just joking. Yeah, who's better? Yeah, this is the question. Queen to b3. Okay, at least the queen gets out of the iron. I mean, hang on a second. The queen went from e3 to d3. No, sorry, e3 to d3. And now then c3 at some point, because bishop takes knight occurred, and now queen to b3. All that's left is to go to a3 and f3, g3, h3, done the whole third row. Anyway, just a little pattern. I like the white position, as long as black isn't winning some material, which I'm just realizing that there's some knight takes pawn on the agenda. First via knight to a5.
I mean, if my basic math is correct, then White has made 6 moves with the queen within the first 14 moves. So that's a bit unusual. But then again, looking what has transpired in the past couple of moves, Black has given up his darks with bishop. And I am not really big fan of Black's position, at least visually, because I have difficulties to figure out what do you plan to do with the king. Like... I mean, if we imagine, so Black has to move and the pawn on d4 is somehow defended, then how do you castle? Because the pawn on h6 is under attack and king f8, king g7 just feels quite slow. But I understand, of course, chess, again, we go back to the topic, is a very concrete game. Very concretely, the pawn on e4 is under attack and White might not have an easy way to defend it. The pawn on b7 might change also quite a lot. So at least I like White, and I think that Fabi here is definitely taking some risks to win the game.
Yeah, Fabiano needs to start motoring. He's a point and a half behind Gukesh. He hasn't quite been in his best yet, but he's going to try and get the job done. A win with Black here would be priceless, of course. But we will check it back in on Fabiano Caruana here in round 10 in just a few minutes. In the meantime, however, a call to action for you all at home, for all of you here joining us for the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Pawns get zapped up into space, pawns serving you up a cup of coffee. We do not do boring merch here at chess.com. And now is your chance to upgrade your closet and your home with t-shirts, mouse pads, clocks, and more. So visit go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat to check out our store. And round 10 now really heating up in the middle game phase. We will be back in just a few minutes. Do not go anywhere, and we'll see you very, very soon. I kind of want to see bishop takes h1 though. Just that would go down in all the chess books forever for history.
Oh my god! What?
He didn't see it. Oh my god, it's on the board.
There's no way.
Wow. This is once in a lifetime stuff. Fabiano on the camera, Robert, smiling. He knows he's... Wow. This is immortality stuff.
Yeah, this is going down in the best games book, beating Alireza Firouzja in essentially 9 moves of chess, 2 brilliancies in a row.
The Black King is actually trapped on the back rank, whether you allow your rook on a8 to fall or whether you allow the pawn to push forward. And Firouzja's going to resign after 9 moves. There we go.
Game over.
It's over.
I became a grandmaster not just by playing great moves, but by making them subconscious. I used the woodpecker method for drilling tactics into my mind, such that they would just jump out of me over the board. But you cannot play crushing tactics without being in the right position first. So I adapted the woodpecker method to train positional play and strategy just like tactics, so that they become embedded in your memory, helping you to find great moves and play better strategic chess more easily. I'm Grandmaster Axel Smith, and I invite you to my new chessable course, Woodpecker Method 2, Positional Play.
Want more chess on the go? Check out all of our essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Learn with Dr. Wolf. Tackle new chess challenges. Entertain your kids with Chess Kid, and level up with fun and adventure. Download them all at chess.com/apps.
We're back and we're having a ball. Welcome back to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where round 10 is up in the air. Action now on all of the boards. We've had one result in the Masters section. That is a draw between Wei Yi and Jordan van Foreest. That's the empty board you see there in De Montréal, the playing hall. But the rest of the game's really living up to expectation. And Ivanka, we've seen some real surprises, I would say, so far. No boring games left, though.
No boring games whatsoever. It's been tense all around. Maybe the pressure is mounting up for our players. And going to our bird's eye view, we can see, some razor sharp positions, especially there in the top right, Abdusattorov against Caruana. That one is wild. There's no other words for that one. And then, in contrast, in the bottom right, we have a game that's still going, but it's very much a positional game with a lot of pieces have been vacuumed off the board. We'll see whether Arjun is going to press that one against Kaimer. And of course, we looked at a really tense, cagey position there, Harikrishna, Caruana, and Artis. We also have direct action as well. I mean, we have all types of positions on our bird's eye view.
Yeah, indeed. So this crazy game of Abdusattorov against Alexei Caruana also kept me busy, and I was trying to understand whose position I favor a bit more. Definitely I see the evaluation bar that our dearest engine prefers Black's position, but I think it's still very sharp. Also, I noticed that Mendonca's position against Anish Giri on the top left corner, I quite do not feel the power of the two bishops. in that position. So that's the game when the young Indian opted to play not castle short or long, but play king f2 and king g2 apparently. Now his bishops are still sitting there quietly on d2 and e2 waiting to strike. But Giri appears to have a very good position. What else? Yeah, I suppose we could maybe go to the Abdusattorov versus Caruana unless David has a better idea. David, I'll leave it up to you.
Thank you. You're just being polite there. I will never disagree with you. Do not worry. So I approve. Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We see him there sat at the table, deep in thought. He still has a very significant time advantage. I think that's just pretty much been that way ever since the opening, which isn't easy against Caruana. I've played Caruana a few times. He's normally very quick, very confident. So that just shows the complexity. We see the clock times. It's 28 minutes against 1 hour 2. Bishop to d8 as well. Jovanka, that's the kind of move that can get under your skin. Can be a bit scary. The bishop aiming to reroute itself over to another diagonal. But yeah, it's still very imbalanced. It's still very hard to pinpoint exactly what either side should be doing.
Yeah, and I love this bishop to d8 move. You know, it's primarily aimed at stopping knight to e3 with the idea of transferring the knights anywhere other than the d1 square, because bishop to b6 is next on the agenda, and this feels like it's easier for black to play because, you know, the bishop is primed to go to b6. Also, there's an awful lot of pressure against e4. So if the knight just moves away from c6, you can put it anywhere, maybe knight e7 next to the king. And how are you going to defend that? And white has to play very, very precisely. And it's not entirely clear for white exactly what to do. Maybe you just have to accept that the knight is there on d1. It's not going to go to greener pastures just yet. Maybe it's time to mobilize the bishop.
I like what you said, Yovi. I mean, this idea of knight e7 using the battery of the bishop and the queen. On top of that, there's the bishop b6 idea. And at least I can agree with the engine here, which probably is not a big surprise, that even here, like, there might be a scenario when black can even castle short. Because now somehow with the heavy pieces traded at the queen side, even short castle here, to be honest, doesn't really feel that dangerous anymore, because white's idea to play queen h4, rook f3, rook h3 feels to be quite slow. Probably it's not necessary, but the more and more I'm looking at the position, I think that Abdusattorov is slightly suffering here. And as Yovi, as you said, this knight on e3 only raises more questions. How do you defend the pawn here on e4? And black's moves are just incoming a bit easier. I'm picking black, to be honest.
Yeah, and I love that point, Arturs, about castling. It reminds me a bit of freestyle chess, where often the most annoying thing is when your opponent doesn't castle. It's like only when you start going for them, then they castle and they laugh. They like wave as the attack disappears on the other side of the board. And yeah, I mean, I also have this kind of sadistic side where I'm like, okay, I just want to prove a point to the opponent. Like, how late can I castle in a game? And we're 22 moves in, he hasn't castled. I would love to see it if it gets to like move 40, and then the winning move, the only winning move, is to castle kingside as black. But Jovanka, do you agree with Arturs? Would you take Alexei Caruana's position right now?
Yes, I would absolutely prefer black, just because I feel like the position is easier to play. And yeah, there's a set of rooks that have been swapped off as well. So as you guys have mentioned, no incoming attack down the H line. And any move that white makes has consequences. Like, I love to push pawns, and so I'm itching to go f5. But if you make a move like that, you're literally conceding the e5 square for the knight. So that's like a taboo. You can't go g6 because the queen is there on f2. She's away from the action. So what else to do? So the only thing that I'm thinking is, okay, the bishop on d2 needs to be mobilized. But I'm thinking c3, bishop e3, but then questions.
That's a very good question. Yeah. I also don't see easy ways. So I think that what I would be doing here, I would be trying to somehow improve the position a bit. And the knight on e3, as you said, that's not really feeling great. And since there's the bishop b6 incoming, how do I solidify the position? I mean, I would love to play something like queen e2, bishop e3, knight f2 and try to normalize. But then again, queen e2 runs under bishop a6. So, I mean, what do you do? What do you do here? So no easy choice for white at all.
Yeah, I think I might take a leaf out of Max Varmadam's book and play like b3, knight b2, and try to get the knight out that way. He did it from a4, of course, in his game, but I don't know, this knight is just so bad. It's also on the rim here on the first rank. But it does look difficult for Abdusattorov. It does feel like the right moment to kind of spend 20 minutes thinking and then come up with a good plan and try to minimize the damage. But either way, this risk-taking in the opening, it doesn't always pay off. And it looks like one of those cases right now. Still a lot of fight ahead. Okay, would you guys back me if I zoom out of this one and take us elsewhere?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, it is back to the bird's eye view. And one game that we did mention, Leon Mendonça against Anish Giri. There is a pawn hanging that I can see. It is the bishop pair, but it's very dynamic suddenly. Anish Giri trying to get another win, a second win in a row, and he's facing one of the tail enders of the tournament. So huge game for local favorite Anish Giri. I elect we jump in here just to do an update, just to see whether white can get greedy, get away with it, or whether it's time for Leon here, the younger player, to try and bail out with something a bit safer.
I think this one is very, very exciting as well, especially when you look at the clock times. It reads just like one of these typical lower rated against higher rated games where ultimately there's a fierce battle, but because someone has been double checking, triple checking lines, they might make the mistake. The lower rated players tend to make the mistakes in the time trouble. And yeah, queen to b6, last move. So questions. Does white grab the pawn in the middle of the board? Which, I don't know. I'm a pawn grabber as well, and I'm not sure about this one. Okay, so hang on a second. Queen can drop back to b3.
Yeah, I suppose this is what Giri wants. I think this is what he wants. Like, he wants to sacrifice the pawn to play rook c2, put the knight on d5 here. So if I would be playing here with white and I have only 25 minutes on the clock at least, I would be trying to normalize the position. And even though the move queen d5 feels very, very tempting move to make, I mean, knight f6 just makes perfect sense. The knight on d7 is hit, and queen b3 seems to be necessary to protect the pawn. I think this entire sequence feels quite forcing, and I would love to get an endgame where I have two bishops. Black has an isolated pawn on d5, and white is seemingly pressing. But the question is it enough? I mean, is white in time to play moves like rook c1? Keep one rook on the board so that the pressure is going to be enough, because I think that if white here trades both rooks, having just one weakness on d5 most likely is not enough. So I would love to get a position where black is not in time to organize any counterplay. Let's say trade off one pair of rooks, play bishop d3, b3, and then slowly try to grind it out. Something like 150 moves, David.
Yeah, and you would know something about that, Artist. Last time we played each other, it was 100 and something moves, several, I think it was 7+ hours. But yeah, I mean, this is the type of position I would enjoy with white. That doesn't mean it's necessarily better. I think Anish is probably hoping that Leon doesn't go for something like this, because it's hard to imagine black winning that one. White could at some point trade off a bishop for knight if he's fearing too much. And yeah, margin for error. It feels like a crossroads for Leon right now, whether he goes for it and how he goes for it. Queen takes d5. If that doesn't pan out, then okay, back to the drawing board. But yeah, maybe Anish has equalized. Just a question of whether there's ever anything more. Ivanka, you mentioned the clock. Do you see any other hope here for Anish to win the game if Leon's feeling in a peaceful mood?
Well, even the isolated queen's pawn endgame that you guys were looking at, that doesn't look that 100%. And sure enough, the queens have left the board. That didn't look entirely like easy draw for white either, because after d takes c5, which I'm pretty sure will happen, because otherwise black goes c4 and suddenly black is pushing on the queen side. But yeah. But if you take, and even bishop takes, hang on, what was I thinking? Yeah, I was thinking of targeting that, but then there's bishop c3. and I don't see any. No, there's no bishop c3. I'm hallucinating. I thought the d5 pawn wasn't protected.
There are too many balls in the air here. Right? White's too many weaknesses.
No, but I mean, Jovi might be right. I mean, the pawn on e3 definitely is a target. I'm not really sure. Is it rook c5, a bishop takes on c5? Because I see there's also rook e8 incoming. Knight c4 might be incoming. And if white is forced to give up one of the bishops, then we can forget about talking about any kind of advantage. So maybe Mendonça has time to play like b3 and rook e8 and perhaps sacrifice the pawn on e3 to use the power of the bishop. But yeah, maybe it's not really that much after all. The question is, can white manage just in time to normalize his position and press the pawn on d5?
Yeah, it doesn't look easy. It's always just one tempo, right? These endgames, often in endgame books or kind of afterwards, you hear the players talk and they're like, oh yeah, I was strategically better. And there's all these small reasons like bishop pairs or weaknesses or weak pawns. But it always comes down to one move. It's like, can Leon get all of his pieces into the game and stabilize? Can he team up against Black's weak isolated queen's pawn, or does he just not have enough time? And it's always these one or two move ideas. Bishop to a5, you're highlighting. That caught my eye as well. I was wondering about that move. But if the answer is no, and that he's not got enough time, then Anish is totally fine. And Leon at some point will have to kind of toe the line, that balance between playing quickly, objectively correctly, but not allowing things to fall too far out of control. So again, maybe one to check in on a bit later. It looks like the most peaceful game. 97% accuracy by both so far. Very high quality chess, but ultimately just cancelling each other out up until this point. So looks like roughly equal position. Maybe we catch up on this one a bit later.
Definitely. That's the problem with perfect chess. You get the perfect result of draw. So, okay. Going to our bird's eye view. And, okay, I have to really tear my eyes away from the Abdusattorov game, which really... Actually, incidentally, David, it followed your suggestion of b3 and going for a knight to b2 a la Max Varmadam. But still raise a shot. Can we look at the board adjacent to the Arjun Kaimer game there of Harikrishna Caruana, the one in orange, because things just got spicy.
Yeah, I think we left this game right after the opening where Vincent was denied the possibility to play the Marshall, and he insisted on several occasions, like right after the opening. I think I'll try to throw it back a bit, couple of moves where we left it. I think it was about here. Yeah, this is where we left it. We're discussing that, no, I think it was after knight of 3, who prefers the bishop here and who prefers the extra pawn. But what we missed is that apparently Vincent's activity was enough for him to win back the pawn after c4, b takes, and here Erigaisi realized that Black's bishops are too strong, so he had to give up the pawn. So that's why here you can see the big difference between world-class players and the club-level players. Maybe a club-level player will play knight c1 and keep the pawn at all costs by ignoring whatever was happening on the board, but knight c5 at least leaves white with a better pawn structure, but now white has no more the extra pawn.
Yeah, the pawn disappears, he gives it back, and here it does feel like he's taking the risk out, Arjun Erigaisi, but no material to cling on to. His hope is to get his queen out, maybe a knight on f5, some kind of attack, but as we see, this was very nicely neutralized by Vincent Kaimer, and the white queen did post up She got hit though, and now the knight's coming off the board. Black's queenside pawns are a bit weak, but I don't think that's the biggest factor in the position. And it does feel like Arjun, now realizing that Vincent has everything under control, is trying to bail out. And if we catch up, it looks like a hit on the white queen. And Jovanka, to take or not to take, that's the eternal dilemma in chess. Keep the queens on, or we'll take the queens off. Vincent Keimer, he's down nearly an hour, so how would that affect your decision?
It would affect my decision as well, because I do feel like white has some long-term pressure against the a6 pawn. And okay, well, I don't have to answer the question, David, because the knight blocked. So Vincent said absolutely not. So let's keep it going. And yeah, knight to f5. Asking questions, these players are good, David. I didn't actually factor that in. The bishop, where's it going to go?
Yeah, they're just very good players, aren't they, Artis? Big question, actually, suddenly for Arjun.
Yeah, I mean, this knight f5, to be honest, David, that slightly surprised me, because I would have thought you were discussing about what to do when the time scramble is approaching and Vincent has only 15 moves, and I would have thought that he is going to look for ways to simplify the position, like this queen trade and take on g4. But again, I suppose he didn't like the rising position after rook takes on a6. So he stays principled to his playing style, plays actively, knight f5, or maybe he saw something that perhaps the white queen on g4 is not really an attacking piece. It's something that could cause white some headaches, like I'm thinking about some queen f7 ideas, like hit the queen on g4 with the bishop on c8, or even how about just the straightforward knight x on e3 threat, which is something that white has to address immediately. So probably Vincent is right with his choice.
Yeah, I think that's, again, good tip for everyone at home. If you're slightly afraid of a worse endgame where you don't have too many winning chances, if you just feel it's not your kind of strength, your style, then yeah, stay principled, even low on time, kind of playing true to yourself. Your instincts will shine through. I'm wondering as well, Jovanka, the white bishop needs to move or be protected. It is hit, so rook to e1 or bishop, I don't know, d2, bishop d4 look like options. But, oh wait, okay, maybe just seen a cool variation we could put on the board potentially. I was going to say rook e1 threatens bishop to d2. But if black just ignores it and plays like king g7, for example, maybe bishop d7 or other moves work. But if bishop d2, can black take on e1 and force a draw? I know this is very chessy.
Wow.
King h2, knight e3.
That's a very nice sequence, David.
I mean, it's probably totally irrelevant, but just to show everyone at home, there are tactics always lingering beneath the surface and a repetition of the position. I think, yeah, I just want to play rook e1 to set up some tactics, but Jovanka, maybe this is just one of many resources available to the players.
Yes, it's a beautiful line. I really appreciated that. So thank you, David. Yeah, so yeah, there's still a lot of tension to be had actually for in this position, because if black steps away from the attack, moves the queen any direction, now there's a threat of knight takes bishop in the air. Yes. So here, maybe we're gonna have to see a trade of rooks if the bishop does step back to d2.
Yeah, but I think that black here feels quite safe, don't you think? I mean, this pawn on a6 somehow, I mean, even in some wild scenario, if white wins the pawn on a6, I think black is incredibly solid. Put the bishop on e6, queen on f7, and it's so difficult for white to use this extra pawn at the queen side. But I mean, that being said, of course, black doesn't have to do all of those things. So, I mean, the way I see this game most likely is heading to a peaceful outcome, unless black is going to misplay something in the time scramble, because the position is not really so easy to play. It's only 15 moves, and there's, how many moves is it? It's 8 moves to play. So that's why Erigaisi is trying to keep as much tension on the board as possible. And rook e1, bishop d2, maybe these are like fine moves, but again, it releases the tension. And Erigaisi is trying to win this. So I don't know, I would be looking at some way to keep the pieces on the board. But David, maybe it's actually easier said than done.
Yeah, easier said than done. There aren't too many pieces already. And keeping the right pieces on the board. For white, it's probably the queen or the rook. If both disappear, if both get exchanged, then it's probably just a dead draw. So, it looks like the favorite result. There are some tactics as we showed, but also if Vincent's just solid, queen f7, just defend everything, that looks like more than enough to hold the balance. And for Arjun, that would be frustrating if it is just another draw. But it looks like a very high quality game so far. It's got to be said. And one to update you all on a bit later if it does explode, if there are any sudden twists or turns, but looking very balanced. And that means it's back to our bird's eye view. The pawn structure changing in a lot of our boards. On the top left, Mendonça against Giri. It looks like Giri's pawn structure has corrected itself. No more bishop pair for white. Could that game be fizzling out towards a draw? Varmadam against Gukesh. It looks like a French defense suddenly. It didn't start life like that. Started as a Pirc, then a Sicilian, then a French defense. And Praggnanandhaa, meanwhile, keeping his advantage in that kind of weird Tarash that we saw against Fedoseev. So, Ivanka, I'll give you the power again to choose, decide where we go next.
Yeah, lots of fascinating pawn structures as you've indicated, but I actually wanted to draw attention to the Harikrishna Caruana, because there we saw some completely radical change in pawn structure with g5 being played. Now, one always gets excited when we see this pawn move because we're like, aha, does this indicate a kingside pawn attack at some stage? And Arthur, I'm going to ask you about this. Is black taking one too many risks?
I mean, Yovi, I'm looking at this and I can't believe that white potentially have a worse position having two bishops on the board with no obvious weaknesses. Apparently, there's something wrong with the last move that white played. And we left it, I believe, here 2 moves ago after queen b3, where I had a feeling that Fabiano is risking here, but I changed my mind as soon as I saw his last move, queen d7, just before we went to the break, and I realized what Fabi wants. He wants to play g5 and knight e5, and I was wondering here if Harikrishna is going to play h3, so Fabi kept his bishop, but I was also considering even this could be a move. Bishop takes on f3, put the knight on e5 and g5, which is a truly paradoxical position because white has an amazing bishop pair here and seemingly a good position, but it's quite difficult to continue to play. And also the black king could be improved maybe to g7. I'm not even talking about like g4 ideas. But what Fabi did, it makes perfect sense. So he keeps the bishop here for attacking purposes, hitting the pawn on h3. And now he plays g5. Yeah, here, by the way, the engine says that queen c3. It's a mistake for some reason. I don't really know, David. I can't immediately tell why this would be a mistake, but Yovi, what you said is black taking over the game. That's the feeling I develop. Yeah, so white has those pieces here positioned. The pawn on e4 constantly is under attack, and also Harikrishna is falling behind the clock.
Yeah. I've just got to mention as well, if they ever write a book about like chess basics and talk about not bringing the queen out too early, not moving the same piece too many times in the opening, we should mention 7 times the white queen has moved now out of 16 turns. That's nearly 50% of his moves played with the white queen, and she's still sat on a really bad square where she's being targeted by a black rook on a semi-open file. Potentially one of the black knights is going to jump in a minute. The e4 pawn is hanging once the pin is broken. Rook g8 might be on the agenda next. I think I agree. Just in terms of ease of play, black's next moves are so easy, like rook g8, g4, among other options. But for white, it's like, what next? Rook d1, unless e5 ideas are ever working, but I don't see that ever happening. Then Harikrishna, you can see it on the camera as well. He's suffering. He's struggling to find a way to play. e5 will always be met by knight d5 or knight takes e5, and or one of or both maybe in some order. And yeah, it looks really difficult for Harry right now. Jovanka, I'm trying to find a plan for white. I'm struggling, really struggling.
Yeah, you and me both. I was also looking at like trying to get a knight onto d4, trying to get some exchanges going, but knight to d4 is always going to be met by knight takes e4. And okay, maybe this is the kind of stuff that needs to be done. Just give up material in order to get easier play. And yes, I like your queen to d3 that Artis is pointing out there. Get f4 in and let's get going. But somehow or other, if black is going to go rook to g8 and g4, then white does have to react in a radical way. Artis, do I have your approval of sacrificing?
I'm just following your recommendations, Jovi, and I think you're completely right. The pawn on e4 here seems to be the main reason of troubles, and I highly doubt that white can play something solid as knight e2, or as David said, e5. There's even knight x on e5, and essentially it's all about the easiness to play the moves, and white has to try to find a way to do it. Like knight e4, give up the central pawn voluntarily. I definitely think it makes sense. Like knight e4, queen d3, attack the knight, play maybe something like c3, f4, because ultimately, how bad can it be for white? I mean, okay, you're down a pawn, but when we think about the long-term strategy, the blacking is still a bit vulnerable. And I think also Fabi is expecting this, because very often when your opponent is having a long think, you try to think about not only your choices, but about the choices of your opponent. So right now also Fabi is very rapidly thinking about his choices after knight e4 to apply some pressure. And by the way, it's only move 16, and the players have burned a lot of time.
Yeah, I know all about that one. Burning time and later regretting it. Time trouble, not my friend. But yeah, I mean, Harikrishna, I would say he's got more of a positional instinct, at least. He can play all sorts of positions. But here, the positional instinct is to defend your e4 pawn, to just kind of curl up and hold, kind of bring your rooks to the center. But there might just not be time. Maybe one of those dynamic solutions. That's my biggest weakness in chess, finding the moments to sacrifice pawns and just kind of play long term, not be materialistic. Yeah, just not calculate too much, just kind of let the pawn go and knight d4, that type of idea. Maybe it's what we should be seeing. But now he's officially under the 20-minute mark. Jovanka, warning bells will start to sound. If black gets g4 in, I mean, he's going to have no time, Harikrishna, and he might face an attack.
Yeah, and there's so many things to be worried about, because I love this rook to g8 idea. Also, bishop takes h3 was something that I was looking at trying to make work, because you can just see that, g4, g3 coming, and if a rook and queen start sniffing around an open white king, then white's going to be in huge trouble. So the time is now for Harikrishna to start defending. Do we know exactly the best move for him? Do we have the computer's recommendation?
Yeah, I can check it on, because I can switch it on, because I'm normally not using the engines, and every single time using the engines, I announce it. By the way, Yovi, you're right. Yeah, knight e4, according to an engine, is the best move. The second best move, I mean, you can try to guess. If you wouldn't know the engine's evaluation, what could it possibly be? I don't think it's really realistic, so we can make fun of the engine. The engine says second best move is queen e3. It just literally makes no sense at all. Yeah, like if somebody would play this against me, my eyebrows would just raise. I mean, what they're trying to say with this move. But knight e4, yeah, I'm with you there, Yovi.
Okay.
Okay, looks like another move has been played. Yeah, queen a3, I think, is beyond the realms of any human. Maybe it could have been played last move. That's why it would have been hard for Harry, who's just put his queen on the c3 square, to move her again for an 8th time. But rook d1, far more natural. And yeah, e5, if that is not a threat for white, then it might be time for Fabiano to just get on with things, g4 or rook g8. Maybe we can keep the computer on for just one more move to see how Fabiano should proceed before we go and check in on other games.
Yeah, this is what engine says. G4, strictly the only move, everything else is equal. So white is slightly worse. Only move is h takes on G4. Naturally, you cannot take with the knight. You have to take with the bishop. Bishop takes on G4. And now white has a couple of moves. So again, engine loves queen a3. There's also queen b3. These moves I don't understand. Maybe a bit more human. A bishop f4, still eyeing for this move e5, and the engine goes with lines like rook g8 and try to organize some kingset attack. And again, we have queen a3. What is it with this queen a3? Can somebody explain me? I quite don't understand. But queen e3, David, I mean, this looks pretty reasonable to me. And then after queen e6, yeah, the game continues.
Wow, and great call there. I think the right moment to turn on the computer for the first time today, because the players are headed in this direction. G4 played instantly by Fabiano. I saw in the featured chat confirming one of our viewers there that G4 is the only way to keep the advantage for black. And now bishop f4, yeah, that's the human touch. That's why you're a top grandmaster artist. You understand that queen a3, queen b3, it's just ultimately it looks a bit random, but bishop f4 has a purpose. And yeah, e3 is finally, just as it was about 15 moves ago, is going to be a nice home for the white queen.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position. I would still say that there's a margin for error here from Fabi. I know you see the evaluation bar is in black's favor, but if he doesn't play precisely, there is still room for him to go wrong and for Pentala to actually turn it all around. So the position of 3. Ooh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Are you saying that I will be losing the pawn with white pieces? Hang on, knight takes e4. This is not good news. Knight takes bishop.
Yeah, but the engine says this is equal.
No
yeah,
way.
I mean, I'm just trying to understand what's going on here, because this is the second continuation. So rook g8 is the top choice of the engine, and second move is e5, meaning black closes this diagonal and wants to get the pawn on e4. And I'm pretty sure that Fabi will be looking at this, and knight e5 or bishop e5, I suppose it loses due to tactical purposes. The bishop on e2 is under attack, and also the rook on c8 is hammering the queen on c3, and knight e4 is incoming. But I think the line doesn't really end right here, because even if Fabi sees this line, David, I mean, evaluating the consequences is going to be quite difficult, because suddenly it's white who starts to have some kingside fun.
Yeah, I mean, when we get here, it suddenly becomes clear that white does have compensation. Knight h4 coming, the d6 pawn a big weakness, the black king never going to find safety. But yeah, just seeing this, kind of visualizing it from afar, that's very impressive from Harikrishna. Yeah, it looks like this could well happen. Fabiano debating whether to get greedy. In the meantime, maybe we can zoom out and go to a game that should be in its final throes now. It is the game between Leon Mendonça and Anish Giri. All the jeopardy is out there. Oh, we're just in time to see the handshake. It is a draw, totally symmetrical in terms of pawn structure there, just rooks on the board. And again, a fair result. Anish Giri defending very well. Leon, meanwhile, never in trouble, but yet to get the win that he really craves in this tournament. And Anish straight out the door, Jovanka.
Yes, he's leaving. But certainly this is a game where Anish has wanted to put more pressure on his opponent, because as it stood, it was just very balanced. And as we saw earlier, it looked like Anish, yes, had equalized, but never got anything more than that. And white was never under any serious pressure whatsoever. And that's a little bit disappointing, because, you know, when you've come from a win from yesterday, you kind of hope that you're able to do something 2 times in a row.
I'm actually, I was a bit surprised to see Anish storming out of the playing hall. Maybe he was just unhappy about the game. Like, I don't know, whatever the reason, but at least in the previous rounds, I saw Anish exchanging some words, at least with the opponent. Maybe this is what they're doing off the screen. I don't know. Yeah, but maybe he was just not feeling very happy about the way he played, and he was really hoping to capitalize on the yesterday's victory. David, what else do you see in the bird's eye view, and where would you take us next?
Yeah, just some small updates that the board between Abdusattorov and Sarana, the red board there at the top of our screens, everyone, still quite a fiery encounter. Varmadam Gukesh has changed a lot since we were last there, so I'm going to bring us in that direction. Just to mention, Arjun against Vincent Kaimed, that could be a third peaceful encounter. Rooks off the board there, and we did check on that game not long ago, so we won't go back yet, but we're expecting a handshake maybe in the near future. Arjun not got too much to play with now. Pieces getting hoovered off. So yeah, it's time for the world champion, Max Varmadam against Gukesh. And Gukesh now knowing that some of his rivals are drawing games. Of course, he's got half an eye on the Abdusattorov board, probably, because Abdusattorov is one of the closest challengers alongside Vladimir Fedoseev. But I think this board alone, Jovanka, Gukesh is going to be very happy with recent developments.
He certainly will. And in fact, yesterday, Gukesh answered that question as to whether he looked at other people's games whilst he was playing. And he said, it depends on the position. If his game is sharp, no. He's like 100% focused on his own game. But otherwise, yes. And he certainly does have an eye on his rivals as well. So, but in terms of the position, David, yeah, you're completely right. There has been a change in dynamics, and I feel that this is something that has actually benefited Black, because earlier on, if you can just rewind a few more moves, it wasn't really clear what Black was doing. It wasn't clear the advance, where the breakthrough was going to be, and then suddenly we have active lines on the queen side for the Black rooks to work their magic down, and now Black has clarified in the center and has gained some space for the pieces. And I feel that this all contributes to the ease of Black's play. And if we go to the game position, if we fast forward, yeah, Black has kind of typical French ideas, of just doubling on the C line, relocating the bishop to F8, F8 in an in-game. And I think Gukesh, if he can withstand any kingside attack that might be coming his way, then I think he will definitely have all the long-term chances.
Actually, Yovi, I'm looking at this position. I'm wondering why does engine even slightly prefer white? Now I saw the bar dropped a bit because visually, if I would have to prefer somebody, it's definitely Black. I mean, that's at least the first impression. There's a beautiful knight on b4, the bishop on a6 controls along the diagonal, the white rook on a3 is a bit weird, and I'm not sure I'm feeling really that sensitive about losing the pawn on a5 in case I get some activity. I have a lot of easy moves, but I suppose white has done nothing wrong, and here Varmadam can most likely at some point to trade the lights with bishop a bit to improve his control of the light squares, but at least I developed a feeling that here Gukesh is definitely in the driving seat, and he's trying to press, and I'm wondering how else he can apply pressure here, David. I was wondering maybe there's something like f6, but I am not sure if this is the right moment to do it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, f6 is definitely on his mind. That's the kind of move that would come, I think, with a lot of effect if Max takes his eye off the ball, plays too much on the queen side. I have a feeling he just wants to slowly improve. I loved the kind of moves you're highlighting, rook c6, queen c7, hammer down on the open file. I've analyzed these types of positions, lots of French defenses and other positions that end with this pawn structure, and computers always like white as long as there's no pressure on the center and as long as they can play h4. And Jovanka, you did mention the phrase, if Gukesh can survive any kingside attack, maybe it is time for Max to start probing. I never know what the goal is, really, h4, h5, but it's trendy, it's psychologically scary for the opponent. Maybe a pawn on h6 might close some mating nets. Maybe you open the h-file, as highlighted there. If there's no immediate threats for Black, I mean, it still takes 3 or 4 moves to build up on the c-file, then maybe it's time to push the h-pawn forward if Max really wants to fight. If not, maybe we'll see him trade off pieces and hope that it's still holdable. But what's your vibe? Who would you pick if you had to?
I would pick black as well, although, you know, because I was, when I was saying this whole sentence, you know, I was just formulating my thoughts. I was like, okay, black 100%. You know, I saw this idea of just tripling down the C line. And I just think that if white just reacts to that plan in a passive way, then I think that it is all systems go for black, and they can just get on with targeting the D4 pawn, which is backward. But then, you know, when I was discussing it, I thought, well, if I were white, I would be going H4, bishop H6, King G2, you know, and just somehow forget about what's happening on the queen side, try to consolidate there. And the pawn on E5 really cuts the board in half, but only for a middle game attack. So I think that Max is absolutely obliged to go H4, at least, you know, test Gukesh. Don't just curl up into a ball and say, hey, you're never going to break through, because I don't think that's going to be very successful.
Yeah, I'm also completely on board with Ivanka here, because if Warmerdam does something else, then Gukesh is just going to slowly improve the position. And I feel that maybe the answer might be somewhere in the middle, that as soon as white is going to start this H4, bishop F3, and king G2, and rook H1, and bishop H6, perhaps this is the moment when David said, although you said it about the queen side, white might be preoccupied about some action at the queen side, maybe also the king side action might prompt the young Indian to play F6 and seek this counter strike in the center, because essentially this is one of the rules, right? That's what I was taught early in my childhood. If your opponent is organizing a flank attack, I mean, you're supposed to organize a counter strike in the center. You know, it's really basic, but maybe sometimes these basic things work also at the highest level.
Yeah, I think that's very instructive and could well just happen. Max at a bit of a crossroads. I think maybe he should have been going for this kingside action just without having touched the queenside. You're often told that you shouldn't be touching pawns on the side that you're weaker, and traditionally in the French defense pawn structure, I know that earlier when the queenside started sorting itself out, the center wasn't clarified. But yeah, it feels like now he wishes the whole queenside was just locked, closed, and he could focus fully on one flank. But at the moment, it's still a lot of pieces on the board, still a lot of questions to answer, and 25 minutes-ish each, and they're only at move 21. This could get exciting. I'm going to say it's definitely going to get exciting in the next few moves, in the next portion of the game. But first, a big decision awaits Max. So that gives us time to zoom out, maybe go to some of our more fiery clashes. And by fiery, I'm thinking Abdusattorov against Caruana, and potentially Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev. Also, in terms of the standings, Gukesh at the top, but the chasing pack wanting to do some damage. And okay, this really resembles freestyle chess, Ivanka. Look at Black's setup on the king side. Can he hold, though? Can he defend this scary position?
It's incredibly terrifying for Black here, because, yeah, okay, knight to E7, you know, trying to do some repair work, holding D5, but white can keep adding fuel to the fire. With knight to F4 is a very logical way to put pressure. Knight C3 also. And you can also see a situation where once the tension has released in the center with a well-timed E takes D5, the bishop and queen will form a beautiful battery against the black king. So it's problems all round. And in fact, I think you highlighted there, Arta, knight C3, which attacks B5 and D5. That's the most critical move on the board.
Yeah, we do there. After knight c3 a6, I also like the idea you said that hit the pawn on h7 with something. Maybe white can afford to increase the pressure, like queen e2, queen h5, or even go after the direct e takes on d5 and clarify the position a bit. Because even this position, like if you forget the attack, of course, I would love to continue the attack, and bishop e4 looks very tempting, but how about I just trade everything on d5, right? So I just take on d5, and I'm saying all I've got is I already got enough advantage, because if black at some point is forced to trade the queens, I have the beautiful immortal knight on f5 against a pretty bad bishop on f8, and my d pawn is rolling forward. But probably Prague is going to look for slightly something more.
Yeah, and it looks like Prague is deep in thought, trying to find a way to attack. If not, then maybe at least transition into a better endgame. For now, Fedoseev holding tight though. Just got to mention, time scramble is pretty much guaranteed in this game. 22 moves still to make to get to the magical move 40. And now Prague is down at only 18 minutes left. So yeah, we're approaching the time scramble now. The time control at move 40 is looming. Some really tense positions on the board here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We're going to go on a very short break. Now is your time to get some tea, get some coffee, maybe even some popcorn, and join us again when we return for the climax, potentially, of round 10.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
Is Danny Wrench the best commentator?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, I think so.
Wow, that's high praise.
See, I had so many commentators. No, but I had so many good things lined up about Danny, and you asked me if I like him.
But best commentator.
Anish has complimented my commentary privately, in DMs that were not
So he
leaked.
genuinely believes this, yes.
Yeah, I really do.
Wow, best commentator.
Yeah, very good commentator.
What was your first impression of me when we met? Was it a good impression?
It wasn't amazing.
You clearly don't like me is what I've understood from
No,
this
I
video.
really like you, but it wasn't an amazing impression.
True. Do you ever thought I was a noob at chess?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
True. Peter Heine is known to make some remarks on you on Twitter. Do you dislike it?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely dislike Peter Heine's remarks on Twitter. For sure, yeah.
True. Isn't there any more spicy questions there on your tablet?
Not really. It's just I'm like coming.
I've got some spicy ones here.
Go for it, Danny.
You make the chess moves. Ready?
Yes.
We're teaming up. You sit right here.
Okay.
Is Daniel your favorite child?
The question is so bad on so many levels, you know? I know, I love all my children equally.
I think it's a lie. It's for sure a lie.
It's true, but he changed the question, didn't he?
Yeah, he did a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to take it as a win for Team Daniel. Do you wish you were Chess.com CEO?
No.
True.
Did you like that people actually thought you were Chess.com CEO?
Yeah, for sure. More like than not.
Oh.
True.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 10 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, where we are in full flow now. We are bouncing, the games are heating up, the time control is approaching, and we still have plenty of action here to take you through and to take you through all the action. I'm one of your hosts, Grandmaster David Howell. I'm also joined by International Master Jovanka Halska and Grandmaster Artush Nexans. And wow, we've had some interesting battles. We've been treated so far, Jovanka. What have you been most thrilled by so far?
Yeah, we've been treated to a lot of fighting chess. We've had 2 results, 2 draws, but on the other boards, well, there's a lot of play to be had and a lot of tension, I gotta say. The players taking risks, really playing in an aggressive fashion, some straight out of the opening, which, as we know, is a high-risk strategy indeed. But I suspect that we're going to see a lot of decisive games, especially before this rest day. And then the players will go full throttle because they've got 3 games remaining. So, gosh, so many things, so many good things happening. So, David, you asked me and I'm going to answer. I think that we are going to be seeing 3 decisive games. And there's only 5 games remaining. Artis, do you think we're going to be spoilt with a lot of wins?
I would love to see that, Yavi, because some of the remaining positions look very, very intriguing, like the Prag's game against Fedoseev does look peaceful to me. And also Harikrishna against Caruana, even though the engine says everything is good, it's still more or less level. It has a chance that Caruana is going to strike with a black color. Also, the game of Abdusattorov against Sarana, this very exciting Sicilian, definitely chances for more than 1 decisive game. I would even say maybe 3 or even 4. That would be quite amazing.
And this is your chance, chat, to let us know how many decisive games do you think there will be today in round 10. 5 games remaining. Will it be all 5 decided? Will we have winners on 3, 4, or fewer of the boards? In the meantime, let's jump into one of the games. It looks like Prag against Fedoseev has heated up. Oh, we should probably mention as well that Arjun Erigaisi against Vincent Keimer, just as we moved away there, the queens just came off the board, so that looks like it's almost guaranteed to be a draw now. I wonder whether we do a quick check-in over there. Sorry, everyone, my indecision. But just a quick update that this game looks like it shouldn't be counted as one of your bets at home for a decisive encounter.
Yeah, I love how the players are not even looking at the board. Yeah, you can see that they're simply going to make eye contact with each other, because once those knights get swapped off, that's it. Opposite color, bishop endgame. It's as drawn as it can be. And little stumble there, but the handshake, and it is a draw. 3 draws so far.
Very nice Grandmaster draw. So even though White has a bit better pawn structure, the character of the position that opposite color bishops are on the board doesn't really promise any exciting action. So maybe also for Erigaisi, this is not really such a bad outcome, because he had this unfortunate start. I can't even recall, David, when was the last time a 2800 would open a tournament with minus 30 ELO points at the start of the tournament. I mean, everybody has had a bad tournament, but for Erigaisi, yeah, this is a tournament to forget. And at least now he has played some couple of solid games. Yesterday he played against Wei Yi, this exciting, sharp game, and now against Vincent Keimer. So at least he's finding some pace. But Vincent, with the black color, I suppose you can't really complain, drawing confidently against the 2800.
Yeah, for Vincent Keimer, a very impressive game. Never looked in trouble, sacrificed a pawn early, took the initiative and held very comfortably. For Arjun, yeah, good question, Natas. I can't remember the last time a 2800 struggled like this. Of course, Arjun came last in this tournament a couple of years ago as well, but that was when he was far less experienced, far less established. And yeah, to lose, what is it now, 4 games, not to win a single one. Arjun has this high-risk strategy, but often he does take a few hits, take a couple of losses. He does normally get several wins in the process, so maybe just a learning experience for him. And no doubt he will be back to 2800 at some point. In the meantime, Praggnanandhaa, this game, another player on the ascendancy. Yes, he lost yesterday. Ivanka, do you think he's about to bounce back? The eval bar is climbing.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way, that he's going to make those steps towards the lead, because he's got a great position, and it's all primarily due to one thing: Black's terrible pawn structure on the king side. And it's Praggnanandhaa though, so I do feel that we should be very concrete about this. So what is Black going to play? You have a choice: knight takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. First up, I don't think that bishop takes pawn is even a is it a possibility? I mean, it just looks weird because you just go knight takes bishop and then you say thank you very much for the light squares. So knight takes, yeah.
Now, also potentially rook takes e7 after bishop takes d5. I think might have been lights out on the spot just to remove the defender. And if bishop takes bishop,
that's nice.
Yeah, threaten checkmate, win the piece next move. But yeah, you're right, Ivanka. The question of the next move, that's a difficult one. If not bishop takes pawn, it's got to be knight takes, or maybe move the bishop to g4. What do you think there, Artis?
Yeah, the question is, does Fedoseev really believe if he can save the position by the perfect defense? And that's why I think he's hesitating, because this knight takes on d5 might lead to just a terrible endgame. I mean, we briefly discussed this. I don't really know if Prague has to force these things, like takes. And again, here we go with a trade on d5, or maybe even the move queen f5, just to apply pressure, put the queen on h5, put the bishop on e4. I see all kinds of bad things for Black to happen. And that's why Fedoseev perhaps is thinking, maybe this is the moment when I can try to complicate the game, play bishop g4, perhaps I can put it on g6, I ignore the pawn here, and with a bishop on h6 coming out, perhaps this is giving him a chance for a lifeline here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like a far more Fedoseev type of move, Ivanka, just keeping the tension, even at the cost of a pawn temporarily, just not walking into anything too concrete or too direct.
It does feel a bit more grandmasterly, right? To kind of at least confuse the issue. I agree. Bishop to g4 probably the best, but maybe we can just go and see how like knight takes pawn is so bad. Oh, because he just played it.
He took it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Process of elimination. I think we would look at the capture first, whether it's best or not. Just forcing moves, knight takes knight. I quite like, other moves other than knight takes knight, maybe bishop e4, something you mentioned earlier, Ivanka. But yeah, here there's a lot of options. Oh, yeah, even on the previous turn, but maybe now as well. Bishop to e4. Queen f5, another move. Bishop takes bishop, then queen f5. Artis, do you think it's one of the more kind of... I mean, for me, I would find it tricky. There's just so many tempting moves. It's just hard to pick, right?
Indeed, David. I think the only chance maybe for Fedoseev here is that Praggnanandhaa is going to get confused with the opportunities, because there's so many ways to get the advantage. There's the bishop e4. There's the bishop, knight takes on d5 and queen f5. There's the knight takes on d5 and bishop e4. But the clock is ticking. Tick tock, tick tock, right? So this is move 20. White has only 12 minutes. And I think also Prague wants to clarify the position a bit, basically get a position that plays by hand. I mean, Yovi, what would be your first instinct? I mean, which continuation you'd be looking at? I mean, would you be trying to force matters here, trade a couple of times on d5, enter this favorable endgame, or instead you'll be more inclined to go for a direct attack against the king, or there's another idea?
Yeah, so I think I would have traded once and definitely kept the queens on, because even though the endgame is very tempting, I have a philosophy in life that when your opponent has an unsafe king, try and keep the queens on, because you have greater chances of harassing them that way. But we do have a move from Prague, by the way, and he decided no trades, instead maximum action. Bishop takes h7, now huge threat in the position. And I guess he can go knight takes knight at will.
Yeah, knight takes knight. And which way white recaptures here? Oh, both look very tempting, I've got to say. But yeah, I mean, queen takes does open up possibilities against the black king on the diagonal. Pawn takes, you solidify your center forever. Keep the battery on the light squares. Oh, it's a 50-50. I mean, just give me this position is all I would say. It's a dream. White.
Yeah, I'm with David here. I don't know. Somehow I want to keep the queen on the same diagonal, to hit the pawn on h7, keep the tension. But then again, I'm thinking maybe after b takes on c3, I'm giving black too much counterplay. Maybe in the future, the pawn on a3 could become a target, and the queen c3 feels to be the safe move. So, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, knight c3 makes sense.
Yeah, so Fedoseev under pressure. Just to mention as well, defensive moves like rook to g7, just I think unthinkable here, just so ugly. White will get moves like knight to f5 with gain of tempo. Fedoseev needs to defend actively somehow. But okay, this game, let's just do a recap maybe of all of the boards, because this one guaranteed a time scramble just at move 21. Let's remind everyone of the time control as well. The players now have a race to move 40. They only have what's left on their clocks, plus 30 seconds after every move. And only at move 40 do they gain an extra 50 minutes for the rest of the game, plus that 30-second increment. And yeah, let's, with that in mind, with the time control in mind, this 100 moves they have for the first 40 minutes, let's go around the horn and check out some of the other boards to see where the more dramatic moments might come, where the blood might be spilled, or where the clocks might be a huge factor. And okay, it looks like nobody's down to their last 10 yet. Harikrishna about to tick down to that point, but Jovanka, whose position or whose circumstances with the clock included do you think is the most dramatic at the moment?
With the clock included, I'm not so sure. Probably Harikrishna, although he seems to have evaded the danger. But it's got to be about Abdusattorov against Caruana. That position's still crazy on the board. Maybe not so much on the clock, but on the board, really anything could happen. And I feel like Nodirbek is in big trouble there. And Gukesh is doing Gukesh things against Max Varmadam there in the bottom left. So my Abdusattorov wins all the way. I mean, that game is just fire.
Yeah, I'm completely with you over there. So I also would like to follow that game. And by the way, speaking about the game of Harikrishna against Caruana, did you guys notice that Harikrishna is down a pawn? Yeah, so he had to give up the pawn at some point on c2. It seems we missed a couple of moves, and this is why the queens are off the board, and Harikrishna is just trying to hold on. So he has a pretty solid pawn structure. Black's pawn on h6 at the moment is under attack, and I suppose the only question is, does Caruana have enough ways to capitalize on this extra pawn?
Yeah, it feels like the bishop pair keeps rearing its head in a lot of these encounters, often one side offsetting a pawn deficit or the center by having the bishop pair. In the meantime, though, the Harikrishna Caruana game is going to be maybe a bit of a grind. So let's jump in here where, I mean, wow. I like the symmetry with Black's position. Queen on a5, rook on h5. Pieces normally kind of long-range pieces that normally stay on the 8th rank for a long time. Really sniping into this position. Black's last move given a cross, given a miss. Maybe there was something better. And now, wow, Nodirbek steps forward with his pawns. Maybe we can just recap the last couple of moves.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall. We left it, I think, about here, David. After b3, I believe this was your suggestion to follow in the footsteps of Max Varmadam, who moved the knight from a4 to b2. Now this is a different route. Queen a5, bishop b6 is the idea. Bishop e3 stopping the idea. Bishop a6, rook e1, e5. There you go. Another move, David, you suggested a while ago. So stop White's ambitions at the king side and maybe control the d4 square. And after queen d2, bishop c7, f5, apparently mistake by Abdusattorov. Knight e4. Okay, this part is a bit clear. White cannot take on d4 because bishop b6 is incoming. But this move, bishop f2, is a bit puzzling to me why it's a mistake, because David, I mean, just looks very human. White is prepping to play knight e3 and bring it to d5, and apparently it's a miss. So what could it be?
Oh, good question. Given a question mark, so not the best move. Yeah, I think most humans would be able to understand that white knight teleporting to d5 would suddenly totally change the landscape. So a very logical move. I'm struggling, I must say, unless it's something mysterious like bishop to d8, just stopping knight e3 forever. It looks like rook to h5 was played. Ivanka, can you see anything else here?
No, I couldn't see it. I was thinking maybe it was just something like bishop to b6. I did notice that the bishop on g2 is defending the f3 square. So there could have been some knight f3 ideas, but maybe we have to call on the good engine.
I mean, apparently there's no win. So indeed, it's either bishop b6 or even king d7. Okay, that's move a bit too deep for my taste, to be honest. I'm not sure if the king feels a bit safer on d7 instead of e8. But bishop b6, I like it. So the point is, black was supposed to play bishop b6 and after knight e3, just ignore white's intentions and play either bishop c5, or we can go back to the weird ideas of the engine. Engine says king of 8. That's a move I would never ever think about. But bishop c5, I mean, it does make sense. So white plays knight e5, black plays bishop b7, and just resumes a normal positional game. Kills the knight on d5, then maybe activates the king, and in the long run has a better control of the dark squares. I mean, David, when you say like that, when you put the position on the board, suddenly everything looks very logical, right? But somehow we have difficulties finding these moves over the board.
Exactly. Once you put the black bishop on c5 like you did there, Arta's really instructive. Beautiful square for the bishop. Controls all the dark squares, locks down the queen side, has some eyes towards the white king. Then I think we all realize that black has a long-term advantage, not just a short-term dynamic kind of edge here. And I think it's just hard to shift gears, right? Rook h5, a semi-aggressive move. Bishop to d8 now, given a question mark as well. Not the best for Caruana. But again, the way he's playing, to me, would be more instinctive. He wants bishop g5. He wants action. He wants, he wants to create threats on the board. But maybe bishop g5 is just a shot in the dark. That can be blocked by white's knight, white's bishop. Ivanka, he's playing very human moves, Alexei Caruana here, but maybe missing the key to the position.
Yeah, maybe. But on the other hand, it's not like white is going to be winning. You know, this position is really sharp, but it's not like these mistakes have actually cost black any advantage. Yeah, bishop to g5, as you mentioned, can be blocked, but there's no coordination for white. So it's not really entirely clear what white is going to be doing either. If you go knight to e3, then the bishop comes out to g5 and sets up a pin. If bishop to e3, well, I guess you can do some kind of shimmying with your own bishop to h4. I still feel black, despite the evaluation saying the bar is solidly in the middle, black is the one with the chances. The danger is more for white than it is for black.
Yeah, I'm wondering if white can tolerate the knight on d4 for how long? I mean, I understand we don't want to give up the dark square bishop, but maybe this is something that white will have to do, like take on d4. And now obviously queen d4 is not because there's bishop b6, but maybe white can just improve the position, like play knight f2. Now there's some loft, as they say, for the knight f2, knight g4, e5, maybe even e5 immediately. By the way, yeah, so black's pieces are quite disconnected. There could be some queen d4, queen f4, and perhaps white organizes something. By the way, now that I'm looking at this position, David, I'm not so sure that it's So obvious. Of course, I have the backup of the evaluation bar who says, you're doing great, keep doing. But this position somehow from the black's perspective looks a bit shaky because he has the pieces scattered all over the board.
Yeah, suddenly all three results are possible. It felt like black was at least in control, and yeah, I don't know if that's the case any longer. I really like your counterintuitive bishop takes d4. Might just be the one moment you can get away with this before black is able to bring his bishop out. Again, long term, you mentioned how long can we tolerate the knight. Probably tactically it's hard to tolerate that black knight, but also long term, if the dark squared bishops get exchanged, any endgame is going to be favorable for black because that knight is just a beast. So yeah, maybe this is the moment Abdusattorov with his 10-minute, 9-minute time advantage here needs to stumble across something. I still don't see the follow-up in that position, I must admit, after taking everything, blowing open the center with e5. But if there is something, then I think, just based on his performance so far this tournament, Abdusattorov is going to be able to find something. Okay, he doesn't go for this. He actually takes a pawn on f7 instead. And okay, he lures the black king out, but the black king's pretty safe, and a miss. Maybe it doesn't work any longer, this whole idea for white to take the knight.
Yeah, maybe let's check it. Yeah, let's check the line. So yeah, it is bishop d4 and e5, by the way.
Wow.
But the point is, white has to make the only move queen f4.
Oof.
And I quite don't follow.
I guess now, because of now the black bishop moves, now at least d4 would be hanging in some lines. Now there's no more bishop b6. I'm not sure if you want to take it immediately. And yeah, moves like bishop c7, or white could play like f6. Oof, that would be cool. Just to point out. And white promotes something, g7, and
is this
okay? Easy to say this as a commentator. I mean, as a player, this is stressful stuff to analyze, right? Ivanka, he took instead and played knight to e3. Wow, the blue arrow appears. How natural would you say is that move? Bishop to h4 for black.
Not so natural, I would say, because my first instinct is why not tie up the white pieces and go bishop to g5, and then you can work on improving the rook or maybe getting the queen into play from a5. But yeah, bishop to h4. Okay, so I understand. He just wants to target the e4 pawn. The engines are ruthless. So bishop h4 saying if there's a trade, the pawn on e4 is going to be terminally weak, and you can reroute the rook to f4.
Wow, that's a very deep idea. Actually, I was thinking more of what David said before, that there might be some positions when black is pretty happy to trade the dark square bishops because it just keeps the knight on d4 basically forever. Because let's imagine black does play bishop h4 and these bishops do disappear from the board. How is white planning to challenge this knight? I mean, it's not so easy to do because essentially the only thing you can do it is get the knight to f3, which I think is going to take forever. And with this black knight on d4, any endgame most likely will be favorable for black. But I also can understand you, Yovi, because bishop g5 feels just very natural. You want to pin the pieces, apply maximal pressure. There's also bishop before incoming. So for for Caruana, this might be not such an obvious choice after all.
It feels like a very classy move, bishop h4. You need to be super calm. You need to realize you can play long term. Also, there are some concrete issues to work out, like if white's knight jumps into d5, the b4 pawn is very loose. Maybe that's the way to long-term kick out the black knight on d4. You win the b4 pawn with the white knight, and then you eventually get to play the move c3. But yeah, again, easy to say these things. But yeah, bishop h4, I would be very impressed, I've got to say, Ivanka, if he finds that move, Caruana. Now he's under 7 minutes, still 10 moves to make to get to the time control. Big moment here for the tournament.
It is a huge moment, but can we quickly dive into what's happening after bishop to g5? Because as David mentioned, one of the lines is that the knight could jump to d5. And I can just see the evaluation bar equalize. But, okay, a queen to d1. And now, yeah, the rook is on freeze. So the rook steps back. Yeah, it's going to...
I suppose that's the difference. That this queen d1. Otherwise, you had a very, very good point, Ivanka. I mean, this bishop g5, I totally like it. Especially, you see there's ideas like bishop f4 and bishop h2, and this king doesn't really have good square to go. And with the knight on d4, bishop h6, it just leaves a very good impression. Yeah, but this move, queen d1 again, very specific move. And knight e5 is incoming. Then the bishop on d4 is under attack. So maybe it's not a good move after all.
Yeah, suddenly the white knight would land, and it might just be about removing those dark square bishops, playing purely on the dark squares. The black queen on c5. Moment of truth. He plays your move, Ivanka. He plays the more natural move, I would say, bishop to g5. And his advantage is gone, Alexei Sarana, under 6 minutes as well. Question mark appears. Only move for white now. This one is a very logical one. Some blue arrow moves are harder than others, but this move, definitely the most natural. Stepping out of a pin with gain of tempo. Queen to d1. Abdusattorov, he's going to play that move. And what do we think here, Ivanka? Is the tide going to start turning?
wouldn't go that far, but I just wanted to say that queen to d1 is one of those moves that is very easy to find when you're defending a bad position. But when you're attacking, they're actually so difficult to calculate because somehow your instinct is always to look forward. And queen to d1 is a retreating queen move. But okay, comes with a lot of purpose. So I don't think that Nodirbek is going to turn it around, but I think he's going to have enough play to make Sarana's life awkward. And yeah, it's on the board, artists. It's a good move, of course. Nodirbek finds it.
And sorry to jump in, but there's been a huge development. It looks like Max Varmadam's made a big mistake against Gukesh. So this game now back in the balance. We'll check back in on it later, but Gukesh pouncing on a mistake. Maybe we jump over an intermediate move, an intermezzo by the world champion. Max Varmadam has blundered, I'm going to say. Artists, maybe we just do a quick action replay of the last few moves.
Yeah, David, indeed. I'm trying to pick up where we left it so that we don't miss any action. I think it was about here. Yeah, we're discussing to start his king's attack. So Max here decided to improve his position by putting the other knight on a4, trading the bishops, and now there comes the f6. So Gukesh found the perfect moment to execute f6 because white cannot keep the center solid with the move f4 because the king on f1 is positioned very unfortunately on the same rank as the black rook on f8. So white had to take it. Rook takes on c8. Wow. Actually, this is quite surprising, but okay, this idea is pretty obvious. I mean, after rook takes on c8, knight takes on d2, that's an intermezzo check. Black wins the exchange. But what did they miss? I mean, did they miss the idea of that queen e2 is knight g3? Or maybe this is a miscalculation because very quickly, I don't quite see where's the problem because after knight takes on g3, there's king g2. There must be more. Maybe it's knight c2 here. Maybe this is what he missed. Maybe this is the move.
Yeah, knight c2 looks very powerful. There's all sorts of forks, actually. The white queen, is she trapped because of all the forks? This would have been devastating. Max Varmadam, he played queen d1. So for Gukesh, at least it's no immediate knockout. Again, knight takes g3 check. The white king moves. Then it's a double attack against the black queen, the black knight. So I don't think you can play that. I don't see it. Okay, maybe it's not as clear cut as we think. Maybe you need some finesse. But Ivanka, he's got 12.5 minutes, and it's a Gukesh type of position. If there's a concrete solution, he usually finds it, right?
Yes, he usually does. And so, you really do have to think about what to play here. And so if you move the queen and you try to line it up on the f7 square, I mean, I can't... Oh, queen, of course. Does that work? Queen a6 check, king to g2.
Yeah, but I'm struggling also to find a follow-up, because after king g2 it seems that white has normalized, and maybe there's something more.
Is it something to do with bishop h6? So if we move the queen to a6 or b8 maybe? I don't know. Oh, too much choice.
Just put it on a random square.
Yeah.
And then
That's a
work on
lovely
the
random
bishop
square
h6.
there, Yovi. I mean, queen b8 hits the pawn on g3. Now after king g2, maybe I can use David's idea as my own. Can I play bishop h6 here? Oh, look at that. It works.
Wow.
I just randomly played it and it works somehow.
I guess easy for us with in eval bar telling us there's something, but if you don't realize there's something, then bishop h6 not immediately clear. And yeah, just maybe you can put that on the board, Arturs. Just you cannot touch that bishop; it's poisoned. And this would end.
Can I execute the combination here?
Do it, please do it. There we go. Check, check.
Just so good. Check, 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 and mate on the board. Wow.
Beautiful. Oh, nice spot. And where's the knockout if white just blocks? Bishop h6, like f4, hold the door. Is it a sacrifice?
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be. Must be. And there we go. The white king's just too open. The black queen's coming in. Ivanka, he has a winning position, Gukesh. What are the odds? Do you think he's going to find the knockout blow?
Well, the issue is that Gukesh doesn't have all the time in the world. So he's a fantastic calculator, but I'm sure a lot of his attention is going to be occupied by trying to make knight takes g3 work and maybe putting the queen on a very active square. But Gukesh is fantastic, so I'm sure he's going to see this whole motif of bishop h6. And once you do, then queen to b8 does jump out at you. I'm going to say yes. Well, I'm going to say yes, he's going to find it. Archers, what do you predict?
He found it. I think he sees it, Ivanka. I mean, queen b8 basically just confirms he already sees bishop h6, and by now I think also Warmerdam must realize that bishop h6 is about to follow, because usually these types of the best players in the world, they're not thinking only one move at a time, they're thinking sequences of the moves. So Gukesh is highly trained tacticians. He senses the opportunities, and I mean the Indian school of chess itself is well known for their vigorous training of the calculation and tactical vision. So yeah, for Gukesh, spotting bishop h6, I think this is going to be very easy. And right now Warmerdam is that's how we lose this game.
Yeah, and it's no coincidence. The white knights, we've talked about how he did some weird maneuvering earlier, knight a4, knight b2. The white knights are just really offside. Black's knight on e4 is powerful. The knight on b4, also more impressive than its counterparts. So it's not that surprising. There is something against the white king, which is so bare right now, lacking defenders. But as you say, Artus, in order to capitalize on these small things, you need this fantastic tactical vision. And yeah, the Indian school of chess, they train it so well. I think we saw as well on the camera a few minutes ago. Now we see the realization from Max Warmerdam, but we saw Gukesh kind of pause. That's the spidey senses tingling, the instincts, and it's because they've practiced this type of combination so many times. It's like it's very linear, the calculation actually. Bishop h6. For us, it was a moment of realization, like revelation, but once you see it, you can't unsee it, and the rest kind of just flows. So Ivanka, big trouble here and big impact on the standings. Gukesh could be extending his lead if his rivals don't win.
It would be absolutely huge for Gukesh, 2 wins, amazing stuff. But I was just going to ask the question. The only move that I can see that kind of fights another day is bishop to f4, which I know invites rook takes bishop, but maybe that's a false friend. No, it's not. I thought rook to c8, and I thought one could maybe continue life.
No, but I agree with you. This does make perfect sense, and it's not that obvious how black is going to win this. Let's say king f7. And how do you protect the pawn? So queen e2 drops the queen due to knight g3, and after queen e1, oh yeah, there's bishop d4. And all kinds of problems. But what else he can do? I think he might do this, actually, from the White's perspective. It does make sense.
Yeah, maybe f3 instead of queen e1. It's still very sad. I guess there's knight e2 check and knight d2 check, and all sorts of things are falling. But yeah, this could be the continuation. I don't know if Max can somehow limit the damage and just give up a pawn. The problem is the g3 pawn's so important. Like, I was looking at queen g4, for example, but then Black could at the very least play knight takes g3 check and then just drop the knight back on the f5 square. Most beautiful outpost you'll ever see, in any French defense or Caro-Kann player, Jovanka, will be salivating at the prospect, being an extra pawn up and positionally just dominant as well.
And that's the worst thing, David. If you lose this pawn, you're just literally prolonging the inevitable. You can't change the result of the game because Black has such an overwhelming position. So I guess the issue is, do you die quickly? Or do you just suffer for another 20 moves? What's your poison, Artis?
I would say better go away with an orchestra. Yeah, so make it exciting. Otherwise, I mean, this slow motion end of the game is not really that exciting. But yeah, I mean, I think that here Warmerdam is looking for a chance, like something that his opponent might have miscalculated. But maybe he's not even calculating anything at all, because very often, I mean, all of us, we have been in this situation so many times, right? Mainly you're just unhappy about yourself. I mean, how did I get here? So Gukesh played against me d6. I got a very nice center, and guess what? Move 30. I'm completely lost. What I'm doing here?
Yeah, it's these top guys, these top players, they make us all feel dumb sometimes. And Max didn't do too much wrong. It's just a series of very small mistakes that I think we were talking about momentum as well. About 10 moves ago, he'd lost momentum, lost the advantage. It's not just about having an equal position, which he did until 3 moves ago, Max. It's about the trend of the game, the mindset. And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like he's been caught, just caught unawares, and is about to pay a very high price. Wow, what a spot by Gukesh, though. Knight e4, Zwischenzug, intermediate move. And queen to b8, beautiful, sophisticated, silent killer touch. And it looks like he will be executing those blows. Max down to under 1 minute. Maybe we just stay here for the next move. And then we should check in on some of the other games which are really heating up as well. Oh, it's king to g1 from Max Warmerdam. Does that change anything?
Well, it does allow knight takes g3. Because if you capture the knight, the queen swoops in and the bishop on e3 is loose. So you get the dream scenario of posting up a knight on f5 from g3. And I see some people are merciless. And they saw Artis saying no.
I insist.
I want dinner early.
On bishop h6. Yeah, I really want to carry it out, but probably doesn't work. Yep. And it says it doesn't work. That's all I needed. There's no more check on g2. The king's on g1.
It doesn't lose, though. It doesn't lose, apparently.
I'm going to find a way, David. Just wait.
Oh.
All right.
G4,
probably this
maybe?
is not related. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Queen g4. Yeah. Okay. I found it. Thank you.
And
no, I mean,
okay, it looks like,
right.
Yeah, knight takes g3. It's a clear pawn. Knight to c5, I guess, is the only remaining question for Gukesh, with a threat, a counterattack. Knight e7, knight takes e6. So Gukesh just needs one solution here in order to execute the move.
You can play queen d6.
So cold-blooded, Jovanka.
e7. Oh.
I like it. Looks great. But I mean, then Warmerdam has some ideas. Yeah, like queen g4, knight f5, and so he has chosen the long suffering.
Yeah, the long suffering incoming. And okay, knight to c5 played by Warmerdam, who's around the 1 minute mark. maybe we can jump in on some other games because they are also spicing up as we approach move 40. It looks like the Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev game is just wild. Prag also down at 1 minute. And Abdusattorov also turning things in his favor against Alexei Sarana. So these are huge for the standings. Maybe we jump straight there. Let's start with Prag against Fedoseev because that just looks like a mess. This one has changed, I'm going to say, Jovanka.
Yeah, it's certainly changed. I mean, how did the black pieces start to swarm around the white king? But okay, white is material up. I can see the h7 pawn has disappeared. So, okay, knight to e2 given a question mark, but not for an obvious reason. I would just say that maybe it's made the advantage slightly lower. But yeah.
But look at the clock. I mean, it's only 1 minute for Prague, and this is move 28, and the position is a complete mess. So I don't really know how Fedoseev does this, Yavi, but he has done a very good job because from this terrible position in the opening, g takes an f6, then being completely positionally dominated in the middle game, now he gets to this wild position and forces his opponent down to the last minute on the clock. Now, this is exactly the thing that Magnus was talking about. That's what makes the big fish so special.
Yeah, and that's why the top players in the world, he's proved it just this year, or this last 12 months alone. He beat Magnus Carlsen, beat Fabiano Caruana, beat Arjun Erigaisi, Fedoseev. It's because, yeah, he plays this weird, wonderful brand of chess. And yeah, that's also, I mentioned it earlier, he's so good at freestyle chess, chess 960, because he sees these little details and kind of confuses even the best players in the world. I've faced him a few times, and I always seem to get these positional advantages, just like Prag did against him. Then like 5 moves later, it's just totally random on the board. It's again, momentum. But let's try and break it down. Knight e2, white to pawn up. If everything gets cleared up, then white is clearly still winning, or at least slightly better, or at least clearly better maybe even. But knight to d3. Is that your arrow, artist? Break it down for us.
That's a terrible arrow, I know. I mean, I was just trying to keep the opponent confused. I mean, I saw some tactical tricks with queen d5. I mean, it doesn't immediately work. And I was hoping that maybe here black is down 2 pawns. I'm now talking from the black's perspective, but at least I can find ways to be confusing, like bishop c5, hit the pawn on f2, maybe some ideas to take on h4, play rook g8. But I know, David, I know what you're going to say. A pawn is a pawn, and white has 2 of them.
You know me too well already. And yeah, I could see this happening, this type of thing at least. Maybe he'll want to do it in a slightly better way. I don't know if there are any sacrifices. In the current position, rook takes h4 is always slightly tempting, but unless there's an immediate follow-up, then why invest that material? Could be something weird like bishop d6 maybe? Jovanka, help me out.
Yeah, I was going to jump on that one, bishop to d6 as well, because the knight on h4 is a vulnerability. No, it's not that, but
Yeah. f3. There's all sorts of queen c3 coming as well. Black's king may be just as weak as its counterpart here. Hey, where is the move and how narrow is the path of Fedoseev? Maybe again we check what the computer suggests is the best move, and then we can judge whether he finds it. Fedoseev panic setting on his body language under 3 minutes.
So it is knight takes on e2.
Oh wow,
that is
followed by
quite surprising. Yeah, I mean, I would not be looking at this move at all, and now I just play like nothing happened. No, actually, it's rook e5. And now play like nothing happened. Rook e8 and bishop d6, and you have 2 bishops. The bishop in h3 is annoying. The d pawn is going nowhere. But, yeah, I don't know. What do you think? I mean, is this so obvious for Fedoseev? Because, to be honest, yeah, he is. He did play it.
Wow. He literally played it. Yeah, just because I was also of the opinion that there's no way you're going to be looking to exchange of pieces because you want to keep your attackers on the board. But Fedoseev finds the best moves.
He's just so good, Fedoseev, especially in these imbalanced positions. When it's random, he comes to the fore and brings his best. And yeah, that's the hardest thing. We were talking earlier. Do you fall on your sword? Do you kind of go down fighting? Or do you just chill and just act as if you're not a pawn down? Black actually, again, it's that bishop pair. It's the queenside pawn majority. Suddenly, I mean, the black king looks so open and terrifying. So if I didn't see the eval bar, I would say white's still much better. But yeah, suddenly it's not clear, at least. And Pragg looking nervous on the camera. 30 seconds for him. Surely he's going to move his queen. But the black rook is coming. Pawn to f5. Sometimes an option to hit that pinned bishop. Yeah, featured chat there from Karimian saying he might save it. He might do more than save it, Fedoseev.
Yeah, and I was going to say
now
f4.
bishop g4. Yeah.
Only move. Otherwise, queen h5 will come with devastating effect. So you absolutely need to find bishop to g4. And it's actually really unbelievable that Fedoseev is still very much alive in this game.
I would say it's more even than alive. He has suddenly very big dynamic chances because now this position no longer seems to be for white perfectly under control. So, all right, yes, white has the extra pawn, but let's imagine some sort of scenario where even if black's initiative, it might be a temporary initiative, it dies down and the queens get traded, black could play something like c3 at some point. Look at this bishop at f8. We were having fun of this bishop a bit earlier in the game. And suddenly it's having quite a big say in the game. The pawn on a3 might fall on black's bishops. There are two bishops after all. So I'm not really convinced that here Pragg is going to win this game at all.
Yeah, suddenly this game has become very complicated. Pragg at 30 seconds, still plenty of moves to make to get to the time control. Let's quickly check in on Abdusattorov against Caruana. That was we billed it as one of the most dramatic games. That one is also looking wild. And here we see a nervous body language from both. Abdusattorov glancing at Caruana. Caruana looking a bit panicked. Eval bar frustratingly says it's equal, but the position, two bishops, the kings, looks anything but. Jovanka, 9 minutes against 1 minute. Who's the favorite?
Yes, Caruana's just lost control. When we compare this position from what we saw earlier on, where black was the one pushing and it was really unclear what white pieces were going to do, suddenly the knight has moved from d1 over to d5, and it's the black king that's now in huge trouble. So Caruana, with no time on the clock, I can see him going into panic mode here and making a mistake.
Yeah, it's very difficult because it seems that white is attacking. There's all kinds of checks you have to watch out for. There's queen a7, there's rook e6, there's f6. White is attacking. Even though black has two bishops, there's a very, very big probability that black might commit a big mistake right here. And the time situation is not helping Caruana at all.
Oof. Nervy moments. He's at 20 seconds now, Alexei Caruana. Now we see the countdown. The nervous glance at the clock, also visible. Oh, okay, he drops his bishop back. That is a pin, but the blue arrow appears. White can get out of the pin with a check. I think a very straightforward move there, very obvious one. And yeah, as the featured chat said there, white's bishop valiantly protecting its king, but also could be a great attacking piece itself. Hey, Jovanka, Nodirbek, can he cash in? He might know that Gukesh is winning, so in order to maintain that half-point gap, he needs to win this game himself.
He certainly does need to win this game, but okay, he has the matter in hand. You know, he has to deal with the position right now. Queen a7 check, only move, and once the king steps back, the question is, how does he maintain the game? Does he give more checks with the queen? And maybe Caruana's plan is just simply to tuck the king to the h7 square.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this position, Yovi, and I'm thinking, if I'm from the white's perspective, it feels I might have something here. That's the feeling I have right now. I'm looking at, there might be some queen a7 followed by knight x and f6, and I would my initial feeling would be I'm looking for like a kill right here, but maybe there is no such move. Yeah, because as soon as the white rook leaves the e5 square, let's not forget about black's own ideas like queen h2 check as well. So definitely queen a7 has to be played, and after king g8, knight takes on f6, I suppose you need to kill the bishop here. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And while Abdusattorov thinks, it does look like Gukesh has just won. There we go. Result confirmed. Max Barmadam, devastated at losing that key pawn around his king, resigned just a few moves later. He actually lost a second pawn. And Gukesh pouncing, cold-blooded assassin that he is, and now holds a very significant lead if his rivals cannot win. There we go. Marching out of the tournament hall, looking very determined. He's the world champion for a reason, Jovanka, showing his strength yet again.
Yeah, and well, maintaining his lead, 7.5 points out of 10. But Nodirbek Abdusattorov, if he wins, he will be chasing Gukesh down by just half a point. And Nodirbek has to find queen to a7. I think that one is elementary, but what happens next is not that easy, because how, as white, do you maintain the balance? Because remember, black is also, if the rook lifts itself from e5, black also has counter-checking chances on h2.
This might be a good moment to go and check in on Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev. It looks like Abdusattorov settled in for a bit of a think there. He has a bit of time, but the other game is on the brink. It looks like Pragg has re-established control, and Artus here, it looks like white has a very strong pass d-pawn, but the clock, Pragg has no time.
Yeah, we missed a couple of last moves, I suppose. As soon as the players are going to get a bit more time on the clock, we can maybe replay them. Queen e2, it seems a mistake, but I like this move. But what is missing in the Fedoseev's position is the dynamics. That's what I don't see anymore. And actually, queen e2, I like this move because this essentially forces black to trade a queen. So there's no more queen h3. The rook at h5 is under attack, and as soon as you trade a queens, now this d-pawn will become very strong. And also notice the rook on h5. Now, very weirdly, it's disconnected from the game, and it cannot easily make it back to the defense. Maybe something like takes, play bishop d6, run home very quickly, but now, once again, Pragg is looking very good.
And Jovanka, it's all about the d-pawn, because actually the endgame, black might have some counterplay on the queen side, but stopping that d-pawn is going to be, well, a brutal task. Not easy. Do you think Pragg can do it? 30 seconds.
I think Pragg can, because look, there we see the queens come off the board. And the thing is, Pragg's task is so simple. Next move is going to be either d6 or it's going to be rook to e8, check, rook to d8, and you start kicking that bishop away from its blockading square. So they're already getting closer and closer to the time control. And yeah, I think that this is definitely something that Pragg will manage to convert. And there you see, rook to e8.
Only move, by the way. I suppose the idea is to play rook d8 next and kick away the bishop from blocking the square, but hang on. I mean, the game still continues because I'm seeing bishop f4, and if you allow me, even bishop g3 ideas, and suddenly we might get a line mate here with the white rook on king and h1. So this line with king g7, rook d8, bishop takes on f4. If you take it, I take on h4. There's all kinds of rook c2 ideas, and I don't really care what the bar says. This game still remains very wild.
Oh, it's clear the next three moves are going to be critical. This is move 37. Remember, they don't get any extra time. They get that 50 minutes each at move 40. So if Pragg's still winning at move 40, it's just over. He will win. But Fedoseev has this three-move window to confuse the issue. And the question is, can white kick away that black bishop and ignore bishop takes f4, as you pointed out there, Artus? Or is there something better? Jovanka, it's so tight now. The margin for error is minimal. But he's on the brink. He should win with best play.
Yeah, this is the big question, though, because if you don't play rook to d8, you allow black to go rook to c5 and pounce on the d5 pawn. So yes, Pragg says absolutely, take the pawn on f4. I call your bluff.
I think I see the sequence, what he's planning. So after bishop takes to d4, d6, the pawn rolls forward. After bishop takes on g3, he's not going to take on g3, but play d7 and rook a8 check, promoting the pawn to a queen. This could be the idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could also maybe take on g3. And then there'll be some lines rook to d4. There might even be a queen versus rook endgame when white eventually makes a new queen. But, I mean, this is still not easy to calculate. Fedoseev eyeballing Pragg, saying, okay, you might be winning, but you have to prove it. And big moment, is pawn to d6 the only winning move? That's the question. The blue arrow hasn't appeared. Maybe there's something else. 30 seconds for Pragg.
Yeah.
It feels very natural, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and if the knight drops back to g2, then there's going to be bishop takes g3 ideas, so d6.
d6 played.
So that's a move that Fedoseev did not really want to see. Yeah, I mean, when you're in time scramble, you're feeling your position is bad. You're kind of hoping that your opponent is going to cooperate with you. But of course, you're playing against the best players in the world. What can you do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop takes pawn does look like maybe the best practical try. Fedoseev needs a trick. It's now move 39. Pragg only has one more move to make to get to the comfort of move 40. He needs Pragg to blunder on this next move, Fedoseev. So he needs to test him. Wow. The pressure is on. Look at his eyes darting. Jovanka, he's calculating something. It's just whether it's good enough.
Yeah, well, there's no way to stop the d6 pawn, so I think he's going to put all his eggs in one basket and go bishop takes g3. You've got to test Pragg, because otherwise there's just nothing to do. Take the pawn on g3, and once d7 happens, put the bishop back to c7 and see what happens. Okay, he goes for it.
Now the big moment, h takes on g3 with rook d4, as David said, or d7 immediately. I like d7. It feels pretty... maybe he wants to sacrifice the queen. d7, rook h4, rook h8, king h8, promote a queen, and just continue to play this position. Maybe it's not so clear after all.
Wow. Maybe it's not so clear. This is move 40. Pragg needs to decide. Again, is there only one winning move? Does he go for glory? Is it David the d-pawn marching forward, the winning move now? We'll see a new queen appear if that happens. Pragg, only a few seconds left.
He plays d7.
Okay. Power stretch. He stands up. Arthur's, it looks like that was the key. The bar didn't move, didn't flinch. So now Fedoseev, dilemma for him on move 40.
Yeah, and I suppose he saw the forcing sequence, David, until the end. I mean, I was just throwing random ideas and hoping they're going to work. The idea, of course, is after rook takes on h4, I thought you have to give a check. King takes on h8, d8 queen, king goes here, and I stopped calculating. But probably Pragg already figured out. But what is the move, to be honest, from afar? I don't immediately see. Maybe actually this rook takes on h2 is not a big deal. Yeah, maybe just take on f6. And rook h2, king g1, and the black king is weak, and that's why white is winning. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, probably that's the case.
Yeah, it does look like Pragg, once he gets a new queen on the board, should win this game. I wonder whether you can also play like rook to c8, just super chill, and make a new queen. Now that you've illuminated the way that rook takes h2 is not a checkmate. Fedoseev, though, down to a few seconds. Ooh, he made that move with 1 second. That was the most chill move I've ever seen. Ultimately, he did take the knight as we expected. And wow, the blue arrow does appear. The rook to c8 is the key for Pragg. Maybe other moves win as well. But yeah, Praggnanandhaa in control. We've reached move 40 here. Abdusattorov has also reached move 40. We see him stretching on the camera. I don't know whether we want to jump into this game or we go to the bird's eye view just to see whether the games have all reached the time control now. It looks like they have. But with some twists and turns.
David. They have reached move 40, and yeah, you mentioned there was a lot of adventure to be had, and there we do see on our board that Pragg, to make his life easy, has to find the move rook to c8. Shall we go to the bird's eye view?
Yeah, I mean, let's do it. By the way, I checked very quickly on engine. Rook c8 indeed is the only move on rook h8. My suggestion just loses. So white cannot do it, and I'm pretty sure that Pragg is going to figure out. By the way, speaking about the game of Abdusattorov against Caruana, Caruana did blunder in this time scramble, and yeah, I just had a feeling that there might be some tactical problems.
Yeah, we see the eval bars there. It looks like Abdusattorov about to win, so he will remain half a point behind the leader, Gukesh. Praggnanandhaa in the driving seat will break that one down. We'll do a full action replay in a moment, but Harikrishna as well, the other remaining game, struggling against Fabiano Caruana. Can Fabi mount a late surge in this tournament? We have, though, reached the time control. It is move 40 everywhere. The players get more time. That means we get more time. So we'll take a short break, but do not go anywhere because we'll be recapping things and breaking things down for you very shortly. See you in a few minutes.
Let's dive into Gukesh's top 3 show-stopping moves of his career so far. At number 3 is Gukesh versus Arjun Erigaisi from Norway Chess 2023. Now let this position just sink in. How on earth did Gukesh manage to get these 2 pawns on the 7th rank? And even crazier, the position it got here, it started as the London system. Now to answer that question, you'll have to check out the whole game, and I'll tell you that you will not be disappointed. As Philidor once said, the pawns are the soul of chess. Now, these 2 pawns are the soul, body, heart, and mind of Gukesh's position. And here, exactly to get rid of one of those 2 pawns, Arjun made the move b5, attacking the white queen and disconnecting it from defending the d7 pawn. So if Gukesh retreats with that queen to d1, Arjun would simply pick up a very key pawn. You kind of lose your soul. But b5 is where the fireworks started. Gukesh does not want to lose one of those 2 pawns. He first sacrifices the bishop. That's the first brilliancy of this game. And there aren't 1, there aren't 2. There are 3 of them coming up, and this is just the appetizer. Bishop takes pawn. Arjun had to pick up that bishop, and this is where the stunning move comes in. You've given up a bishop, and now Gukesh goes in to sacrifice the queen, the second brilliancy of the game, and it's all around trying to promote one of these 2 pawns. If Arjun picks up that queen, Gukesh would go on to promote that pawn, bring in another queen, pick up that rook. Yes, black can take it, and then the c pawn picks up that rook and becomes another queen, winning the game. After queen takes rook in this position, Arjun couldn't capture the queen. Instead, he has to take that d7 pawn to stop all the threats from happening. Gukesh continued picking up a central pawn, and he played pretty flawlessly the next few moves, keeping everything under control. And I want to get your attention to that final brilliancy of this mind-boggling game. And it was right here after the queens got traded off. And I want you to pause and think about this. I want you to do a Gukesh right now. Just lean back, fold your hands like Gukesh always does in a game, and finish this off with the white pieces. I hope you were able to get it, because Gukesh definitely got it. He brings up the final sacrifice, another bishop sacrifice, the 3rd brilliancy of this game, and essentially finishing things off. Arjun Erigaisi resigned here. This bishop has to get out of the way. If you capture the bishop, the white rook jumps in to that final 8th rank, giving a check. And finally, all dreams are realized as the c pawn indeed ends up promoting itself as a queen.
Well, it's my honor to be here with the 18th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Gukesh Damaraju. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
So first question, you just won the World Championship. How does it feel to have every childhood photo in history now be on the internet? Everybody's been posting about when you were 9 or 10 years old. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I think I look better now than I looked at that time. So I'm not too happy about that, but okay. Let them have the moment.
We've talked about this story a lot of you being at the Chennai World Championship and you being inspired. Have you thought about the fact that there's a random 7 or 8-year-old Indian child somewhere out there who you've never met, who is going to look back on this moment? Have you thought about that idea?
Yeah, it's a huge honor for me. When I was 7, looking at Vish sir and Magnus play, I thought, how cool would it be to be there, and to know that I'm actually the person that kids are looking up at and getting inspired by to take up this beautiful sport. It means a lot to me, and as I've said a lot before, chess has given me a lot of things, and giving chess back these little things is the least I can do. And if someone, some kid looks at me, gets inspired, gets into the top in the future, or even becomes a future world champion, it would be a huge honor for me.
In the charming Dutch village of Wijk Aan Zee, the stage is set for the Wimbledon of chess, Tata Steel. Thrilling battles lie ahead as one of the oldest and most respected tournaments in the world is celebrating its 87th edition. This tournament isn't just about chess, it's a tradition where legends are made.
Oh, Bishop E6, and that's the clincher!
The lineup this year features defending champion Wei Yi, who stunned everyone last year, and world champion Gukesh Damaraju, fresh of his world championship victory. Also in the mix are Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, and a host of other grandmasters ready to make their mark.
Anish smells blood.
Double exclam, what a blow!
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans that visit the venue daily, who will be able to withstand the pressure? Let the games begin, as 14 chess maestros vie for supremacy, glory, and the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title.
And we are back. It is round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We've been focusing on the Masters section where blood is being spilled. The tournament standings are being shaken up. Gukesh, our world champion, has won a game, setting down the standard for the rest. And these are the results we've seen so far. 3 draws, relatively uneventful. A quick draw from Wei Yi and Jordan van Foreest. Starting off proceedings, Leon Mendonça and Anish Giri then drew their game, and Arjun Erigaisi, Vincent Keimer also signing the peace treaty towards the end. But it was Gukesh getting the all-important win with the black pieces, capitalizing on a blunder by Max Varmadam. And that leaves us with 3 games. It's myself, David Howell, it's Jovanka Hauska and Arturs Naiksans in the commentary booth for you. And 3 commentators, 3 games. We're blessed here. Okay, Jovanka, looks like White about to win on 2 of the boards.
Yeah, I was going to say that's 1 commentator, 1 game. So take your pick. But yeah, absolutely agree. Look at the evaluation bars. 2 wins. Abdusattorov just seeming to emerge from the time trouble there with a victorious position. That one looked wild for a long time. And then also the game on the bottom, Harikrishna, Caruana, also looking like it's going to perhaps go Fabiano's way if he can put enough pressure. But shall we dive in to the game Abdusattorov against Caruana and find out exactly what happened? Because it's been razor sharp all the way. And it looked like it was all in balance. I was expecting the Black King to hide itself in the corner. Can we rewind and find out what exactly happened?
All right, let's do this. And I'm going to also switch on the engine so that we don't have to guess a bit what was going on here, since this already is a past thing. I think we left it after bishop g1, queen d1, and rook h8. That's the moment we did not see in the time scramble. So until this moment, the position was quite balanced. Rook h6, according to the engine, is not the best move because Abdusattorov was able to take on d4, he takes on d4, and apparently here the only move for white to keep the advantage was to play this unexpected invisible move, rook a1, which I imagine in a time scramble is not really that easy. Instead, he went for the obvious move e5, which, to be honest, I mean, it just makes perfect sense. And I think we saw this position for a moment, and we were wondering if Abdusattorov is going to pick up queen a7, and he did. But here, apparently, the only move was king g8. So the point here is after king g8 here, knight takes on f6, black has to play rook takes on f6, and black is down a pawn, but apparently enough compensation to keep the game level. So where's the difference? The difference is after king f8, now knight takes on f6 works. And guess why? Because after rook takes on f6, we have a suddenly unexpected mating idea on the board.
Wow. It looks simple once we see it. But of course, Alexei Caruana, when he made that mistake, that fateful blunder, he had no time on the clock. I've got to say, I am surprised because king g8, like h7 is the hiding spot. If you could pick up your king and put it anywhere on the whole board, that looks like the safest square for it. So a bit of a surprising mistake. Perhaps he'd underestimated some tactics or miscalculated something. But king to f8, and there was no way back. Maybe we can just show how things have unfolded since that. He gave a couple of consolation checks, spite checks, grabbed a pawn in the process, but the white king is running. Maybe this is what he missed here, Jovanka.
Yeah, the white king is running, and it's interesting because if the queen steps up to c3, and you'd expect that the white king, does it run again or does the rook drop back? Because if the rook drops back, miss my question, there's queen takes knight, and there's still that checkmating idea in the air.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, this king on f8 is quite unfortunately placed, and I'm trying to understand what Caruana was planning here. Maybe he just believed that he's in trouble anyway. Like he was relying on the perpetual check somehow after knight takes on f6, queen d1, queen d2, or queen d2, and hoping that there's going to be perpetual. And perhaps he thought that here after knight takes on f6 and bishop d5 or rook d5 to follow, that his position is not great. But to be honest, David, I think this is just the time scramble, and sometimes we just tend to panic when running down the last seconds, and nobody can explain later why we made the moves that we did.
Yeah, and sometimes, especially here where it's like a coin toss, it's a 50-50, it's king g8 or king f8, you escape the check. Sometimes you're looking at king g8 the whole time, then you see one small problem, then you're like, oh, it has to be king f8, but then you don't have time on the clock to explore the consequences of this new decision you've just kind of spontaneously stumbled across. So yeah, I think you're right, Arturs. It's one of those really unlucky time scramble moments just before move 40, I believe. And yeah, it looks like it's just over. It's one of those really tough moments where you make one small slip, suddenly there's no way back. Often you can make a mistake and the game goes on, but okay, he's played another move. Rook takes f6. Now, where is the knockout blow? Bishop to d5. Maybe it's not so simple. I did forget that back rank checks now can be blocked by queen to c8. The black queen jumping back in time. Okay, not so clear.
Yeah, bishop
Not so
d5,
clear.
apparently. Yeah, and there's no more checks anyway.
Wow.
I mean, this
easy
is
to
something
miss.
you don't often see, right? Yavi, I mean, have you seen something like this? I mean, the king's on g3, like there might be potentially many checks on the diagonals or horizontals, and there's no way. I mean, queen c7 is protected by the queen. There's no queen e3, there's no queen e5, there's no queen e1, there's no rook g6, and the king on g3 actually feels very much comfortable.
Yeah. And where is the knockout blow if black just curls up into a ball and goes queen to c8? So you can throw in a check. I don't know whether you should, but oh, yeah.
I just delivered the check and some guy turned out to be a mate.
That is a good check. And yeah.
And yeah, it's unfortunate queen d3, I think, can still be met by a rook to e3 with a block. And queen takes bishop. There is, again, this nasty checkmating motif, queen b8 this time, and queen e8. It's always the same way of closing the door. Poor Alexei Sarana, easy to miss this. It's easy to just assume that, that you're kind of giving loads of checks, perpetual check, but white blocks everything. And yeah, puzzle rush here would throw the bishop in the way, throw the queen in the way, as you were highlighting there, Artus. But ultimately, all roads lead to Rome, home at that point. All roads lead to checkmate after bishop to d5, it looks like. Key move. If this was move 39, I would say there's a big chance he doesn't find it, but move 42, 43 now. Jovanka, surely he's going to play bishop to d5 and win the game.
Yeah, I was also thinking that unless he can be seduced by this idea of queen to e7 and doing everything in a forcing manner, right? And as you can see, the evaluation bar says no. That would be a big mistake.
Yeah, because you couldn't easily get the rook to the h file, right? So I think this is something definitely Abdusattorov is going to look at, but since there's no follow-up, no checks, the rook here on e5 stands pretty awkwardly, and there's your king on g3 still quite a bit exposed. So I'm pretty sure that he is going to drop this possibility pretty quickly.
Yeah, it looks that way. Bishop d5, for everyone at home, it's just a really classy move. Quiet moves are the hardest to play in these tactical dynamic positions, but it just cuts across the black king's escape, shuts the door, and then pretty much guarantees that any check is over. Any check is checkmate. So bishop to d5 is the move we are waiting for. We recap this one nicely. We will keep an eye on whether Abdusattorov plays bishop d5. He's still got nearly all of the 50 minutes that he was given at move 40 to mull over the options. It might come in 2 minutes' time. It might come in 20 minutes' time. Who knows? But he is winning if he finds the best move. Maybe we can recap the other games, just the run-up to move 40, where things were fast and furious. Do some action replays now that we're left with this remaining trio of games.
Yeah, I suppose it's your call, Yavi. Maybe you can choose which game to follow. So do we have a look at Harikrishna against Caruana? How did they get to that game? Or try to understand how the game is going to continue in Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev?
Yeah, I think that it should be the Harikrishna Caruana game. But in the meantime, I see on the board that bishop to d5, of course. It was very easy for a player of Nodirbek's caliber to spot such a motif. And now it's just game over for Sarana. Nothing to be done. Queen to b8 check, queen to e7 check. Any check is going to be checkmate. And there we see on our screen Praggnanandhaa against Fedoseev. And there's nothing worse than sitting there understanding your position is completely lost. And that's the situation that Fedoseev finds himself in. But it has been more or less a really good game from Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a crazy game, and maybe we could go back a couple of moves and try to understand where the big fish could have played a bit better, because I had a feeling at some point he already had completely fooled his young and very deadly opponent. So Let me see how far do we go. Maybe something like move f4. I believe this is where we saw it. There was a complete mayhem on the board. Queen f1 and rook h5. This was apparently a mistake. So here, apparently, black could have immediately equalized the game with rook takes on e4, takes on d1, queen d1. So all I'm seeing is still an extra pawn and king g8. Okay, I'm not sure I understand this move. I suppose just bring the king closer to defense. And basically, the next move, no matter what white does, is c3, and black's chances are not worse.
Wow, that is difficult to say the least. And Fedoseev understandably didn't want to go into this position where it looks like the black king is open. Black's still a pawn down. But there are moves being made, so we can potentially just recap that build up to move 40 and catch up with the current position where a new queen is about to appear on the board. We mentioned that rook c8 was the last move. It was made on move 41, the only winning move for Pragg. Everything else actually surprisingly losing for white. And now, are there any tricks remaining? The queen does make an appearance. Ivanka, is this the end?
It is the end. And I think we're just going to see some kind of moves that you make out of inertia, just because you can't quite come to terms with the results and the bishop to e5, but there's nothing to stop the queen and the rook just delivering some deadly checkmates.
I mean, last time I checked, white has an extra queen. So for a bishop and 3 pawns, so I think here Pragg is just going to figure out what's the cleanest way to win. I'm wondering, do we give up the queen on h2? Maybe it's going to require a bit too much work, but pretty sure a player of Prague's caliber is going to figure out it very quickly. Instead, he plays queen g8. I think he's going to simply go for the mate. King h6 followed by queen f7, rook h8. Since black has no checkmate ideas, the rook on h2 always is under attack. But I think we're seeing the final moves.
There are some, if king h6, queen takes f7, there is rook to g3.
Oh, my queen is under attack. Okay.
And the queen would not be defended, just to show this.
Well spotted. Yeah. I forgot about it.
That's the only trick I think black has, and anything else will win for white. The white queen's defended now, so this, I don't know, it feels like there must be a move to tip black over the edge. Queen g4, is there also rook to g3? But no, at the end, as you're pointing out, yeah, let's put that on the board maybe, Otters. This would end the game immediately.
And collect the rook on h2.
Yeah.
I think they're about to play this. Yeah. Here, and Pragg is making the move. No, queen f8.
Oof.
Oh, just collect the rook. Oh, we're so bad.
Even better. It's a smile from Fedoseev. As he resigns, Pragg takes the win. Wow, what a game. Nice geometry at the end there to seal things. He found a series of only moves, but ultimately he deserved that win. Fedoseev fought, but not quite hard enough. Ivanka, again, huge. Pragg bouncing back from yesterday and emphatic fashion in the end.
Yeah, it was actually all because of a very smart opening choice, because he played something tricky that maybe Fedoseev wasn't necessarily that familiar with, and it kind of bluffed them to committing the pawn structure. And after that, Pragg played fantastic chess. It really put the pressure on Fedoseev. And Fedoseev, he's a massive talent, did manage to mix things up because that's how normal chess games develop. But in the end, beautifully calculated, especially in that endgame with finding rook to c8. So important victory for Pragg, who remains in the chasing pack.
But what I really love is the attitude of Fedoseev, because he just lost a very painful game and he was very, very positive. He felt that he had given his absolute best, tried to save his game. And as you can see right now, he is analyzing the game with Pragg. They're checking some ideas, moves that both of the players have missed. And I really, really love this first interaction right after the game. And it just fascinates me that this happens even at the highest level. I always thought that the club level players sometimes exchange the thoughts and try to analyze the game right at the board. No, also Fedoseev and Praggnanandhaa, they're very, very curious, immediately share their thoughts, and ultimately they played a great game.
Yeah, and there is some chess etiquette. Normally, it is up to the loser whether you want to engage in real discussion, analysis, post-mortem afterwards. But Fedoseev showing how mature he is and how much he loves chess by staying and chatting a little bit. Yeah, that game was full of really complicated variations. So nice to see the players break things down. And maybe they'll have that chat afterwards to get even deeper into what was actually lying beneath the surface. But that game finishing means we have 2 decisive results, Gukesh and Praggnanandhaa taking the wins, but also 2 games remaining. Those are between Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Alexei Sarana. And the other encounter that we haven't focused on so much, Pantala Harikrishna with white, potentially in trouble though against Fabiano Caruana. And it feels like this game also deserves a bit of a recap as to how we got to this rook ending.
All right, I'm going to take a lead from here. So we left it a while ago, if I may say so. It was, I believe, around here. There was so much action happening on other boards that we just didn't get the chance to follow this game a bit more closely. I remember we're discussing, should Caruana play e5 and collect the pawn on e4? There you go. The answer is he did not do it. And from afar, I think we saw this position where after knight x on c2, knight x on e3, we got a bit of complications, but Caruana effectively won an extra pawn. So this is what happened. Rook c1, bishop takes on h6, black has an extra pawn, e5, trade couple of pieces, knight e8. All seems to be perfectly logical, but black enjoys the extra pawn. I imagine the players were here in the time scramble. And look at this, Caruana decided to give up the pawn.
Wow. He hasn't been studying chess with me, that's for sure. I would never have given back the pawn, but really classy decision. That black knight now, super strong. Bring us up to the current position, Artis, because it's level material, even if black has that good knight versus the bad bishop.
Yeah, and from here on, knight x on e3, another great move. And black just plays the textbook game at a queenside, organize a pass pawn, and black has a pass pawn at a queenside which runs faster, and the whites, let's just say, does not. This is the final position.
Okay, and Jovanka, we see the eval bar saying it's great for black. The blue arrow appears though. I mean, to my eyes, it looks like there's still some work to be done. Rook endings, you can never relax. But what do you make of this endgame task Harikrishna finds himself with?
Well, it's a difficult one because, as Archers mentioned, it is a race and it's all to do with the quality of the pawns that you have. And it's not easy for white to quickly get a passed pawn. And I do feel like a4 is the most natural move in the position. And you just have to do some counting, because if the rooks come off and we find ourselves in a king and pawn endgame, black is the one that controls the critical a3, a2, a1 squares. So the b pawn can just march forward with a lot of assistance. Now, when it comes to the rook and pawn endgame, I mean, I'm also thinking in terms of, once these after rook takes pawn. And there I was thinking that if the white rook just decided to mobilize, rook to d1, to go rook to d7, or maybe to support. You want to get your rook behind the pawn, but you also want to advance your own pawn as compensation, so that one day maybe you can sacrifice the rook for the b pawn, and by that time you have your own passed pawn that you can escort with your king. That's the dream.
Yeah, but I think it's just winning for black, and white's ideas don't work, at least the way I'm showing them.
Yeah, it looks difficult. It looks like it might be a race where, black's just too far ahead after pawn to b3. White still needs
You go
several
rook-
moves to create a pass pawn. Go on, Jovanka.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a bit excited there. Could you go rook to f1?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think this is what you suggested.
Yeah.
And I play b3 anyway.
And now the king comes to... I don't want to... Yeah, the problem is rook to b4. Oh, you cut
Oh,
me off with that.
even rook b4.
Yeah, very instructive moves. Rook c4 cuts off the white king. That looks very, very direct and very strong. f5, king to b4, and b2 is a big threat. Yeah.
Looks over to me, to be honest.
Rook b1, black can play rook to c3 check before king to b3. It's one final trick, but that one is over. Yeah.
So where was the mistake? Yeah, where was the mistake? Apparently here the position for white was not so bad, and apparently this b3 was a terrible move, and I just switched on the engine just to confirm my feelings that maybe b3 was just accelerating black's idea to organize a pass pawn, but maybe it's losing anyway, like f5, a4, and...
Could you go g5, sorry.
G5. I'm sorry. I already looked at the engine's lines. I'm afraid, Yovi, they don't make any sense. I mean, who in the right mind here, if I may say so, would look at rook c1?
Mysterious.
And with the idea to play after a3, b takes, walk away from the a pawn, and now you advance your king and give up the rook here.
Wow.
It's a very difficult move. I don't recall. It's just not logical. It's just not logical to step away from the pawn.
Yeah, I think the only explanation is to stop king c4, king b3, the black king marching in. But that is, far from obvious. I think you need an hour to break that one down and realize b3 is very natural. I wonder whether Fabiano is going to play rook c8, though. That's the only thing making me pause. a4 is maybe... I think it's the move you always calculate first, but rook to c8 also looks slightly tempting. For black. That a move? Maybe white has to go passive. Rook to b1. And it's... a4 just looks so linear, though. Jovanka, he's got to be calculating that. Fabiano, famous for his kind of ruthlessness in calculation phases.
Yeah, I think so. Rook to c8, you'll still have to work out the complications, say, after f5, and whether it's a big race, because the white king gets active. But a4, it feels so simple, and you can calculate it pretty much to the end. And some of those motifs that you highlighted with a rook coming to c4 was very, very instructive. And the white king was just never able to get into the game to support the pawns. But yeah, can we just revisit this position? Okay, so what is white's best chance? Like how to mix it up? Is it some random stuff with rook to g1? Rook b1?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to stop the b pawn somehow, because if black plays b3, king b4, and king c3, etc., it just feels quite straightforward. So the only idea I'm trying to come up with is to play rook b1 and again run with the king very quickly at the king's side and sacrifice rook on b1 for the b pawn at some point. But somehow I have a feeling it's not going to cut it.
Does look very slow, and it's always like the last resort, right, to go so passive, rook b1. But then it's pure calculation, I guess. Fabiano is probably looking at rook b1, and he's like, okay, it's a race. Do I start with rook a3 check? Do I start with king c4? And how quick is white with f5, g5, all that stuff? He's probably 15 moves deep by now, Fabiano. He's been thinking for 11 minutes. Maybe even 20 moves deep. Maybe he's seen the end, and he's just double-checking, counting. But I think this probably is very likely to happen, Ivanka. Process of elimination at this point.
Yeah, and it just makes so much sense. The aim of an endgame is to create a passed pawn and promote it, or win by checkmate. And yeah.
I mean, I would like to show this position to some very strong grandmasters and ask them to find the saving move. I mean, okay, here technically, yeah, king c4, black still, I suppose, is winning. But here, to see the resource after a4, can they find rook c1?
And yeah, just before we delve deeper into that rook endgame with some very difficult resources for both, I just want to mention the other game might be in its final stages. Alexei Sarana is getting desperate. There has been a rook sacrifice, the only check, the only way to avoid checkmate. Maybe we just jump in there. It might be the final moments. If Nodirbek finds the right move or two in the coming turns, it will be resignation time. Sorry to cut you off there, Artis. We will jump into that rook endgame. Right. We will have time for that, I promise.
Right. So after rook g6, can we take it?
Patsa sees a rook, Patsa takes a rook. Let's do it. And the bar doesn't drop. Okay, where to hide? That's the only question. Looks like a good path. I can confirm that after drawing the way. I was struggling. I was going backwards, but always go forwards, everyone. That's.
I'm just randomly drawing some arrows, David. So I have no idea. But does it really strike guys like this might be a perpetual check? No, I don't think so. The king always is going to escape to c5 or e5, or the bishop and rook always help.
Yeah. Also, the king isn't anchored down to protecting, say, a loose rook on e3. The queen on a7 is doing a good job there, so that gives you a free hand to run with the king to a safe place.
How about in that variation, yeah, here the white king gets some help from the white queen. How about after king e4, queen h4? If you try and run that way, just to stop you using d4 as an escape route.
That's a good idea.
And now if you go forward, yeah, I go back, queen f6, block you off. It's winning for white. We see the bar, but not immediately clear.
Okay, I'm going to have to make the long way.
Sometimes that's the best way. No, yeah.
Well, now you can use the rook to block.
Yep.
That's it. No checks on the f file because of rook f3. And the black king gets hit. King f3 now. And now do you run forward? You go the long way around.
And now I give a check on f5.
Oh, and then I go back with my head in head in hands. He hasn't taken the rook. Wow. This must be winning. Actually, I think you found the win there, Artis, at the end. The white king runs and uses the bishop to shield, but you found a different way. King to f4 played. King march. There's been so many king marches this tournament. I've got to say, Gukesh has done it a couple of times. King f4. What do we make of that? Queen f1 is a check, but that's just blocked. Is this over?
Yeah, I suppose he just figured out that this is the easiest way, right, Kelly?
Yeah, it is the easiest way, right? Because you just... I did think about king at f4, but I wanted to take the rook. But you just block with the bishop and nothing to be done. Sometimes chess is simple, and sometimes it's hard.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of both. It can be simple and hard. And at the moment, yeah, the hard part for Alexei Sarana is that as soon as black's checks dry up, he gets checkmated. There's no in-between here. It does look like this is over. Body language as well, Ivanka. He knows. He's he looks resigned to defeat now.
Yeah, he's just one check. That's all he has in the position. The bishop will step back and block.
But he definitely has a feeling he could have done so much better in this game, because at some point he had this beautiful knight on d4 and the time scramble. Yeah, this dreaded time scramble when people keep messing up their great positions. All of us, we have been in this situation many, many times. You, David, and Ivanka. It's just you play a great game and then something happens in the time scramble, and that's what happens.
Mm-hmm. Now we see the Desperado, the renegade kamikaze rook, gives itself up finally with a check. But the situation very different this time. White still has the f5 pawn for shelter. And yeah, as long as the checks dry up, this is over. Abdusattorov so confident. And this will be Serrana's first defeat of the tournament. I've got to say, Ivanka, he's been very impressive. Former European champion, both individual and team, and rapid, I believe. Alexei Serrana, but this game, unable to navigate the storm against Abdusattorov. He keeps doing it, Nodirbek, taking risks, and it always seems to pay off.
Yeah, it seems to be his strategy, just to play quick chess, put his opponents under pressure, get these razor-sharp positions, and then in the time trouble, just to induce an unforced error. And he was gifted one there from Serrana, who will be bitterly disappointed with this game. It looks so promising for him. And there we do see that the White King is headed for salvation. A few more spite checks there from Serrana. The White King is going to run to the Queen's side, where it will find shelter.
I believe that after King c6, this is going to be the final move. I mean, Black is running out of checks. Maybe one more spite check on c8, and after King b6, at least Serrana is playing the final moves very quickly. So very often it's just accepting the result. You're just basically replaying the game in your mind over and over again. Where was the critical moment? What I could have done better. But at the end of the day, you have to accept the result.
Yeah, and the acceptance will come after Nodirbek's next move or two. The White King, pretty much wherever you stand now, you are totally fine. But yeah, you should go forward to c6. Only one last sensible check there. And it is over. No stalemates. That's another reason to sometimes play on in chess. Black does have too many pieces though. Black g7 pawn. You cannot give away all of them and stalemate yourself here. And okay, move about to be made. King c6 it is. And there we go. It is a result. Alexei Serrana resigns for the first time in this tournament. His first defeat for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That is his fourth victory. And he is now only half a point behind Gukesh, the leader. A very impressive win in the end. And Ivanka, Gukesh keeps trying to up the pace, keeps trying to step on the gas, but keeps this chasing pack. It's never easy. Abdusattorov not allowing him to run away with things.
Yes, Abdusattorov, Wijk Aan Zee seems to be his tournament, right? You know, he's had tremendous results here from the very first time that he played it. And it looks like this year is going to be no exception as the players leave the playing hall. Means one game remaining in the Masters, and that's between Harikrishna against Fabiano Caruana. And yes, there we can see them playing in the corner. One can
A4, by the
almost
way.
tell.
A4, Jovi has been played. It's on the board, so Fabi has figured out the differences between A4 and Rook C8. Also something that David suggested as a very tempting continuation here. And right now, Harikrishna is just trying to figure out the details. So his position already was quite terrible to start with, but I just love this. Again, this pawn sacrifice that Fabi did a couple of moves ago. Again, I would like to bring it on the screen. So at some point, it was the Indian Grandmaster who had a very good compensation. Let me just pin this moment here right now. That's the world-class player to you. So extra pawn for Caruana here, but White is pretty active, and he decided to give up the bishop on c4 just like that. Bishop c4 takes, knight e5. And by the way, the engine says that this position is just slightly better for Black, but then again, Black's plan is just very straightforward. Push for the queenside pawns and progress.
Yeah, so instructive there, Artis. As you mentioned, that's going to go in strategy books, positional play, and it also shows the importance of the bishop pair. He was willing to give back his extra material to get rid of White's bishop pair, the white bishop alone. The dark square bishop couldn't fight against the black knight, and here we are. But I want to bring it back because you mentioned that White might have one or two very difficult resources to stay alive. Artis, maybe you can highlight those just before we move on.
I'm going to have to check the engine again. Yeah, because without an engine, it's not really so easy to understand it. Yeah, so here, king b5, the engine says f5, stopping, advancing at the king side, and a4, there was this resource, rook c1, which, again, it doesn't really make any sense. Every other move seems to be much worse. King f4 engine also says might be playable. But rook c1 is by a big margin the best move here. Not very human, if you ask me. It's just counterintuitive. But there also might be a move after f5, play king c4, and probably this is the reason why Hari decided not to pursue this line. Now, for example, rook d1, king b3, rook d2, and black just plays a4, king f4, and here black would have to come up with some very, very precise moves. By the way, a3 is not one of them because here, let me just put it on the board, a3 takes. Here, White escapes with a draw with this very thematic rook sacrifice on a2, playing king f6, and the black king is very far to stop one of the white pawns from promoting and essentially being traded for the white rook. So the correct move here instead of a4 is the lovely move, either rook a5, hitting the pawn on e5, or rook c8. So at the end of the day, maybe Harikrishna was losing anyway.
Yeah, and maybe losing anyway. He makes his move. He captures the black pawn on a4. He didn't look very happy about it, though, and we're expecting Fabiano to quickly recapture, and the rook endgame looks winning for him. We came to the conclusion rook b1 now is the best way to slow things down for black, stop the black pawn advancing. And in the meantime, while Harikrishna tries to defend here, maybe we can go and look at the challenges. We saw a couple of very interested faces the moment that Abdusattorov won his game. And we still have some big names still in play. And let's have a look at what we have remaining. It is still 4 games in action. We have Artis Pipers, who won his first game. And a nice game, actually, with a brilliancy on move 26. So we'll come back to the bird's eye view in a moment. But Artis, maybe we could break it down. See that first win by the local Dutch player, Artis Pipers.
Yeah, let me select it in a moment. I'm trying to come up. All right, found it. There you go. So we're just gonna maybe in this space play out the moves of the game. So it was some sort of a Lopez. Knight c4. I believe this is pretty big theory. Knight e3. By the way, the pawn on e5 is not really under attack because there's all kinds of tactical tricks for black. Whoa, g4. I love this move. Very aggressive. Knight f8, through g1. So white castles the long side and leaves the king side only for fun. Looks pretty straightforward to me.
Ooh, pawns are coming. It's that alpha 0 h6 pawn, right? There's all sorts of techniques now.
Look at this. Yeah, also f4 is incoming.
Oof. Really thematic game. All about the dark squares strategy here.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Wow.
But it doesn't feel like Irina actually did anything wrong.
No.
Like,
yeah, that's the worst part of chess. You do nothing wrong and then you're left with a hopeless position, exchange down and getting checkmated. That's a brilliant game. Bishop takes c5. Wonderful move there. Double exclamation point. Yeah.
Yeah, but she already was dead loss, right? So what a game by Pipers here. from the white's perspective. Like Yovi said, it doesn't even feel like Irina, from the black's perspective, did anything wrong. It was probably a combination of mistakes. Like if I may go back to what the engine says here, after h4, bishop b7 is a mistake, which feels a pretty pretty decent move to me. And after h6, g6 is a mistake, which again feels pretty natural to me.
Yeah, and that's a great victory for white here. Artur Pijpers, the Dutch player who won the qualifier last year and is playing in the Challengers for the first time in 2025. Personal friend of our fantastic producer, Bic, so special shout out. But we do have 4 games remaining, and we won't dive too deeply, but maybe we just have a quick recap, see how the standings might be impacted. On the camera, we do see our leader, the Czech Grandmaster, Tai van Wen. And okay, it looks like he's got a very level looking position, maybe a small advantage against Vaishali, the sister of Praggnanandhaa. Okay, lots of other big names in play. Owen Lamy chasing. Let's just break this one down. And okay, small advantage for white, would you say? Very static position though. What do you think, Jovanka? Who would you take?
I paused because I was just going to say, well, it looks good for white. It really does, because, you can see that the rook will slide over to c1. There's a lot of pressure against c6, but the king on g2 makes me uncomfortable. I can see Vaishali. She's such an aggressive player. I can see her throwing forward h4. Yeah, and exactly. The knight comes to g6 and fun time suddenly. So it's not going to be one-way traffic, and I think that this is going to prevent white from playing with a free hand on the queen side. So I'm going to tip this at white will press, but Vaishali will hold.
Yeah, I agree. This is definitely not so obvious. I mean, maybe without the queens on the board, like let's say somehow Van Ven could trade off the queens, then it's just white who is pressing here. If he somehow managed to keep the pawn on d4, but with the queens on the board, I also share the same feeling for the white king. Is just not feeling very secure here.
Yeah, big moment. Vaishali is known to be a great attacker, as you guys mentioned, and she has already won with black against some very strong players like Yakubov in this tournament. Yeah, knight g6, just go into hustle mode. I'd love to see some kind of attack going, at least, while her queenside probably collapses at some point in the future. But just to remind everyone at home that the Challengers, it does produce one of our players in next year's Masters section. So especially for Van Wen, who is leading on 6.5 out of 9 so far, this is all important. Vaishali slightly further back in the pack on 5, but a win here for her. She's right in the mix. So big game. Big game. Okay, should we zoom out here as Vaishali, it is her move. She will return to the table at some point. Maybe we just go to the bird's eye view briefly and recap before moving back to the master section where play has been developing in that endgame. A win for the Dutch player Pijpers, as we mentioned. Divya struggling, it looks like, against Frederick Svana. That is the purple board at the top of your screens. There have been a couple of draws. And meanwhile, the other 2 games, it looks like Owen Lamy maybe with a small advantage, but very complicated. And Suleimanli, the Azerbaijan prodigy, looks like he has an extra knight, although black has several pawns in his game against Nodirbek. So, okay, we'll recap the results a bit later, but these are things as they stand in the Challengers section. What do you guys think? Is it time to go back to that endgame masterclass from Fabiano Caruana? Vaishali returning to her table, though, and I'm sure she'll have a long think trying to attack. Here we go. Last game going in the master section. Let's recap the last 2 or 3 moves.
Yes, let's go there. I mean, excellent summary, by the way, of the Challengers, David. And here we have what's exactly transpired. It's just as we predicted. Harikrishna finds the best chance. Rook to b1, rook to a3, check. And now the white king takes a step back. And that's been awarded a question mark. So king
So
had to
apparently it
step
was the
up
only
again.
move, right?
Was it the only move?
Yep, so it seems. I mean, I was also thinking maybe something like king c4, Ivanka, but white can play rook c1, rook c7. I mean, we looked at this idea a bit earlier, collect the pawn on f7 and then play rook b7. So yeah, rook a3 is the only way.
Okay.
And okay, king to d2 given a question mark. Maybe we can try to understand why. There's this cliche, right, that you should always go forward. If in doubt, go active. But why is going back here such a bad decision?
I have a theory. I mean, from a human's perspective, I try to understand what Harikrishna might be thinking about, because naturally it doesn't feel right, because you want to move the king forward, like you want to play king e4, f4, king f4, king g5, king f6. And I suspect that Harikrishna calculated this and realized it's not working. So what he is right now trying to do, he wants to trade one pawn on e6, put the king on b2 if possible, maybe put the rook on e1, and try to find some sort of a fortress. Because let's say if you would have the same position with f5 takes, and if I could somehow magically make this pawn disappear, suddenly it becomes a very trivial drawn rook in-game. So maybe he's hoping for some position, let's say rook f3, f5, takes here, rook goes here, put the king on b1 or b2, and somehow hope to trade the e pawn for the b pawn and maybe escape again in these notorious rook in games.
Yeah. Actually, when you put it like this, it's not so easy for black. If the black king was already on like a3, then I think it's just over. But if white gets one more move and puts the king across and blocks the b pawn, if the whole king side disappears, as you're pointing out there, Artis, you can just go passive. The white king just sits on b1 and you can never ever break that fortress. So, okay, yeah, it is counterintuitive going back. But, okay, how does Fabiano try to maybe save a bit of time, prevent the white king from getting in front of the black pawn? Ivanka, what moves come to mind here? Rook f3, maybe one. Any others? Any other candidate moves?
Rook f1 for me was, rook f3 was the natural move. Rook to g3 was another one that I was thinking, entice the pawn to step one square further to g5 and then go rook f3.
Whoa!
Oops.
Rook g3 is a miss.
Ooh. How could that be a miss? It's the same idea, right?
Can I play a5 here? No, I cannot. Okay. But why?
Maybe, is it g5, maybe? The pawn's going to drop. No. And how do you, yeah.
Can I not just stick to the plan? Rook f3?
Mm-hmm. Rook f3, rook g1.
Wait, but I'm playing g6. I'm playing g6 right here.
Yeah, g6 first.
Or rook g1 and g6, like David, you said, yeah. And that's a draw.
Yeah. Rook and 1 versus rook and 1 will be a draw.
So rook f3 is already leading to a draw, either rook g1 or g6 immediately. At least white gets to trade off some important pawns. How about, I think this is the problem. As soon as you play king a4 or king c4, there's rook a1 or rook c1 and rook c7. And suddenly it becomes not so clear. Let me just put it on the board. I might be wrong though, but I suspect I'm right. So let's say here, 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 and here. And black is very slow pushing forward this pawn, and I don't think it's so obvious.
And if black blocks that check, with the rook a1 check with rook to a3, trying to gain a bit of time, then the white rook goes the other way. Rook to f1, maybe?
Oh, even rook f1. Yeah, maybe rook f1 is better.
And yeah, black is slow. Wow. Fabiano might have just lost a move with rook to g3. Rook to f3 was the way to go. Wow.
But I'm also wondering, can I play king a4? Like, I have a feeling that these pawns don't matter, and everything should rely on the strength of this pawn. I might be wrong, but can I play king a4 here? Yeah. Okay, I got my answer. I cannot do it, and because who knows? Maybe the same G5, by the way.
Yeah, or maybe it's the same idea, but with F5, and after the black rook goes behind, maybe now there's an exchange of pawns on E6, and I want to go, get that E6 pawn somehow, rook F1, rook F6, and counterplay. Wow, rook endgames, they're so tricky, right? The margin for error is so small. One natural move, and sometimes you blow the whole position. You blow the win. That's tricky, Ivanka. Rook G3.
Yeah, rook to G3 to me was the alternative to rook to F3. But can we, since it's on the board right now, rook to G3, can we look at what happens if black, instead of playing king A4, plays rook to G2 check?
I'm sorry, after rook G3,
yeah,
here?
because it's the position the players have got on the board. So they want G5, now rook to G2. I just wanted to check this one out.
Yeah, but how do you advance? That's the question. Rook F2 is always rook G1 or G6. King A4 is going to be rook A1, rook A7.
Yeah.
So after rook F2.
No, I'm wrong.
Oh.
I thought it's the same idea. But now this B pawn is unstoppable. God, these are so tricky endgames. Yeah, like it's.
Yeah, Dargan CH13 there was loving, but also hating the fact that even top GMs struggle. We're struggling here to find the differences, the little nuances. Fabiano's struggling, as seen by rook G3, maybe not the best move. Whether he's still winning, that is a big question. We'll dive deeper into this one, but Fabiano is down to 13 minutes now, so things will heat up, speed up, and the question is whether he can eke out a win from this advantage. We will, meanwhile, be going on a very short break, and when we're back, we will have an interview with the second of Harikrishna. So if you want to find out who that is, then you'll have to stick with us. We will see you right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are deep in the endgame phase now of round 10 here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm Grandmaster David Howell. I'm joined by the wonderful International Master Ivan Kahalska and the instructive genius that is Arturs Erigaisi, Latvian Grandmaster. And we're now deep in our number 6, and it's just one game remaining in the Masters section. That is between Pentala Harikrishna and Fabiano Caruana. And in order to dig deeper, to find out more about the Indian Grandmaster Pentala Harikrishna, we have interviewed his second, the young Austrian GM, Felix Bloberger. Enjoy.
I'm here with Grandmaster Felix Bloberger from Austria, who is a second for Pentala Harikrishna in this tournament. Felix, welcome. Thank you for taking the time for us.
Thank you for having me.
It is your first time in Wijk Aan Zee, so let's start there. What are your impressions on your first visit here to the Dutch town?
Yeah, well, it was always like a dream of mine to come here to Wijk Aan Zee, as it probably is for every chess player. And yeah, it's just great to be here, especially working for such a strong player. And just to be here, seeing the playing venue, it's just fantastic.
What was it like the first time when you entered the playing hall and to see, all the amateurs, all the fans, everything?
It's just a great feeling, yeah. Like everyone has seen parts of the playing venue through the online commentary, but if you're actually there, it's just a completely different feeling.
So let's talk about your work with Harikrishna. Have you guys, first of all, worked together before? If you can disclose, I don't know if you can, or is this the first time you work together?
No, sure. It's not a secret or anything. So we started working basically 3 years ago, exactly. And I've been with him to quite a few tournaments, also in person, because we prefer to work in person. Nowadays, you can also do it online, but that's mostly our preference. So yeah, we've been working for 3 years, and yeah, I think the work overall has been pretty fruitful.
You guys share some insights into your daily routines on your Instagrams, for example. I saw you guys, at the gym, having breakfast, walking on the beach. So can you tell us a little bit about what a normal day in the life of Harikrishna and yourself looks like during the tournament?
Well, during the tournament, of course, there's a lot of preparation going into the next games, but we also try to have like some rest between, which also includes going to the gym or going for some walks, because we both think that it's just very important to have some physical exercise as well if you're sitting basically the whole day, and yeah, just to have like a physical component as well. So that's kind of what what is very important for us as well.
And how has the tournament been going so far? You had a great start, and the last couple of few rounds maybe were not ideal, but how are the spirits in Team Harry?
Yeah, it's still very good. Of course, the start was fantastic with a very nice win over Arjun Erigaisi, and then there were some ups and downs, but overall, I think the games have been very interesting, and yeah, we still have a good feeling, like the two of us.
Yeah, still 4 rounds to go, so let's hope for a strong finish. You're not just the second Grandmaster player yourself, but you also have started doing YouTube video now, so you've joined the content creator ranks. How do they each compare? If you had to rank the 3, being a second, being a player, and being a content creator, how would you rank them?
From what I do most, or
what you enjoy the most?
What I enjoy. It's hard to say. I mean, I just love chess overall, and I think it's just a great addition to do some of these things. And I don't want to abandon any of them because I still like playing. I also really love coaching and seconding because I can. It just has an impression that I can actually help people, and that's a nice feeling. And when it comes to content creation, it's just really nice to give people like a peek inside of how it is to be a professional player, how it is to be a grandmaster, and yeah, so I really love doing all of these things.
Very impressive that you find the time. I mean, every time I saw you upload from here, I was like, where does he find the time? Speaking of your content, you had a video go a little bit viral recently called Why Being a Chess Professional in Europe Sucks, I think, something like that. So very forward and straight to the point. That has been discussed quite a bit. Were you surprised, first of all, that the video got so much attention?
Yeah, I didn't expect that at all, but it was actually nice to see that there was some discussion started from that, because I didn't actually make the video like for people to start fighting and to cause some controversies, but just to shed some light on how things are behind the scenes, basically, because it sounds nice to be a chess professional. It also is, but I just wanted to shed some light on, what are the potential things that people might not expect before they jump into that field.
Do you feel you have gained anything from the discussions which have ensued? Do you feel a slightly bit more optimistic maybe about being a professional chess something in Europe, or has your outlook remained the same since you published the video?
Yeah, I've actually, for my own, I decided not to pursue playing chess professionally already like 3 or 4 years ago, because simply there are people that are better than me, and that's simply how it is. And also I just really love just giving my knowledge to other people, and I'm very fortunate to have found ways of doing that.
Fantastic. Well, Felix, thank you for sharing all of this with us. It's a pleasure to have you here in Wijk Aan Zee. Thanks again for your time, and good luck and for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Fiona.
And there we heard from Grandmaster Felix Bloberger and the fantastic reporter Fiona Style Anthony. And in the meantime, we have had a couple of moves in this endgame. It's Pentala Harikrishna against Fabiano Caruana. We heard about the inner workings behind the scenes of the Harikrishna camp a little bit there. But in this game, Jovanka, seconds won't be able to help him if he cannot defend the next few moves. Can you see any hope against Fabiano?
Yeah, it was just, no, I can't actually see any hope. But one thing I wanted to say was that it's actually become more and more important, especially when you're playing classical chess, to focus on the fitness and your endurance, because we always talk about how you have to be precise, especially on those final minutes of play. You know, you've been playing for, say, 6 hours, and you don't want to be squandering away all your defensive or your winning chances in those final minutes. And that's exactly what we saw here from Harikrishna. Harikrishna, you know, we saw an inaccuracy from Fabiano Caruana playing rook to g3 and then rook to h1. So if we can backtrack and just find out what exactly transpired, because when we left it, it wasn't looking that easy for Black.
No, it was not. And I also think that this rook h1 move looks very logical, but apparently there's something very wrong, because it follows the idea that you want to put the king behind in front of the pawn, like king c1, king b1, or king b2, and activate your rook with rook h7, rook f7, and try to trade as many pawns as you can. But apparently there's something wrong. There's something wrong with this. And now after king c4 here, the Indian player is trying to figure out what it is. But can we use a bit of assistance here and check with our silicon bees here, because it's a bit tricky endgame, and for me, I quite don't immediately follow why rook h1 would be a mistake. And here apparently after b3, the only move is rook f1. And I'm not even sure I understand the idea immediately.
Yeah, that's difficult, right? Because rook f1 and rook h1 are the two obvious candidate moves. It's like a 50-50. Let's dig deeper. Artis, king b4 looks natural.
And the king c1 and king a3, king b1. And the black just stands and does nothing. King a1, the only move, by the way.
Yeah.
But even this position, I'm seeing ideas like check here, king b3, rook c3, rook c1. Maybe this endgame is just losing. Or maybe it's actually not losing. Oh, I forgot. Yes, I forgot about the idea. I thought black was going to win this.
So maybe a fortress for white, and that shows the big difference, because if we do it as in the game with the white rook on h1, then black just, after paralyzing white, immobilizing white on the first rank, and rook to f3 is maybe just going to appear. So King to c4.
Yeah, by the way, rook f3 is a very powerful move, but also king c4, what Fabi played is perfectly playable. And now I suppose king c1 is not going to work again because of rook f3, which, by the way, is a very logical move. And maybe this is something that Harikrishna just realized, that it doesn't work. And how about rook h7? Rook h7 is simply rook g1, and this b pawn promotes.
And how about rook to c1 check?
Rook to c1 check. Black plays king d4, dominates the king. And after rook c7, there's this annoying check. King goes here, and now there's the rook c2 idea. Okay, look at this. So this rook c2 is the only winning idea, by the way. Rook c2 takes, and this is the idea I was trying to execute, but the point is now white is quite slow with the idea of f5, with the idea to play e6 because of king takes on e5, and now black just wins. And also g6 doesn't give nothing because black is just in time to stop it.
Wow, so instructive. And black's just in time, even if we continue here, black's just in time to get in front of his own pawn at the very end in the king and pawn endgame. It's literally just, b6. It's just one move in all these variations, right? King d3, just in time to get king f5, and then king e3, king e5. Opposition. White king has to give way, and it's over. Wow. Jovanka, such small margins, and I think we can all understand Harikrishna wanting to get his rook active, but maybe that's cost him the game again.
Yeah, and the irony of it all, because we're often taught in rook and pawn endgames that what do you choose, an active king or an active rook? You go active rook. An active rook will usually save the day. But here it was just simply rook to f1 and you stand. And I thought it was quite instructive to wait with the king on b1 and a1. You had to understand that. Because sometimes you get to these type of positions and you forget that it's the king that can wait. And it's only because of the fact that black has a passed b pawn. This would never work if black had, for instance, c, d, or any other type of pawn other than a and b.
I have a feeling, Ivanka, here is that Harikrishna simply miscalculated this line, and right now he should see it based on his body language that probably he wanted to play rook c1 check here. Again, this idea of rook c7 check, and he thought from afar that this is a fortress, and he simply forgot about the rook c2 idea, which in the other line was not working. So it's just very unfortunate to have the black king on d4, and this entire idea of f5 does not work anymore. So right now I think he realizes, that he should have played rook f1, and now this entire idea of rook f1, king c4, now you can play king c1. Yeah, we discussed this. After king c3, king b1, white can actually afford to play a passive defense. But to be honest, I mean, David, probably you're going to agree with me also, even in this position, I find to be very tricky because I can play king d4, king e4, collect the pawn on f4. I would still play this for the win with a black color.
Yeah, 100%. This is not an easy draw at all. And also it's the hardest thing in chess, maybe in life as well, just doing nothing, just going passive, just kind of putting your king on b1 and just praying and hoping. And I think chess players want to force the issue. We want to solve everything, calculate everything. So sometimes we back ourselves into a corner, just like these two are playing in the corner of this tournament hall. Sometimes you just, you play an active move, you want to kind of calculate, and then you realize, whoops, it's a bit too late. And for Harikrishna, it's tough. Just that one move in that transition to the king and pawn endgame, this one miscalculation is going to cost him. And Ivanka, it was nice to hear, though, from Felix, Harikrishna's second. I mean, he was talking about the difficulties as a chess professional in Europe. This is the pinnacle, of course, competing in Tata Steel, especially the master section. But I mean, I think the three of us can vouch for the fact that chess as a profession, it's hard even at the best of times.
It's hard without support, and I think that's something that we have to stress. We have to stress that often you can only get really, really good if you have the backing of your country, your federation, and a generous sponsor somewhere else. Because, you have to earn a living. You also have to find the resources to pay for trainers, to pay for tournaments. And this is something that unfortunately is very, very difficult to find in the West. I'm not quite sure why, but it is what it is. How is the situation like in Latvia, Artus, for chess professionals?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to oppose Felix a bit because what Felix was addressing in his video, and again, this is just my only, my pure opinion, is that he was talking about playing, only playing, and I do believe that it's very, very difficult for chess professionals to make a good living only because of playing. So you would have to be essentially either a top 10 player or maybe in 50, top 50 in the world, they make a pretty decent living. But I do believe that nowadays there's so many other good things to do, meaning the content creation, of writing courses, doing commentary, by the way, is also a pretty good thing to do. So there's many, many opportunities to do, and that's why I don't think it's also bad for being a chess professional. But then again, whenever all of us, okay, I can speak about myself, we decided to become chess professionals, we probably did not really think about making a living out of playing chess. I believe that all of us, we did it for the love of the game. Yeah, we just loved the game. We enjoyed studying it. And at some point, we realized that we want to do this at a professional level. And guess what? Now we are making a living out of it. Yeah, so I don't really think that most professionals chose the profession of chess just to make a very good living. We just do what we do. We're very good at it. And yeah, guess what? We're doing it for the living.
Yeah, and that's actually linked to my theory of why these youngsters have taken over, conquered the chess world, is because, I mean, they're purely in that phase of their lives where they love chess, where there isn't as much pressure to, make money, pay rent, all that type of stuff that comes when you're a bit older and with a bit more responsibility. And yeah, it's just about keeping that love for the game. I agree to some extent with Felix that it can be hard as a player, and especially if you kind of need that win, need to kind of get that tournament victory just to survive financially. But yeah, there's so many perks, and in the end, we got to look on the bright side. We get to play a board game we love, talk about a board game we love for a living. I mean, that's literally every child's dream. So yeah, there's pros and cons, just like there is in any sport. In the meantime, a move has been played, rook to h8. That's one we did not consider.
Yeah, and primarily it was because we were thinking that the rook will just slide to f3 to attack the f4 pawn.
Which, by the way, is the only move in the position. And I think it also makes perfect sense because b2 is going nowhere. There's going to be king c2. The king is going nowhere. Maybe king d4 makes sense. I'm not really sure to shoulder the king and give rook g2 check. But to be honest, I mean, rook f3 looks very, very logical move. Collect the pawn on f4 and the pawn on e5.
Can I just ask a question? What about rook to g2? Does the insertion of this check spoil the win?
The engine says yes. Can I go here?
Oh, he doesn't play the winning move. He actually plays rook g1. Wow. Fabiano, why is that an error? Sorry to interrupt there, but wow, suddenly it's not winning anymore according to the eval bar. Big threat though, the b-pawn promoting. This looks very logical to me.
I think I see the idea. Obviously, it's much more than that, David, but how about if here white will play rook b8, so Fabi wants to get to this endgame. Yeah, pawn endgame. So rook takes on b2. We looked at this endgame a couple of times, and again, black king is just in time. So there's no f5, there's no g6. Even, yeah, I mean, okay, this is pretty obvious. The black king just collects these pawns. But there's the difference. There's this intermezzo check that might change everything. So king d4. But I mean, still after... Oh, wait, is it
just
here? I was thinking rook b4 check, but no, it's still losing.
It must be another check then. The black king force it to go away and then go for the black pawn with the white king. only solution then, process of elimination. If the white rook cannot stop the b pawn without the exchange of rooks, king of pawn endgame, it must be this ending. But this initially looks winning for black, but the f pawn, just for one move, cannot be defended. And wow, this is going to get very technical in a minute, but it might be black having the e pawn alone versus the white pieces. And like rook takes g5, for example, here. And yeah, rook takes f7, king takes e5. And Fabiano's estimated this to be winning from afar. But, or king to e3, yeah, something like this to be winning. But maybe it's not so clear. Wow, this is so hard to evaluate, even for experts who've studied this dozens of hours. I'm not including myself there, by the way. But even for experts like Fabiano, who's been studying this a lot, I think the black pawn's so far back that this might not be so straightforward. Like rook to f6 will hold black up a bit.
Oh, I managed to lose it. So even this position, yeah, rook f6 might be... No, it loses as well.
No, rook f1 maybe? Rook f1 first, and then rook f6. Yeah. Check from the front, and...
Nah, it's just so easy to make a mistake here.
Or maybe you have to go from the long side. Checks from the side.
I think you go to the h1. Because that's one of the downsides of having the king in the middle, sorry, the e-pawn, is that you can check from both sides. So now you can start the sideways checks.
I mean, I know we are reaching very far here, but even this position, to be honest, is not very trivial. I think I have studied extensively some rook endgames, and I recall in the Dvoretsky's endgame manual, there's definitely a chapter about the king being cut off by two files here, but every single position is just so unique, and it's so easy to misplay it.
Yeah, it's always different, right? With the black pawn on e5 rather than e6, it's probably winning, but with the pawn on e6, with the white kings on b2, b3 might be a big difference. It's hard to make general rules, even if we have studied Dvoretsky, even if we have studied all these other endgame works. And Fabiano, I wonder why he's thinking now. Is he thinking of going the long way around, king to b4? Which kind of begs the question why he went to c4 in the first place if he's not planning to cross over towards the king side. It feels like it's a step in the wrong direction. Or maybe he's just realized it's not as simple as initially planned. Yeah, this all looks wrong, allowing the black king to block its own pawn. So if we go back to the game, yeah, Fabiano needs to walk a narrow path, and I'm going to say Harikrishna here, Jovanka. Despite the eval bar, he's nowhere near out of the woods yet.
I was going to say the same thing. I mean, it's terrifying to have the black king sniffing around the white pawns, and then that endgame that we were assessing with the sole e-pawn, with the king cut off, it's not an easy one whatsoever, especially with the clocks ticking down. So, yeah, but I'm impressed by Pendala. I really am, that he's finding these good moves like rook to c8 check, driving the black king towards the pawns, because a lot of us instinctively would flinch at the prospect of doing that.
But I have the burning question. So what was that Fabiano didn't like about rook f3? I mean, he rejected this move for a reason. But what is it? Because the move feels to be very natural. You just want to collect a pawn, collect another pawn, and keep the pawn on b3 alive. So there must have been one move, one sequence of the moves that he was not sure about. And that's why he decided to play this rook g1. I mean, of course, the explanation could be really simple, that he simply missed this other check on d8. It's quite puzzling.
Yeah, that check has happened, and they've repeated the position once, but I can guarantee you, everyone at home, this game is not going to end. You're not going to be shortchanged for chess. Fabiano is just gaining a bit of extra time. He's down at 6 minutes, and they still gain 30 seconds after every move. So, okay, this is the second time we've seen this position after a couple of checks. Jovanka, unless I'm underestimating or kind of doubting everything I know, this game's not going to end. It's going to continue.
Unless Fabiano is like really hungry for dinner, I don't think he will be accepting a draw here. I mean, absolutely, he's going to play it on. And king to d4. I mean, we did see some hesitation here. So that did make me think that maybe he was going to go king to b4. No, here, no, of course not. King to d4.
I mean, actually speaking about the dinner, Yavanka, I just recalled a very specific dinner we had back in 2021 Grand Swiss when I was playing against David. I believe it was round 2, was it? Yeah, we played 150 or 60 moves. I was pressing for the win, but David defended very, very carefully and managed to make a draw. And we played like 8 hours in the end. Yeah, we're also very concerned that we were going to miss the dinner. So we're essentially the last players arrive to the hotel, to the dining hall. So we had a meal together. And I believe that was one of the organizers who made a photo that these two players cannot get enough of each other, that they even have to dine together after a very long game.
And here we are 3.5 years later. Arthur's still hanging out in these long 6-7 hour sessions. Yeah, that was fun. That was a 3 score sheet game, and you helped me warm up. I had a great event after that. Nearly
I did not.
That was a fun experience. But I mean, yeah, it is a rest day tomorrow for these players. Why not go 8 hours, right? Why not throw everything, leave everything on the board in the pursuit of victory for Fabiano?
Yeah.
C3
And
played.
so, yeah, king c3. Right when Harry needs to find the great moves, he keeps finding them. King c3, guarding the pawn on b3. And yeah, now the lines that we looked at, that was relatively forcing. With
There might be more resources here. I mean, of course, king f4, rook f8 feels to be, or rook d7 for that matter. I don't think it really changes anything, but maybe Fabi is researching here some sneak moves, like some check on c1 and put the rook on c7 and then collect these pawns. But I don't think it's gonna work because white just plays rook f8. You cannot take at f4. There's g6. And black could play king f5 maybe, but the thing is you have to collect the pawn on f4 somehow. So even if this king is so far away, disconnected from the action, black just cannot use the rook or the king to collect the pawn. So I would say this is something that Fabi is checking right now. Does he have any extra resources besides of this king f4, rook f8, and playing this e pawn against the disconnected white king?
Yeah, there are other moves like rook to g4 or rook to f1 to try and pick up the pawn with the rook and do things that way. There are options, but of course he wants to and probably planned to take that pawn on f4. I mean, I was joking about the 6-7 hour games, Fabi. I'm hungry. It's been a while since we've eaten, but this game, I do think the clock is maybe the only thing that won't allow it to go to an 8th hour. But yeah, Fabi, the clock could definitely kind of force him into a mistake here. Maybe not choose the most testing path, for example. It might be a draw with best play, but he should be able to test Harikrishna.
Right. And all of the lines that, sorry, and all the lines that we looked at, they were all based on white defending by putting the rook maybe on g8 if need be and getting a pawn to g6 and leaving black with an extra passed e-pawn.
Yeah, maybe I'll once again put it on the board. I don't really know, to be honest, how forcing is this. So king takes on f4, rook f8. I think it's very important to start with this move so that the pawn on f7 falls. And here we have a couple of moves, probably rook g5, rook f7. I was thinking king e3 makes quite a bit of sense to block the white king. So I would start with this, rook takes on e5. And here, this position, I think white very much still can lose this because, for example, king c2 loses due to rook d5. The king is disconnected, and we are going to see a technical win. And I believe it was either you, David, or Yovi, who said that rook f1 is the move to be played here, but I don't find it to be easy at all.
Yeah, in a blitz game, I definitely wouldn't find the right path to make a draw here. Harikrishna here with 13 minutes, maybe he would find it. Rook f1 and after king to e2, finding the only move probably, which is rook h1, as we said earlier. Checking from the short side, normally you want to check from the other side, but the white king is on the other flank, the long flank, so you get cut off. And I mean, to my eyes, this is already very close to winning. So Fabiano not going for this is surprising, but he's actually chosen a different move here. Yeah, I think maybe the fact that the black king is so far away, the white rook could have gone from the side and stopped. Instead, rook to g4 played. And okay, different question for Harry. He needs to win the black f7 pawn somehow, or stop stop Caruana from taking his pawns.
Yeah, and this is where I was referring to this whole idea of perhaps going rook to g8. Because you need to trade off a set of pawns.
But can we start with king b3? Like king b3, king f4 is still rook f8, and after rook f4, there's your idea, Ivanka. I mean, rook g8, play g6 to trade off this pawn, and if you play here, play rook g7. You cannot avoid the trade, and we're still getting the same position.
And can black play, just allow g6 to happen? King takes e5?
Oh.
In
here.
A position here, yeah. King takes e5, g6, and f5.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's losing according to an engine. I mean, I'm not using the engine, I'm seeing the bar.
Mm-hmm. And black comes back, king f6 next, picks up that pawn. So maybe white just runs with the king and hopes, right? King c3, king d3. Back in the game.
And maybe if I go so I go here, 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 and here, there might be rook g7.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Wow. The white rook and the white pawn, they keep themselves alive. They just cling on to each other for dear life. It's like the Titanic scene, except they're both surviving on that life raft.
Yeah, but even this now is also a drawing because there's rook f8. But yeah, it looks like it's a draw with a perfect play, but I don't think it's a guaranteed result.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Harry needs to realize he just needs to go passive. Rook g8, that's not an easy find. It's not an everyday pattern, right, Ivanka? It's kind of one of those you might get by process of elimination.
It's not an easy pattern at all, and maybe you get it by desperation or calculation, but I'm still amazed at this whole concept of allowing the black king in towards the white pawns and then just relying on the necessary trades in order to secure the draw. Because to all intents and purposes, the white king is so far cut off, and yet it's enough. It just goes to show how complicated rook and pawn endgames are. But let's talk about the time situation, because Harikrishna's got more time, 10 minutes. Is that enough to find all the necessary nuances to save this game?
I suppose there's no guarantee, but Ivanka, what I'm wondering about, what is Fabiano thinking about right now? Because when we had the first look after a longer break to this endgame after a4, it just felt like this should be somehow technically winning. And he was very, very close. And apparently, Fabi missed a couple of opportunities. Yeah, so there was this rook g3, one miss. There was the other miss. And about here, I mean, he definitely should have the feeling that he could have played something better. And it's very, very difficult to gather your thoughts at this moment. Okay, of course, Fabiano is a world-class professional. He's been in this situation many times before, but still, he's also a human being. And it's very, very difficult just to gather your thoughts, right? You feel that it never should have been this highly tricky endgame, which probably is borderlining a clear draw. And he had this amazing chance or chances before.
Yeah. In the meantime, Fabiano maybe not quite at his clinical best, but credit to Harikrishna for fighting on, fighting hard. And okay, the moves we expected are on the table right now. Rook to g8, the key defensive idea. Harikrishna clinging onto his g-pawn and making it difficult for black to make progress. We'll check in on Fabiano and how he is able to navigate this endgame very shortly. But hey, let's go to the challengers. just for a moment, because there is a very exciting game ongoing, and that is between the tournament leader, Tie-Dye Van Wen, and he's facing Vaishali. Bit of a crowd favorite there, of course, the sister to Praggnanandhaa, and that's the bottom left of our screens. We saw a couple of decisive results in the meantime since we were here earlier. Frederick Svana winning his game, and Owen Lamy also winning. But hey, what do you make of that very tense position on the bottom left on that green board? I'll start with you,
tough
Ivanka.
one,
Do you
right?
still like less chances?
I was going to say it's very funny because whilst we're in the full throes of an end game in Fabiano, here we have what appears to be a middle game, and a very tense one at that. But yeah, I like what White has done, actually. I like the fact that any potential kingside initiative that Black might have been thinking of has been stopped. And now it's just all about the center play. I suspect we're going to see a lot more maneuvering, and I think this is the type of position where Van Wyn will try to use his experience to trick Vaishali.
I mean, we have had this position for already quite some time, because I'm now looking back at the score sheet. They got more or less the same structure right after the opening, which is going to be move 21. So this was the position move 21, and now just going to proceed. Here we go. Yeah. So the game continues. There's a lot of maneuvering. So Van Ven is trying to make a progress. He created a weakness on c6. Vaishali reminds there might be consequences at the king side. More maneuvering, and that's where we are. So not a lot has happened, and I think what here Van Ven is trying to do, indeed, he's trying to get his opponent to the time scramble, and usually this is when you try your best chance. But what is it? Where is this best chance? Get the pawn on a6 or c6?
Yeah, Vaishali, though, not with much time on the clock, down to 10 seconds. What's her next move going to be? She brings her rook forward. Yeah, it really reminds me, as you mentioned, that zero progress almost in the last 30 plus moves, Arturs. It reminds me of watching computer chess, because I don't have much of a life in my free time. I sometimes like to turn on the computer world championships, and often it's maneuvering for like 70 moves, and the difference is like the placement of one set of pieces right at the end, and eventually the small incremental gains. Someone wins a pawn on move 150, and then the merry-go-round starts again. So yeah, Vaishali's clock, a bit worrying. Moves 50 now. I would say that probably White is the favorite just because of the clock situation. But Ivanka, I think we underestimate Vaishali at our peril. She's been fantastic so far this tournament.
She definitely has, but I agree with you, David. In the end, I feel like it is the clock that is going to play its part there. 37 seconds. 30-second increment sounds like a lot, but no, it's not when the position is so tense like this. And I suspect that we're going to see like moves like rook to e1, keep the maneuvering game alive, and at some point when Vaishali is least expecting it, Van Wyn is going to organize a breakthrough, maybe taking the risk with f3, g4. But again, I mean, we could be seeing this as a draw, but she's a great player. So is Van Wyn. It's tense. I mean, it's really in the players' hands here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the energy can take its toll here, because we also do not have to forget that this is round 10. The players have been played already. They have played already 9 games before that, and we have a pretty long time control, and everybody is willing to fight here. So the energy definitely can take its toll, and we have been following the games already for 6 hours. Yeah, so this essentially is entering the 7th hour. And when you're in a time scramble, you have the natural feeling you want to simplify the position, you want to trade, and that's I think what Van Wyn is pushing for. He's hoping that here Vaishali is going to commit to something like, for example, like rook e5 and rook d2, just to get an easier game to play in a time scramble, which might give the Czech players some chances.
Yeah, and chances we will see now in the 7th hour of play, or approaching the 7th hour of play. And maybe we zoom out of this one, which could well go another 50 moves, if the players so desire. Let's go to Fabiano Caruana and see whether he has been able to turn the screw at all. This is the bird's eye view of the challengers. One other game, it looks like Suleimanli from Azerbaijan about to win his game, or at least the favorite, with an extra bishop. But let's leave this Masters section for now. Ivanka, Artis, I'm about to cough, so take it away. What's been happening?
Well, we did see, of course, the B pawn disappear off, and there is a check on the board. So I'm expecting the white king just to remain in the center. The white king wants to be in the heart of the action. And the key to this position is that the rook on g7 and the pawn on g5, they're going to be sticking to each other like glue, just like that song. And for black, in order to win that g5 pawn, you have to let go of the f7 pawn. And if the white king can be in front of the e pawn, then it is simply an elementary draw. So I think the chances for Harikrishna holding this has increased significantly.
Yeah, I completely agree. And also the last move really underlines that he has figured out a defensive setup. So right now, this rook g7 move, he essentially dodged the last trap, which was the tempting move g6 here. Maybe Fabi was hoping for like f5, g7, and here you play out the rook g4, or even rook a7 here, and the rook on g8 cannot really move. But I think rook g4 is just very clean. King f6. Now after rook g7 here, essentially Harikrishna says, I have figured this out, and Fabi is just playing a couple of moves, trying to make some progress, but I believe final tricks. Now g6, again, is rook a2 check, and same idea of f5, but if white is not going to make any mistakes, then yeah, I also don't see white losing this.
Yeah, and he played another move, king to c3. At first, I thought that was a bit odd. We want to be in front of the e-pawn with the white king, but he's created the threat of g6 again, because now rook to a3 check. The white king will be able to hit the black rook. And actually, after g6, even king and pawn endgames, the white king is so near now, so close to the center, that that should be holding for Harikrishna. g6 just almost an unstoppable threat here. Struggling to see how to stop that pawn exchange from happening.
David, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry that I interrupted, but I think I understand what Fabi was aiming for. There was one more final idea. Because here, if you would play the obvious move, king e1, Fabi is just advancing forward. Like, he wants to play e5, e4, king f3, e3, and you could never play g6. So after g6, there's this rook a1 check and play f5, and maybe it's also drawing, but I can find some ideas here. So let's say rook a2 check or e3 here, and I managed again to make a draw here, but this was a chance, and that's why this king c3 makes actually quite a bit of sense. It's not very logical as per the typical plan to put the king on e1, but again, it's a very concrete solution, and g6 has to be the threat.
Yeah, and Ivanka, it looks like he's ever closer now to the draw, Harikrishna. A bit surprising that Fabiano wasn't able to apply more pressure. We thought this game would be going for another hour or so, but if one set of pawns get traded, it's an immediate draw, right? They're repeating the position now.
They are repeating the position, and well, I think Artis' plan is actually maybe an operation with Harikrishna being asked, hey, do you want to move your king backwards? No, Harry just simply steps up, as precise as always. And, well, Fabiano puts his rook somewhere else, defending the pawn from the f2 square.
Yeah, so the last plan for Fabiano did not really work, so now he's resorting to the final tricks. I think here king e3 looks reasonable. Now the black rook is forced to defend the pawn on f7, something like rook f5, and now, maybe this is what he wants. He wants to play here, rook f5, king e2, and try to dominate the king somehow. But, yeah, I don't really think it's gonna be enough. Maybe there's some tricks here still.
Yeah,
but maybe you don't need to budge with the king.
Yeah, wait with the white rook. potentially. White rook can
Like
wait
this.
on g8.
Or g8.
Both. And look at Fabiano. He doesn't look too happy with himself. He realizes the win might have slipped away. No way to make progress. One pawn alone will not be enough to win this game, but he cannot keep both of them intact. Harikrishna, really impressive defense. I remember playing him here in Wijk Aan Zee back in 2010, and he also kept me at the board for 7 hours. So another member of the Grinders Association. Harikrishna loves his endgames.
And he's tenacious as well. Because so many of us would have simply given up when Fabiano got the a4 break. He found the precise rook to b1 move that kept his chances alive. When he was given the opportunity, he found all those right defensive moves. And now the draw is a whisker away. All white has to do is just maintain contact with the f7 pawn. And it's just quite nice, actually, how the black rook on f1 is actually really passive. And black can't do the plan of just sliding the king one square away and advancing the e-pawn, primarily because the rook is just so bad. Whereas white's plan is just relatively simple. Just keep shuffling the rook for between g7, h7, or if checked, step back with the king.
Yeah, and I also try to picture there might be a moment when Fabi might play rook f5, play king d6, king e7, king f8, and at the moment when the black king is on e7, white plays g6, and that's why it's very important to have the king as close to the e-pawn as possible. So that's why I think here Harikrishna cannot afford to play something irresponsible like king e1. Of course, it just makes no sense. And if now black plays king d6, king e7, g6 is just going to be a trade and a pretty trivial draw on pawn endgame.
Yeah, and he does drop his king back, Fabiano, but there's no threat. The white king likely to march forward now, to step forward one square. Maybe the idea is... Yeah,
sorry.
Go on, Jovanka.
Sorry, David. I got very enthusiastic, and exactly, you guys had already spotted the idea: e5 and king e6.
Yeah, I mean, what else? I mean, okay, he's going to play e5, king e6, and defend the pawn on f7. White is sitting passively, but how do you make a progress? So I think this game is going to continue for a while, and white is probably not going to play g6 anytime soon, so I think rook f1 is about to follow here, followed by e5 and king e6, but then what? You still need some cooperation.
Yeah, and as mentioned by Say What there in the featured chat, 7 hours of top-level chess must be exhausting. It is. That's why the players have a rest day tomorrow, so they can afford to lay all of their energy out on the table today. Harikrishna will certainly need a rest day no matter what after this defensive effort. But yeah, that's part of the game, part and parcel of classical chess. That's why certain players prefer blitz, rapid, but classical chess, totally different beast. And Fabiano brings his rook back. Okay, he's not even trying to make progress now. Rook to h7, a very classy touch from Harikrishna. If black had pushed the e-pawn forward, that would have been a check. They're repeating. Fabiano says something to Harikrishna. It's a handshake. It is a draw. It is peace eventually between Pantala Harikrishna and Fabiano Caruana after around 6 hours of play. What a marathon, but ultimately a missed opportunity for Fabiano. Frustration on his face, Jovanka.
Yeah, he's looking disappointed because even though you might not be able to immediately figure out exactly where you went wrong, there is that sense that this is a big missed opportunity. And Fabiano knows that he played some fantastic moves there in the endgame to give up the pawn and to get such an overwhelming position. It feels very sad to have let that win slip through his fingers.
I mean, that's just how it works. Sometimes you play a very long 6-hour game and the mistake at the 7th hour costs you the game. So welcome to the the highest level of chess. I mean, that's how it works, and chess sometimes can be very, very cruel. But still, I think this was a very, very tricky endgame, and we are just trying to figure it out, how to play it. And on moments, we would switch on the engine just to check we were right or not. But it just shows that even though we study the rook games and we sort of know the best techniques, etc., they keep surprising us all the time.
That's right. Rook games are tricky, but talking of surprises, there were 3 decisive results actually in round 10 of the Masters section. I'm not sure which one of these can be classed as a surprise, but they were victories for Praggnanandhaa, for Gukesh, and for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and 4 draws meanwhile completing the matchups there. Round 10, that marks the next rest day, the final rest day of the tournament tomorrow. But how are the standings heading into tomorrow? Here we go. 7.5 points for Gukesh. That is +5. 5 wins, 5 draws from 10 games. Very impressive. He is chased by Nodirbek Abdusattorov, half a point back. And by Praggnanandhaa, who got a very important victory today over the player in 4th place, Vladimir Fedoseev. Jovanka, still 3 rounds to go. Still a lot could happen. Players jockeying for position here.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And there you can see some juicy pairings there for round 11. And Artis, I have to ask you, which ones are you looking forward to?
All right, let me first familiarize. Of course, I think it's Gukesh against Wei Yi, essentially the current tournament leader against the last year's champion. And Wei Yi is super, super solid in this tournament for the world champion. It's going to be really tough to win the game, but I think all the other games, of course, also promise a lot of action. And Abdusattorov has shown that he's here to win. Also, Fedoseev playing very exciting chess, and I was very happy, by the way, to see that even after today's loss, he was all in good spirits and still smiling. And again, it just shows that this is such a great place to be and play some of the best chess possible.
Yeah, the players, they love the mecca of chess, Wijk Aan Zee, for a reason. All of the top players at some point have made a pilgrimage to Wijk Aan Zee. And yeah, nice to see smiles on the players' faces. But in the meantime, let's check out that cross table. We've seen the results, of course, but who still has to play who is always a bit of intrigue. I grew up on cross tables like this in books, in magazines, and here we see Gukesh at the top of the standings. He still has to play against player number 6, that is Wei Yi. That will take place after the rest day. And then it is games against the players in 11th and 13th place. So Gukesh, at least on paper, doesn't necessarily have the toughest run-in until you realize that Arjun Erigaisi is one of the players in 13th place. So still no easy games ahead. And for Abdusattorov as well, playing players in the second half of this table. Yeah, Jovanka, 3 rounds remain. Gukesh, probably the favorite to win, but do you have any predictions here? Will we see another mass tiebreak like we did last year?
It's looking likely, although Gukesh really is impressing, right? With the way that he plays his openings, his middle game, the way that he's taking chances, 2 wins in a row. And I also have to say that I'm extremely impressed by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I love the way that he picks his openings, especially with his opponents in mind. He plays quickly, he plays confidently, and he takes those opportunities when presented to them.
Yeah, I agree also with Jovanka. I think that these 2 players are going to be fighting for the tournament victory. They have shown so far they are some of the best fighters here in the tournament. I'm also rooting quite a bit for Gukesh here because for him, he has already achieved essentially everything. He is the world champion. Now there's no stress, and coming back after the world championship title, playing the very first super tournament, showing who's the boss in the house, it's got to feel good.
And I'm just going to put you both on the spot. I just want one-word answers here. Who is going to be the winner? Come Sunday, who is going to be the winner of the Tata Steel Masters? Jovanka, you can start first.
Oh, okay. I think it's going to be Gukesh.
And Artis?
I think it's going to be either Gukesh or Abdusattorov, or ideally there could be a tiebreak.
Good answer. And in order to find out, you will have to join us after the rest day. The next game, the next round is on Friday. In the meantime, from myself, David Howe, from Jovanka Hauska, and from Artis Neiksans, thank you very much for joining us. This was round 10, and see you on Friday for more.
you.